Futures back to the upside. Pretty good way here this morning, led by tech once again. NVDA specifically ahead of the start of this AI conference from NVIDIA. Going to be 4 days in a row this week, already back above 900 here pre-market. NASDAQ itself up better part of 1%. We'll touch on Apple and maybe Google teaming up. Didn't see that one coming, but we'll tell you why here in a few minutes. Also, yeah, it's Fed week. We'll get Fed Chair Powell coming through later on this week. Not going to give a cut, not going to get a raise, but it's going to be all about the comments that come from Fed Chair Powell at 2:30 during the press conference. Once again, we'll bring that to you live. Will he give any kind of indication as to their timeline going forward? Remember, this is the first Fed meeting of 2024 where we will get those economic projections from the Fed and the dot plot once again. So that could be pretty telling coming up this week. So stay tuned for that. Lots to discuss on the EV front this morning, led by Tesla to the upside. Rivian's higher this morning. Fisker trying to get higher, but not so much. They're going to pause production just coming through here for the next 6 weeks and raise some funds for FSR all the way down to 17 cents. Crazy. It's Monday, March 18th, 2024. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there's the market overall. That's a weekly chart for the NASDAQ right now. We are back to the upside ever so slightly here this morning to the tune of about 1.06% right now. Still, yeah, nice month. 30 days, 6.15% overall for the NASDAQ. More positivity potentially coming through for NVIDIA. Will Apple and Google spoil their party, though? We'll talk about that coming up here a little. Yeah, that's Fed week. Some Fed jitters. I don't know why this headline actually says Fed jitters, because I don't think there's going to be much of a surprise coming through from Fed Chair Powell this week. I think we know what's in store. It'll be a matter of how he delivers that information, I think.
I wonder if he'll be emboldened really like to put his foot down and say, look, I told you so. The fight wasn't done. Look at these last two prints. So we'll have to wait and see what he says today. Yeah, NVIDIA, the GTC conference, definitely on watch. That starts at 4. Jensen gonna give the keynote for that. There's already 1,000 people waiting to watch that, and it's about in 8 or 9 hours. Also, Brendo, Model Y price increase. So not a bad look there. Maybe demand for Tesla's increasing finally.
Yeah, I mean, we'll touch on that coming up here, but a couple things as far as Tesla is concerned to be aware of this morning as well. Yeah, here's 900, as I mentioned, trying to hold as support. Already a pretty good start to the week here, guys. 2.7% ahead of, Sharif was mentioning the conference coming up later today. Will we get new products? Will we get, I mean, there hasn't really been any kind of leaks or anything from, you know, what's expected from this, but much anticipated keynote coming up later today.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about 2.7% this morning. Psh, Google, baby, or Alphabet, whatever you want to call them. That's, I mean, the 5% for them. I mean, NVIDIA goes up 2.5 percentage points like every 5 minutes when the market opens up. Alphabet doing this move is a little bit more, I don't want to say it's more juicy, but it's more juicy. It's more exciting. And sometimes you just need a little bit of a catalyst to continue what was already happening on Alphabet off the 200-period moving average. We love that 200-period moving average. I'm questioning how great news this is for Apple, because there's two ways to look at this. I think with the Google, with the Alphabet and Apple potential deal here, they're just in talks, of course, to get Gemini on the iPhone. Great for Google because money is green. But the other way to look at that would be if everyone expected Apple to be doing this in-house and now they're going to be paying it out. Who knows? Is this going to go the way of what search went for them? I think you can play it both ways for Apple, but it's only good news for Alphabet here. We'll have a bit of a pullback in some of the crypto, but I think that's still going to be tradable. We didn't actually trade IBIT on Friday, but we did on Thursday. I think that's going to be in play, probably off of some of the same levels. But yeah, it looks like it'll be an exciting start to the week. I can't remember the last time we got to, like, when was Google non-earnings the biggest gapper of the big names? I can't think of the last time this was true. So excited to see it leading the way today.
Yeah, I'm no more excited than that. You guys know this is a big position for me. Google now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 9 of the last 10 days straight to the upside. We're really happy with that. And then, NVIDIA has been down 4 of the last 5 days. So nice to see them moving around today. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to some people that went and got some Shamrock shakes. Thank you so much for listening to the podcast this weekend. I thought that was really fun. A great opportunity to go grab that and listen to the podcast that we had this past weekend. But AMD, I feel like that conference is not happening until 4 p.m. If that is the case, when he's going to be speaking for NVIDIA, then I don't know if there's going to be too much movement in the stock today off of that conference, but we're going to wait to see. I'm going to find out some more details on that. I thought it was happening all day. I guess maybe just NVIDIA speaking at 4 o'clock. So we'll wait. But anyways, AMD, nice downside move. AMD comes right into some of this support down here, low 180s. I think that might have been a great buying opportunity. The chips overall down 8%. Off their tops. So we'll wait to see if NVIDIA can hold some of these tops above 900 as well. So what should be a good week, just getting started here today with, again, NASDAQ up 1.2%. This is going to be a 2+% day for the NASDAQ. So Apple, Google, they're all rocking. If Microsoft holds as well these highs, then, Microsoft's down to 413. If they can hold 400, then I just feel like the market has some upside here heading into earnings.
Had a Shamrock shake?
No. Is it based on?
I didn't even know what it was. Apparently, Ramin speaks very highly of it. Anyway.
Okay. He's denying it, Brendo.
Yeah, it was a hot topic. Let's put it that way on the podcast.
I got to find out what this is.
There was a note on Fisker just before we came on there. It's back higher right now. We're trying to get back higher right now, but they've come up with 150 million in financing here. It looks like, and they're going to pause production for 6 weeks to see if they can't, I guess, shore up a little more. So It's been a rough. Well, let's call it a year here for Fisker so far.
It's been tough, Brendo, especially these last few weeks, watching the price decline so aggressively. So it looks like that 150 million is going to come from an existing investor. It's not a new investor. They didn't identify who it was. It should help pay down their 2025 convertible notes, which come due next year. So that looked like a bit of an issue for them because they didn't have the cash to cover it. So we'll have to find out exactly how this is all going to pan out. But the market liking it right now, up 8 3/4.
Yeah, very active as well. Heavily traded so far here, guys, for FSR on this.
Yeah, and I said on Friday, actually, was it Friday or Thursday? Might have said this both days. Definitely said it on Friday. That the way I was going to approach this stock was going to be similar to what Bed Bath & Beyond was when it was near the end, which is if it shows you levels to work the short off of, just kind of short the pops. Don't be afraid to get out if it runs the tops and then look to get in off the same levels. Like that's kind of what you saw on Thursday and Friday. Like it had the same high at about 20 cents and fell down, and then lower highs were pretty good as well. However, today it looks like it's going for a bit of a jaunt because it seemingly wanted to take out this 19. So it's going through. It's got 22 cents up here, and then if you really, really were to zoom out, like this far, then the 30-cent level was prior support into resistance, that kind of thing. At the end of the day, they're doing all the things that you need to try to play out the string, which is great. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't want any company to go under. I don't want people to lose their jobs. It's not fun at all. And you've got to keep in mind, even if they were not going to make it, and let's say 6 months from now they're gone, it's still a decent short flow that is probably some of that gets unwind when you get news. So you've got 25% short flow, so it can run some stops. If it doesn't hold underneath this 19 again, I think you just got to back off and wait for the next available level to pop. I'm not really trying to go long this when Bed Bath & Beyond was near the end. Wasn't really trying to go long that either. I think you can pick your spots with this. Just be careful because that short float, it's there. There will be some covering from time to time because they got to take their profit too. Like if you were short this from like last year, I mean, how much more money are you going to even make at this particular point?
Yeah, so we made money going long on Fisker. I think that's what we'll stay the course doing. Like this bottom here at 17 seems to be fine. If you ignore this kind of garbage, I feel like the safe play is going long here at 17 and then getting out at 15.5, taking a penny worth of a hit, penny and a half worth of a hit. So I think Fisker long here at 17 is the right play. today. I don't want to go short this name. You do have some nice pop opportunities. Obviously, if you can get long in 17 and get out at 21, 22, then that's 20, 30%. Like, I mean, you got to take profits when they're there. So I like this kind of a base down here at 17. I think Fisker's along down here. Tesla's going to be really interesting. We talked about that for sure already today. We'll get to the board. Rivian trying to hold that $10. That looks exciting as well. There's a couple good plays I feel like today, especially with the NASDAQ starting to bump up. It's not just all about the chip names, right? You can get into some of these EV names. So Rivian, and then of course we're going to again talk to some of these Chinese names. I mean, XPEV up to $10 as well here today, up another 6%. So there's a lot of names here to look at today, not just going to be the chip sector. I'll probably look at Fisker, but not until I get long down here at 17.
Note here on Goldman Sachs, not a huge deal, it's not moving around very much, but Stephanie Cohen, senior Goldman executive, to depart, according to the Wall Street Journal. So there was a bit of a volume tick anyways, therefore Goldman back to the upside a little bit. Look at this daily chart. It's just really tight range here for GS at the top end of the range overall, trying to hold higher here this morning. Notably, banks were strong going into the weekend last week, relatively strong versus the overall markets. We'll see if that continues.
Yeah, I've been definitely keeping my eye on Goldman. I'm invested in the XLF, so been keeping my eye a little bit on that. Looking for the IPO market, obviously, to open up a little bit this year. We'll see how that does after the Reddit IPO. But Stephanie Cohen, she was the most senior executive female at Goldman. She's leaving for a new job here, Brendo, at Cloudflare, where she's going to be the new chief strategy officer.
We'll keep an eye on the banks. I mean, not a lot of volume there, not a lot of activity so far this morning. Here's MSOS. We had some late headlines going into the weekend and some late positivity going into the weekend on Friday for the weed space. Michael Noska is coming up here in a few minutes. He's going to touch on that.
Hey, I mean, like Tilray's up 7%. I mean, CGC, you can look at MSOS as well. CGC's up is up 13%. What's interesting about CGC is it did the reverse split and then did exactly what you think should happen after that split. The reason I would lean in this direction if we get some kind of a continuation, and keep in mind, every time there's been news in this front and we've had an initial move, there hasn't been any continuation. That said, it is still breaking out. The lower float and decent short float here makes it somewhat appealing, but as far as I'm concerned, these are squeeze plays until we get something concrete. I know it's an election year, but that doesn't mean you get anything concrete. You're just going to get some innuendo and you're going to get some fun headlines to play off of. So if this breaks out the top, I'd be looking for some continuation longs, but you got to convince me with buyers above the top. This isn't NVIDIA where if it gears up and shows you a flat top, you just take the breakout. I don't think these have been in that category for a while, so maybe something worth looking into after the opening range. If it's still trending above, like this is the 360 high, holding out above maybe even 350, that could be worthwhile after the opening rush. But I feel like we've seen this story before, and show me how many green candles since the split have resulted in a second one the day after. I think once it's managed to show some kind of continuation, and that was a couple of days after the reverse split for CGC anyway.
Look, I would only trade this MSOS today. The ETF, I think it's the safest play to do. Bouncing off here, 750 was such a great bottom there into the 200 period. Now you're taking out the 50 period moving average. Obviously, we'd like to see this break through $10. If you do that, you get a 1050 top. But again, very news-based here heading into, as we said, an election year. Both sides of the aisle are a joke on this topic anyways. So $9, we've already broken higher today. We'll see about 950. But yeah, I'm not super excited about it, so we'll wait to see what Michael Noss has to say coming up, I guess now.
Yeah, let's bring him in. There he is, Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, set to kick off the week here. As I mentioned, we did get a little bit of positivity going into the weekend, Michael Noss, but as far as the news is concerned around this group, I mean, it's not nothing we haven't heard in the past on this rescheduling aspect, and it looks like that has gotten to a point where it's basically a done deal now. So a lot of these in the sense of the cannabis ETFs and some of the individual names did run into the weekend. But what are you seeing as far as the technicals are concerned?
Yeah, the beauty of being a technical analyst, I didn't know there was any rescheduling news at all. It popped up on my scan, so I wanted to chat about it. So I obviously do these on the weekend, so I didn't know it was going to gap up this morning. But I want to give a little bit of a lesson on Stan Weinstein's stage analysis here and what we could be seeing in the marijuana names. I think there's a really good point or a really good moment here for a lesson on potentially a turnaround play on some of these names if I'm right here. So the first chart I have here is just SMH. And the reason I, come in here all the time, I know some of you guys love the sector talk and maybe some other people want some more individual ideas, but I'll have some of those on the after hour show when I'm here. But the idea that I'm having, and I keep reiterating this, is that at some point, and it may be happening now, that this SMH or this, NVIDIA leadership of the market is going to have to turn. People are going to have to take profits. They're going to have to put those profits into something else. That's why I've been talking about natural gas and a lot of things that I think could end up being beneficiaries of this. So I just wanted to show this particular chart right here before I show the next chart. And this is, again, Stan Weinstein stage analysis. If you want to look it up, it's really, really insightful. This chart doesn't matter what this chart is. It's just highlighting the concepts that he came up with over time. And this is something that a lot of technicians like myself use. And the idea is that you can essentially break the market into 4 stages, right? Stage 1 is your accumulation stage. So either it's a brand new market or a market at highs or a market like we're going to talk about that has gotten incredibly beaten up. But generally speaking, V tops and V bottoms are kind of rare. So you get this accumulation stage. And the idea is that in this stage, it's where the value investors and the people who understand market mechanics say, okay, this instrument has gotten cheap enough. So I'm going to start buying it at this level slowly over time. And what that creates is this sideways chop where bulls nor bears get any ground because every time it pushes higher, those value investors aren't interested anymore. But when it pulls back, then they start buying. So that creates kind of a floor in price. And then you have stage 2. Stage 2 is the markup version. Oh, sorry, just back there. So stage 2 is the markup version where you have an uptrend. Then stage 3 is just the opposite of stage 1. Where you have the people who, again, are the value investors who understand all the fundamentals starting to sell. And then you have phase 4 when there's no one left to buy and that sells off. So the reason I'm looking at MSOS is now we're on to the next chart where, I did my sector analysis. This is something that I love that we have over at Trade Ideas, where you just have big boxes to show me what was moving this day. And this was obviously Friday with MSOS. So I went over to the next chart here, which is just the monthly chart. And you can kind of see the same chart that I was talking about before with the stage analysis. During stage 4 on the monthly chart, you can see almost not a green month for years since 2021 all the way into 2023. Almost nothing for green months. This is not a place where a technician, this is not a place where a trend follower like myself is interested at all in the stock. I probably never even heard me mention weed names on this program because it was just doing this for a long period of time. Then stage 1, we've had this sideways consolidation. If you're a short-term trader or a range trader, you can make some trades to the long side here and make a little bit of money. But if we are going to break out of this zone, and if this, I guess it was a news event on Friday, is going to be a catalyst for that, and we're going to break out of this stage 1 zone, then maybe we're going to enter stage 2. And for us for myself as a swing trader or a long-term trader, this is the place where I want to be involved. I either want to try to catch the breakout into stage 2, or like we've been doing with uranium, trying to trade it as it is going in stage 2, which is, making new highs or pulling back to important levels or wherever. So maybe if we do break, I think Sean hit the nail on the head with about $10 or so on this, that would be a breakout, and potentially we're going to go into stage 2 here, and this is where we could make a little bit of money. Doesn't mean we need to retrace that entire other move, but hey, if it gets from 10 to 20, I'd be a very happy camper. So now we're into the weekly chart. Say it all the time. People are probably getting bored of it, but try to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. This is starting to look like a little bit of a smiley face to me. And we've had, if you look at the far right-hand side of the chart, we have what could be a little handle which would make this a cup and handle style setup. So what we want to see, if it is a cup and handle style setup, is that low from before yesterday's news to hold. That's if we break under that low, we move lower, then that's going to almost completely invalidate my thesis, and I'll have to come back a little bit later. So into the daily chart, a couple things to note. That we closed above this downtrend line. So that's just a downtrend line of what I showed on the weekly chart. We closed right above it. And I also anchored a VWAP from that last and most recent high. And we closed above that as well. The purple line on the bottom is just an anchored VWAP from all-time lows. You can see we pulled into that and then we bounced. That's one of my favorite setups. But closing above those anchored VWAPs is interesting. So if you want to play the index, this is MSOS. The last thing, this is going to be my homework today, and I'll see you guys on the after-hour shows for this, is these are all the top holdings in MSOS. And you notice that they're all really long tickers. And the reason for that is that you have to go over to the pink sheets and you have to go over to the OTC market to get a lot of the cannabis names there. And I think that, was regulation and the scheduling that Brendo was talking about there. So I generally don't trade in that market, and I generally don't even have my scan set to that market. But one thing that we can do at Trade Ideas is we can scan that market. So I'm going to be doing that, and maybe I'll have a couple names for you guys after the close.
We say it all the time, worth reiterating though, I mean, just a trade here, potentially just a trade, not necessarily saying that, especially going into, as the guys were mentioning there, an election year at the end of this year. If it sets up, then we'll look.
Yeah, and that's, again, whether it's your day trading, your swing trading, your investing, I think Brendan hit the nail on the head there too with it's an if-then, right? If we get some continuation from this, then I'm going to look for some weed stocks to get involved in. And then I said before, if this just reverses today and we break down the lows from, I guess it would be Thursday, well then, no harm, no foul. I'll move on to my next idea.
Yeah, 3.5% right now in the pre-market. We will stand by for some individual names in the group later today, Mr. Noss. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks as always, Michael. And one of the cool things about some of the setups and principles that Michael will always talk about is whether you're swinging or day trading, you can sort of apply the same principles. Like as he was saying, buy smiley faces, sell frowns. But I looked at Robinhood, and this is not a daily chart. This is just a 15-minute chart. And I was looking at this thing after the pullback that we had on Thursday, and there's your bottoms, there's rounding up a little bit, and then potentially breaking back out today above 1840. Like, it's a very, very simple concept, right? It's like, what does it mean? It means the stock was going down, decelerated, made a bottom, and then slowly accelerated up. And then at the point that it makes your nice little curve, it should be coming into maybe like a resistance level from before, and you can get a potential breakout. In this case, it's already a stock that's trending up, but you go to the 15-minute and it shows you a little something. So that's what I love about it. I actually have my eyes on Robinhood today. Maybe it breaks out, maybe it doesn't, but you got to be able to apply the patterns that you see, not just to the time frame that you find it on, but also look for those elsewhere. If you're going to try to find new things and new trading setups, sometimes you're going to want to be able to do that. So I like applying some of those daily chart setups he talks about to like 15 minutes every now and then.
We're getting our sticky note back out in a couple of seconds. But yeah, join Michael Noss tonight, and I'll ask him, now that know that we're going to be talking more about some marijuana names, we'll be joining Michael Noss tonight, and we'll figure out some of those plays. So
stay on the weed.
Yeah, stay on or off the weed, depending on what you're feeling like. But yeah, that MSOS, that's going to be what I'm going to look at. Tilray, CGC, all those names are so dead, man. And he's right. A lot of them have gone down to the pink sheets, not just because of regulations, but because they're not worthy of staying up on some of these senior exchanges, right? So, all right, we'll look at that. Here comes Fisker back down to 18. I'm not really even looking at it, but I do have it up. We are going to try to bid that 17 level here on Fisker. So if we get a little bit of a dip buy, we'll try the long down there.
Snowflake getting a nice pre-market boost from Maness, Crespi, and Hart with this upgrade here. Futu getting it upgraded by CLSA. Morgan Stanley upgrading PepsiCo here. And Micron ahead of its earnings this week getting an upgrade from Barclays and also from Cantor Fitzgerald. So nice look for MU heading into earnings week. New York Community Bank Corp getting a downgrade here from Raymond James, another struggle for this company in the year 2024. Nike getting a downgrade from Telsey Advisory Group ahead of its earnings this week. Terex getting downgraded by JP Morgan Chase. And last but not least, Invitation Homes getting downgraded by Evercore ISI, guys.
There you go. And you know what? I could make a smiley face on MU as well in the last couple of days if you really wanted to, as we were just talking about it. Why not? Now you're going to start seeing these everywhere because we've mentioned it. So upgrade on Micron. It dipped into 92. I like the 93 level if it could have held a little bit better, but it never broke out the 95 all day long. It just had that double top Thursday, Friday, and now we're gapping above it. But you know what we have? You've got that little round, and then you've got 98 up here for a potential breakout play. So I still like 95. It's just that last week's breakout price for me turns into like a dip support level. So no breakout for me on Micron at that level. Just look for a dip buy. 98 is setting up pretty decently for a break there. Interesting to find Snowflake. I haven't really looked at that stock in a while, but Micron's been in play for a hot minute. And don't forget, this did one heck of a reversal candle off the $100 level. But look at the clean bounce off 90. I mean, very, very clean off the $90 level, which was previous resistance, and maybe right back up. Into earnings on Wednesday. It's going to be, Wednesday's, in terms of earnings, Micron's probably one of the biggest ones that people care about this week, and then you get the Fed, which will probably be a nothing burger on Wednesday, but it's shaping up to be a good pivot point on the week, Wednesday. And of course, then we get the IPO the day after.
Yeah, we wrote down on Friday Micron. We had a great trade Micron. We were long $92 on Micron on Friday and hit that name, and it was one of the #1 names there on the sticky note, and it's back on the sticky note today. Look, up another 4%. Something's going to happen with Micron, obviously, and NVIDIA today, so the cat's out the bag there. I feel like you're going to get a big bump up for Micron, and obviously, whoever upgraded it on, I don't know if it was Goldman or Morgan or somebody that upgraded this name on Friday was pretty smart knowing that something was going to happen today with Micron and NVIDIA. So that's my prediction. We'll see an announcement today with Micron and NVIDIA.
All right, I mentioned there was some positivity in the EV space this morning. Here's another name that we haven't talked about for quite some time. Big time level coming into play here for VFS. VinFast up 1.2% this morning, trying to get back above that 510 level. This is from Sharif's favorite analyst, Dan Ives, with his spectacular quotes. I won't bore you with the actual note itself. I did read through it on the weekend, though, and there's a lot of really interesting facts. There was this note as well that came out recently, top 13 undervalued EV stocks on Yahoo Finance. A couple of points I want to throw out there as far as VinFast is concerned. Their 12-month price target, now $12. So upside potential anyways is huge. Full year 2024 expected revenue $2.9 billion, 146.7% increase year over year. 2025 projected revenue $5.6 billion. That's up 90.5%. They plan to produce 150,000 vehicles in 2024 and deliver 100,000 vehicles with expansion across global networks. I mean, gross profit projections are higher, improving gross profit margins, higher net profit forecast to the upside. There's a lot of positivity in both of these notes. The chart itself, not exactly positive, we'll say that. But as I said, sitting around a very key level here around that $5 area.
Well, I think the chart's just the EV sector in general, Brendo, as that's had a lot of trouble lately. But VinFast coming out here with a great headline overnight. They're going to be building out their own EV charging stations, looking to propel the company forward. I got to tell you, though, there is a VinFast store at Yorkdale, and I've seen this car firsthand. The VF9 is a big deal for me, Brendo. It is a high-end car. Great finishings on the inside, and I like the look. I like it a lot better than the VF8, I'll tell you that.
We saw our very own Trader TV Randy at the Canadian International Auto Show. He was really impressed by the Wild.
Okay.
The VinFast Wild. That was that pickup truck with the back that opens entirely, with a lot of really interesting features. So VinFast, guys, back to key level here.
Yeah, and I always like defer to Randy in terms of like letting me know, the specs and all that kind of good stuff. But he came back pretty impressed with it. So like that kind of had me for sure. And what's hilarious about this is we were just talking about smiley faces, right? And then I was showing this on 15-minute charts. I know Michael Loss is talking about that setup on a daily chart. But as a short-term trader, you kind of look for the same things as well. And what does it mean? Well, we just sort of explained it. you get that nice little curl, make a bottom, actually reholding the $5 level right here, and then gapping above it. So you get a smiley face like that. The next step is hold support, look for the breakout higher. In this particular case, it doesn't have a clear defined sort of breakout price. It's more along the lines of holding that key $5 level. But yeah, you've seen a few of these smiley faces around, and now VinFast as well. I was driving actually behind one the other day when we were going hiking. Nice looking vehicle, man. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, some of these names continue to get to the downside, so it's nice to see that article there, and we'll wait to hear about production targets and things like that. But yeah, nice looking vehicles. Look, I think a lot of these EV names have nice quality cars. It's about getting in them, sitting in them, trusting the company, making sure you can get the service and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, there's going to be winners in this space. We see Tesla back up today as well, so maybe VinFast joins that group. As we need to have a group for EV names, like the Elite Eight. Now that we're into March Madness,
I like that. Well, it's
something like that, like where you throw them in and you take them out, and
the Electric
Eight.
Eight. Now we
Well,
have
I'm just making stuff up here.
Now we got to come up with 8 names, though.
That's what I mean. I don't know why I made that up, but something like that.
Oh, here's a question for you. Actually, I was going to throw this one in because, look, I'm going to miss out on the IPO this week because I'm going to Florida, so I'm going to miss out on Reddit.
Yeah.
My question to you is, and I was going to listen to the podcast, and you guys were talking about the good old days of IPOs.
Yeah.
So are you going to go back to the tradition of throwing on a suit when we trade IPOs?
Throwing on a suit?
Well, I don't see.
No, I never wore a suit.
What you've never worn a suit ever? Is that what you're telling me?
Ever trading? No,
You've never worn a suit on a trading floor.
I don't think so.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Because okay, so I'm looking at
Well, what
this.
does Brendan
You guys were
say?
talking about IPOs back in the 20s and all that kind of good stuff, and now it's going to play 1920, 1921. And then here's actual footage from the NYSE trading floor.
Right.
And wait for it. And there is Sean Katina.
Yeah. Well, that's my grandfather. That's my grandfather.
Which is amazing, and I don't even know how I got on the floor. Anyways.
That was good. I didn't even see that. That was nice. I like that edit.
You were like, what the hell? Where the hell's Neil going with this?
The social media team putting in work. I actually like that one. That's good.
But you're not going to wear a suit, though.
That's a good one. I want to. Send me that picture. Who has that picture?
We need a screen cap.
Oh, it was you guys, not the social
No. These guys did it.
Oh, these guys did
All
it.
Fabian and Remain.
Damn it! Now we have to pay these guys more money. Oh man. Yeah, but that was a good one. Remember we talked about that. I was like, I didn't understand what Brandon was saying. I was like, what IPOs back in the day? But yeah, no, that was. I loved trading IPOs back when we were talking about them 2020, 2021,
Yes.
2022. It's nice to get them back going again. It's funny because if you looked at ARM actually
Sucked.
was underneath its IPO price for quite a while before just spinning up there on their earnings call. So I wonder if that's going to be the case for Reddit, where we sort of comes out, it's a nice first couple days, and then it kind of hovers around until we finally see their numbers. But
Yeah. Oh, there's another
I'm
one.
not an investor into Reddit.
Shoot, I have to look
That
it
was
up.
my grandfather on the Italian stock
That wasn't
exchange.
your grandfather. That was actually.
That was the Italian stock exchange, man, back in the day.
See, what you guys don't know.
Back in Milan.
No, we've told this story
Like
before.
Patrick
We had a
knows about
trader
that.
on our floor who had a
my-
DeLorean, and that was actually a time machine.
Right, yeah.
So we just use that to go back in time and invest in stocks.
Yeah. My grandfather and Patrick's were chilling out there back in the day. So we're back then. So all right, let's go back. Send me that picture, Fabian.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here. Shrew's going to lead us off with a look at the futures.
51.82, guys. That's where we closed out last Friday. The overnight high, 52.25. Let's say we try to defend 5,200. It's been, one day closing above 5,200, the other day closing below it. Let's see if we can use it as support to the high side. It's been that same resistance level that we've had since March 8th, 52.50.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free, as it always is. Every single day, go to tradertv.live. You'll see a pop-up. You just enter your email address, and then you get that. You get your homework done for you every single day and sent right to your inbox. Here's Alphabet this morning. Yeah, 5.3% to the upside on this Apple note today. Here's 150. Fabian.
Guys.
Fabian, thank you. Here's 150 just above us here, 5.25% trying to hold on to. That was that last high for Google. I mean, this is kind of out of nowhere, but apparently Apple talking to Alphabet. I mean, apparently they're also talking to OpenAI on the same note to incorporate these chatbots into maybe the next generation of iPhones?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's interesting here because we all anticipated Apple would be doing something with AI. They may not be doing an LLM though, so it may not be the type of AI we all expected. Recall that they did, look to Google for search, and they did make a deal with them for search. So there's precedent there. We'll have to see how this all pans out. But look, Brendo, I mean, it's interesting here. We could see something as early as June when the Worldwide Developer Conference comes out and we get that first hit of iOS 18 before it's actually released in the fall. So we could have more information soon.
Yeah, and we've heard from Apple recently that they are working on their own version of AI to some extent. I was mentioning to you off camera there. I heard an interesting argument over the weekend relating to Apple's AI, and it was essentially in the sense that instead of trying to take on all these other AI companies that are already out there doing the broad large language model approach, maybe make it more tailored to the individual. So training a model on Sharif's data or my data or Neil or Sean's data and make it more individualized. And then when you, as Sharif using your iPhone, need to get something more broader, then they direct you to maybe Google's Gemini or OpenAI or ChatGPT. So we'll see. It was an interesting conversation though, but yeah, a bit of a surprise here, guys, for Google.
I think that's the approach that makes the most sense based on this news, Brendan. So, I'm kind of hoping for the Apple stock sake that that's kind of the idea, is that we're going to specialize in something a little bit different from what everyone else is doing. So we're not going to compete in your arena. We're just going to be able to go out and pay you guys to do what you're already doing, and then we'll have our own differentiated in-house feature. Now, it doesn't really matter. Apple's money is green. If this happens, it's good for Google. So I think we can get that one out of the way. I got a lot of wicks on that chart. Let me give you the daily chart on my trade ideas here. So for Alphabet, you've already gapped through the first resistance zone. Like forget about I don't want to say forget about 145, but if we see 145 today, I've probably taken multiple longs into it. Certainly, I love that level if we get back down there. You're talking about that February high, I suppose. And then right in here was 147 on a bit of a gap. If we break 150 today, I'd be taking breakouts. But first things first, I wanted that 147 pullback. This happened after I sat down where somebody was just sitting at 148 for 15, 20 minutes, holding the bid. So if this happens at the open and it holds 148, I'm only looking long Google today. So any level like that holds, to me, is worth a long play. So I'm probably going to have to adjust to look for a potential long off 148 right at 930 if it holds that bid. And that's just because of what anybody can see that. For 15 minutes, it was just a buyer right at the 148 level.
Yeah, look, I just, for the number one idea, sticky notes out, I just put 147 as Google long. Like, I just want to see a little bit of a dip buy back into some of these levels. It's starting to break out. I mean, I think this is a great, huge, huge win for Google today. I mean, look, when you open up your iPhone and you open up the internet, Chrome opens up. It's not Safari or anything like that, and that's fine. It doesn't all need to be part of Apple's suite. And actually, I would rather them do this with a ChatGPT. I don't know if this is going to be the headwind for Google or not, because Apple could get it done with somebody else. But whoever's in there, I think it's a win for both these names. I guess we'll talk about Apple too. But anyways, I really like Google for the long. If it comes into 146, I think that's a fantastic one. So we'll just wait. The NASDAQ's a little bit heated up, but 147 is a no-brainer for me. And because we're going to talk about Apple, I think this is a huge win for them. I wrote down 172 long. I feel like we're not going to get that either, but maybe down in here into 173. I like the story here. I like tech today, and these are the two biggest names that are moving around outside of the chip names. So I'm going to stay with Apple long and Google long. I like the story, and I think it works for both companies. So yeah, good win for both of them. Like Neil mentioned, I'm already huge into both these names, but recently, my most recent buy of any name was Apple, down there at 169 flat that one day. So good little move upside here. I think it works. It's just a matter of, what do you think the market's going? You're back up now to 8, and I think we're gonna get a market update from Sharif. Have we had that yet? But right here, NASDAQ trying to break above this 18.3. So if we do that, remember 2 days ago we said if we trade under 18.3, we wanted to be short. We nailed some of those calls. We'll see about it again. If we can hold 18.3, then stay long. That's what we want to do to retest NASDAQ highs. So again, it seems like there's good news. I can't find a bad story for any NASDAQ names. Do you guys have one?
No. All right, let's go on. NVIDIA, to the upside we go once again this morning, 2.7% up. Yep, 80% down here, 79 in the past month. So the move continues here, to say the least, ahead of this AI conference coming up later on today.
Yeah, we're widely expected to get some sort of upgrade, not a replacement per se, to the coveted H100. It's being termed as the B100 GPU, and it's supposed to have several upgrades to their flagship product. Also, on top of that, we're going to get anticipated upgrades to CUDA, which is their software that goes with the GPUs that helps network everything together. So lots of unanswered stuff. Can't wait to hear the keynote from Jensen today at 4.
Yeah, back above 900 here. Just go long, right, guys?
I mean, you haven't been wrong going long on NVIDIA. Let's be real for a second.
Wow.
I mean, like you pick your spots. I'm talking in the long term.
Yeah.
Recently, if you look at what's been going on up at this top, like the biggest move, I mean, the two biggest candles are in opposite directions, but the biggest move was that sort of fade back through 950. All that said, the setup that's been working for me on NVIDIA has been looking for triple top breakout plays early on in the day.
Ooh la la.
Wow, Randy, thank you. Appreciate it.
Wow, thank you, Randy.
Look at that. We were actually just.
Oh, no. No. I got to turn this guy around.
It's not just the
said
coffee.
I can't think of a bear.
Also, these little mini.
I didn't see the mini
cinnamon
rolls.
Because it's not a
cinnamon.
What do you even call that?
Bites.
Cinnamon bite.
Bites.
There
We'll
you
have
go.
to have some Cinnabites.
I like it. We're going back to. Oh yeah, why the heck would they
Fisker might
still
be finished now, by the way.
I was going to buy it for $10.
for $10?
The stock?
Buy the whole company.
Oh, buy the
You
whole
buy the
company
company?
for $10.
Hey Fisker, if
Little
you
hard.
guys are listening and you're looking for some funding, apparently you might have an interested buyer. His name
is this, TikTok?
Trader TV Randy. There you go.
His bid was $10 for the whole thing. That might be a lot. Did you have to take on the debt?
If
there?
he's the only bid, well, I mean,
What browser do I use? Come on, man.
oh, we're
Question
doing
is
this.
that. It's a monopolistic thing over here.
Let's
What
go.
browser do you use? I mean, I've
That's
already
easy.
selected here. I like Chrome. I don't use anything else, not even close. But some people are hitting up Safari. Ooh, what happened there? Safari.
Where's DuckDuckGo? Come on, son.
Yeah, where's, no, there's another one that my kid was using. I can't remember what it was. Okay, he knows what that was. All right, what else are you talking about there? Oh, NVIDIA.
It was a video. Oh, wait, yeah, we weren't finished the thought. So if it's every time it's set up a good break, it's been good. But I want that set up putting in a high after the open. So there was one at 875. It did another one here at 885 for the opening range. It didn't really do so on Thursday, but if you saw on, I think it was Wednesday, sort of the same thing. Like it sets up one of these like 1, 2, then boom, there's your breakout. And that was a 900 break late in the day. So right now it's set up for that at 905. It just hasn't shown me that level off of the open. So if it does, I'll be looking for that little, show me a double or triple top in the higher lows that's distinct on NVIDIA, and I'll take a breakout trade. They were essentially 3 for 3, whether it was shorts or longs off levels like that. So I just wait patiently for something along those lines on NVIDIA for myself.
Yeah, so I was sort of saying that about when
Things like that go.
is kind of along all the time. I do agree with that. But the one thing I wanted to say is, and I heard it on the radio this morning on the way in, is that they've been read, and it's true here. They've been read 4 of the last 5 days, not including today. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 5 of the last 6 days, excluding one big move up here, which was a monster, 860 back up to 920 there. So, anyways. Had a bite of those cinnamon rolls there. They're hard to resist. But yeah, I was trying to give Neil a chance to eat his here. 905 break looking good on NVIDIA. I'm going to stay away from NVIDIA, honestly. Like, I want to just wait to see some of that movement get going. Like, I don't mean stay away from it. Like, I think if you're going to go long, you want to just pop this 905 immediately off the open. So I feel like that is a very, very safe play, because if you take 905 off the open, you could just use VWAP, which at that point will be 902, 903 as your entry and exit point. So you're in at 905, you can get out on VWAP there at 902, 903, or you can wait for a VWAP retracement play, but right now we're there. So for me on NVIDIA, I think it's more of a wait and see. We already talked about Micron. I know it's at the bottom there. I like that play better for chips because there seems to be a catalyst there where we know the direction. The only problem with NVIDIA's direction is that their new chip's gonna come out that's supposed to be an improvement. People are gonna wait for the price on that. What was it, 4 o'clock, Sharif, you said? Sure. Yeah, so you know, we're not gonna hear too much information unless something is leaked about the pricing and all that. So I'm looking to see maybe AMD kind of hovers around. I mean, I like some of these levels down here for AMD, 192, 193-ish areas, so that could be something that's bought up. And then we will talk about Micron in a couple minutes, but I just feel like they have a good catalyst underneath them today with a bunch of upgrades. And like I was saying, I just feel that something with the memory of these new chips, something about Micron and NVIDIA just smells like something's going on there. So we'll wait. I think Micron's going to be the long.
Just reading another note on Boeing here. It didn't really move on this, but apparently there's a FAA directive now on a wing de-icing valve potential issue. So it's already down anyways on more negative headlines this morning, but just be aware if you are looking at Boeing. Let's talk about Tesla. Model Y getting a uptick in price over in Europe once again to the tune of about 2,000. I didn't even check. Was it euro or USD?
They're both, Brendo. Increases in North America and in Europe. So the Model Y is going to cost you $1,000 more starting April 1st. That's for cars in America. With respect to Europe, it's going to be 2,000 euros for the Model Y. That'll come into effect March 22nd, so a little bit earlier than the price increases for North America. But this is the first time, I think, in a while they've increased prices, and that's usually kind of a reflective of demand.
Yeah.
So maybe kind of good here. I don't know.
Goldman with a note on Tesla this morning as well, actually cutting their price targets. So even with these increases this morning, nice gap anyways, pretty red to say the least last week.
I don't have any of those problems.
It's true, but double bottom off 160-ish, like 160 and a half is the double bottom, and now a gap up on Tesla, possibly breaking that key 172 to the upside. Dare we say upside with Tesla?
Like
support to resistance to breakout. That looks pretty interesting to me. If it fills in the gap, the problem with that is like 165. It is. Like you're talking about such a $5 dip down so you get to that resistance to support. So I feel as if I'm long Tesla today, it's going to have to be taking out some tops here, or maybe just like look at some pre-market lows. But up 4% after a double bottom. I'm looking for a long on Tesla today. I just don't love what I see in terms of obvious levels. So unless you're breaking out 72, I don't want to wait around for 165. I'll have to look at the trend and try to take the stairs to the upside, which is fine. Like when a stock is trending up, you can find ways to get in. Just going back to the last time when it bounced off 172 in the pre-market, there were higher lows, 73.5, and then again 76. Like there is ways to get into the long, but it'll probably be one of those days if it doesn't take out the 172 early.
Well, Tesla's hiking right now, the prices, but Apple's price is hiking right now, breaking through 175 and starting to go. Like Apple's starting to get off right now. We should have said we were looking for Apple short, and then maybe it would have came in, and then we could have gone like psych and then bought it right back up. But there goes Apple. There goes the market. So, all right. Look, forget about kind of like a little bit of Michael Noss action here. Forget about Tesla's story behind, why we're going to the upside. It's just nice to finally be going back up to the upside. It's been 3 straight days to the downside there. I wonder about getting above right here, this 170. I mean, we have a little bit of ways to go, but this 174, 175 area on the daily chart looking pretty good for me on Tesla. So if we can get to that, that's good. That's good to go. Like, I wonder about a break. See, this is just a 20-minute chart here. So if we're going to play dips, I mean, how obvious of a level is 164, but that's $5 down. We could see that. I would love to get a 164 long today in Tesla. I mean, down. If we can get down to that level, I think we're already up. It's probably not going to dip that far. Maybe 166 into rate there could be something. I'm going to try to be patient and wait for that 164 just to make sure the story is confirmed with the market liking what's happening right now. But I like it. There's the 200 period. And like I said, if we can break a little bit higher on Tesla and get all this out of here, then it's good to go, man. I like it. I mean, I know we had that little piece on VinFast there, and we've talked about Fisker a little bit, but Tesla's going to win all the time. And I like the name, and I like a dip buy into this 166 area, 164 if we're really lucky.
A nice gap around Andy's here. We were just talking about Porsche Taycan. Speaking of EVs, XPeng going to come through with a cheap, we'll see, cheap. Version of a electric vehicle. I mean, they're saying 14 to 21,000 US. That's crazy cheap if they can actually make that happen, and then we'll see if we can get it outside of the Chinese market.
Yeah, I'm having trouble believing this number. This is lower than what the Model 2 was before the inflation and the price increase that we were going to probably get on that car. But yeah, XPeng up nicely here, high single digits. And then, look, guys, look at Li Auto down aggressively on that news. So keep your eye on those two. But as Brendo mentioned, the price range here is supposed to be between 100,000 to 150,000 yuan, which is $14,000 to $21,000. It said it will probably release this by mid-2025, early 2026, so we'll have to see how they do.
I'm just noticing Li Auto, you were mentioning downside in a pretty big way here. If you go to the monthly time frame down here, it's still 23.5% in a month here for Li. Flip back over to XPeng, only up 4% in a month. So Li Auto still has a little bit of a lead in that sense.
Yep.
A little bit of a lead. That's a pretty big lead. Although today, a very different story, as you've already mentioned. So look, XPeng's volume is actually pretty decent today. It's done absolutely nothing in the pre-market, however. So you're just getting a bit of a consolidation. $10, we like close prices for significance, and this thing closed. It was on Wednesday, I think it was like a $10 close and then a huge gap away from it. I think you can look at the $10 level, was some support in there. If it can hold 10, then the old patented, hey, we're gapping up on good news on a Chinese stock, and then we're just going to start to fill in the gap. If that's what it does, which is usually the case, I think the $10 level looks like a dip. And when was the last time we gapped above here? We dipped and fell into $10.10 before bouncing, and that's right at the open. So we've seen this story before. I'm not going to get caught buying tops on a big gap up on a Chinese EV name. It doesn't matter what I shouldn't say it doesn't matter what the catalyst is, because I'm sure you could come up with something, in which case I would buy on a gap up, but not in this case. We've seen it happen way too many times, where you gap up, and then the first move at 930 is back into the downside. It's not as much volume as you would expect, but it's XPeng, not NIO in this case.
Yeah, I didn't even look at really any of the Chinese EV names today. I haven't looked at them in a while. The one name that I do like, though, is Alibaba, but again, not on a day like today, because you're down, basically going to be red once we open up, I would imagine here, especially if this market pulls back anymore. So not a great name to look at for the long, but I'm only bringing it to everyone's attention here because I do think 70 seems like a very good base, and you're breaking below the 50-period moving average. So if Alibaba, I don't think we get here today, but like if the market really starts to come in, I feel like I'll buy Google and I'll buy Apple and I'll buy. Are they doing a smoke fire alarm test?
It's an annual. It's an annual.
Okay, well that should be fun. But down into there, $70, $71 for Alibaba in case we get there. If you don't, if you've had enough of dip buying, maybe some of the big tech names, I feel like Alibaba is going to get beat up. They have that investigation by the EU into some of the products they're selling. So they were really rocking, like how many days in a row? This was a really nice move back up to the upside, was just about to break through 78, then all of a sudden, they have this investigation. So, some of these agencies need to get paid, and they often do look into things that don't actually exist. So we'll wait to see what happens here. I see dead people, and I see Alibaba down here near $70.
Let's go on to Micron. Not one, but two positive notes here from analysts for MU, up 4%. Remember, NVDA, 5 and change here, trying to take out highs. In fact, right now, both Cantor, Fitzgerald, and Barclays with positive notes on MU this morning, maintaining overweight.
Yeah, and they're both with the same price target, 120 bucks for both Barclays and Cantor Fitzgerald. And then Rosenblatt wanted to get on the action too, Brendo, here, and wanted to outdo the other two with a $140 price target. This is all in anticipation of what could be announced at the NVIDIA GTC conference.
Not a lot of volume across the board here outside of NVIDIA this morning. I mean, you can see at the bottom, decent participation so far, but NVIDIA seems to have the spotlight this morning, guys.
It does, but you can't sleep on 4% for Micron at all. So, I like the fact that you're now breaking back out toward the $100 level. We kind of went over this one already, but you dipped underneath 100, 90 held like an absolute charm here. That was a previous level. And then you got this nice little smiley face into what I thought would be a 95 breakout, but instead it's a gap above the 95 level. I'll buy dips into 95. As long as it wants to show me that previous resistance to support, then I'm going to buy dips into 95. A 98 breakout looks like it can be in play as well. I don't wonder if NVIDIA is going to already be through 05 if we're looking at something like that. Oh, and we forgot to mention Intel. I mean, Intel, it's not some kind of a smiley face, but that's a pretty defined bottom for 2 days in a row here on Intel. Let me zoom it in for you. 43.20. 3 days if you include today, this morning, and then it's got a bit of a double bottom. But this is an opportunity for a breakout. The only difference with Intel is A, it's weak. B, the only catalyst I'm aware of is there's a company that they're backing that is IPOing this week that is raising the IPO price and the amount of shares they're selling. It's like Astera Labs, ALAB. I don't know. I think it's Wednesday, but don't quote me on that. But Intel getting a bit of a bump because they're raising the amount, the price that they're going to take on the IPO, and also the amount of shares that they're going to issue. So obviously getting a little bit more money out of them. That's probably why Intel is, and then some of the market is just sympathy. But if it cannot punch through this 43.25, more failing this at the open, it's resistance until it's not over there for Intel.
Look, I have Micron written down here as a second idea. We had this on Friday. I think it was our second or our third idea, but they're all really the same. If we're listing them on here, we're going to try to take them. So we had it last week, 92 bucks on Friday. It did dip down in. You could read it right here. It dipped down in on Friday. We'll wait to see. I feel like there's something brewing here with Micron and with NVIDIA, but that could be wrong, and then it's a sell the news event. So let's be careful. But, with this conference happening, apparently Jensen's speaking at 1 p.m., not 4 p.m. So we'll pay attention to that, but we'll get Sharif to double check that, or Adair or somebody. But right now, Micron going to be all the talk, I feel like. Nice bump up. We'll wait for $96 to come in again there on Micron. So that's where I'm bidding right now. Let's see if we get a dip buy on MU to start the morning. And then just looking here at the imbalance locator, because we did this on Friday. We had a big rebalance day, which turned out to be a nothing burger, as we like to say around here. But there's Google with a sell, so that's pretty interesting right there. We've seen, we look at Google, but it'll be the same kind of action on both. So that's a sell there. Fisker's with a nice little buy. We're still waiting to see if 15 cents can hold on that one. We're not in it yet. And then Apple's with a sell as well. So a couple sell events here to start the morning in the NASDAQ, but really nothing else. Palantir's getting down to that 2350 level that we keep talking about. So this could be something, but again, pretty bad action on Palantir off of 52-week highs of 27.50. So here's that $23 area or so on Palantir. The very bottom is 22.80. We'll see if we can get a bid down there. Yeah. I mean, that'd be great. Something down there, 23 bucks for Palantir. So we'll put a bid there and hope our, sort of close our eyes and cross our fingers, and maybe Palantir gets that low for a day trade.
Weird. That's NVIDIA's website right now, guys. Down here, 1 to 3 PDT, which is Pacific Daylight Savings Time, I guess, which is 3 hours ahead. So 1 p.m. Pacific would be 4 here.
Oh, yeah. So that's, it's going to be 4 p.m., guys, 1 p.m. Pacific. So just make sure to keep your eyes on that. And also, join Adara and I today on How to Trade at 11. We're going to be talking about pullback trading all week. Today, we'll start off with the basics of a pullback trade today at 11.
Got to be pulling back from somewhere. So you like those trades on an upward trending stock. So the trend is your friend, and buying dips or playing a pullback, I think, is a valuable topic. Speaking of pullbacks, we didn't really look at a chart of BTC, or if we did look at an intraday one, I must have missed it. But IBIT still has that same support. Okay, 38 on Friday, 37.5. If you go early in the, late 2 weeks ago. So I think that's an area, if we dip down, do one of those crazy wick bottoms, that's the setup I was looking for that never materialized on Friday. It didn't do any of those big dumps, but if it does one of those big candle dumps, I'm looking for a reversal specifically at that 37.5 zone. Rivian apparently is making a bit of a move there and going right into the open. Not that big, but a shout out in the chat to those mentioning Rivian making a bit of a move. About 20-cent drop there on Rivian. That was looking a little bit healthy this morning. $11 level looking key on Rivian. If it gets back up to 1240. I mean, I like that level for a short I have for a while, but I seriously doubt that Rivian's going to get up there. On watch today, I think, are Tesla, Fisker in the EV space. Maybe a little bit of XPeng as well. It should be a Google story or an Alphabet story today. We'll look at the 148 at the open because that's where the iceberg was, but I like the 147 dip by just a little bit better when you go out into that daily chart. It's Monday. It's Fed week. It's Reddit IPO week. Apparently March Madness bracket is out there. I haven't even mentioned that once. And let's get that countdown on for this Monday morning. Adair is on the bell in her North Carolina blue in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it.
All right.
She's got it.
Yeah, she's got it going on there. Yeah, I haven't looked at the bracket myself yet
yet
either. Here goes Google. It's just dancing around right now off the open. Pretty violent open here, as we can all see. Just dipping it into VWAP again, 148.20 or so down there for Google. All right, NVIDIA 900 and still dancing around. Here comes Micron for a pullback into 96.
I just got, quick in and out on Intel there, so I'm going to get my order set up for NVIDIA as well because that 905 is definitely setting up.
Here.
Intel, look at that move. Took the short into that high. It broke the high. We're out right away on that. NVIDIA's at 903.50, so 904 coming into play. Looks like we're going to get 905 pretty darn quick here.
All right.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
So we're already in Google. We did take
Whoa.
What's happening? What's
Didn't even come went to 909 instantly.
Oh, NVIDIA. Okay. I was looking at Micron. We're long Micron. We're long right now. I mean, we've got the good trade on hopefully here with Google. Google taking out the bottom as well, but then coming right back. So we'll watch out for that Micron going to the top side. I'm not even on NVIDIA. I got to go over there.
It went all the way to...
Okay, here comes Micron right back, downside, upside. Everything's just jumping around right now. The NASDAQ.
NVIDIA is insane.
Okay, then go over to
I just
NVIDIA.
got dipped by 906 on the way back. It's at 911.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to 915 today.
Good. Okay, good. Because we're long Micron here, and we're long also on Google. Good trade there on NVIDIA.
How did I miss that breakout?
I don't know. How did you miss it, man? Okay, so nice move up there into 88 for Micron, falling right back down in here. Look at Google right now, 70-cent winner as we're starting to go nuts here on Google. Nice play back to the upside here for Google. Now almost $1 as it's trying to break through 150, and there it goes right there. So starting to go. NVIDIA starting to go.
I'm out. That was $8 right quick. That said, it should have been 9, everybody. That 905 break, that's that triple top in there. Take the money and run. That's insane. Like I'm telling you, that 905, we were just talking about breakout trades and spreads and all that good stuff. But sometimes you've just got to take it a little bit with a wider entry point. That's what should have happened there. Google making a nice run.
Let's go, Google.
Already a good morning. I love you, NVIDIA. The breakouts on this have been pretty clean.
Yeah. All good, man. Big time movements happening right now. Okay, so Micron still trying to go to the upside. We're out of half of Google right now as that's starting to go. Fisker's down here doing nothing. We'll wait for Fisker to do something. But it's Micron that's not really going. So we suffered through this on Friday. Let's see if Micron wants to get back up to the upside. We're just long here at 96.
Tesla's tanking.
And here goes Google right now. So bang, there it goes, man. Nice move upside for Google as that's going to go up and away. Be a big stock here today for us. Google starting to make, there it is. There's the dollar club right there for Google. Let's go on GOOGLE. Now we just need Micron to start going upside here and everything will be all well again.
Yeah, Micron's getting close at 95. This is what I wanted to get on a dip. It got to 95.5, so it's in the target zone for me to jump into it. And I didn't jinx anything. NVIDIA got to 915, and I got out in front of it. So, and again, the market doesn't give a darn what I say or a level that I put out there. But 915 did come into play, and it did tag it with a bit of a break. I think the next step would be, where's the higher low that can be held? AMD, not doing NVIDIA things. That's actually headed to the downside. Oddly enough, that and Micron weak into an NVIDIA kind of day. But 95 is the level I want, so we'll be patient with it. Apple is only going to the upside. You're up 2% now, breaking the 176 level. Oh yeah, there was, almost forgot about Palantir. You mentioned Palantir. Palantir does not dip to that 23. I have 2340 marked off because that was a low on Friday, but distinction without a difference at 2350. So let's be a little bit patient as that's also coming back in.
All right, yeah, we're still watching out for Google right now to see what that can do. We're waiting for Micron. We're going to be more patient with Micron here, as we saw this happen before. The dip buy opportunities come through for Micron, so we're going to wait for $95 as well. Apple continues to be super strong today. We talked about why this was a good story for Apple today and a good story for Google, both of them. There goes Google, by the way, guys. We are really on one right now for Google. This is going to be P&L number one. Go. We'll face slap a little bit here for Google, up through 151. And man, did we nail that one. We talked about buying this on breaks. We talked about buying the 150 break as well. Nice upside move for Google. We just take that out there for $1.50, and it's screaming to the upside right now. Goes Google. So far, so good here today. We just got to wait for Micron. It's just Micron for me right now. We'll wait for that because we've nailed Google right here. Big time movement up there for GOOGLE. What's up, Adara?
EHang, EH is the ticker. This one trying to run for the second day in a row, currently up almost 23%. They were running on Friday after earnings. This morning, they're trading higher after reportedly beginning to sell one of its flying taxis on Taobao. So a nice look for EH. Be aware, about 11% short float on this name, guys.
We know them. Good look for them. Let's see what happens there. Look, obviously, you're getting a big run up in some chips. I just got into Micron for the first time. It bounced to 95.20. IC, which is above 95 last I checked, at least by my math it is. So let's see how far this one can bounce. Doesn't matter where VWAP is or anything, but the first out for me is in front of the 96 even level. Get some at that 1-to-1 spot, and then see how far we can go from there. Google is now gonzo. You're not getting a dip buy in this. If we were going to get 47s or 48s, it would have happened already. The 150 on a pullback is the next place I'm going to go. I already mentioned Palantir, but I did want to go to this name, and that's Coin. Didn't really talk too much about it, but it's got a double top, both yesterday and then the day before, so Friday, and then on Thursday as well. 244 on Coinbase, once, twice. Tried to go thrice today and actually already pulling back $3. So watch out for the 244 on Coinbase.
Yeah, okay. We're still in this kind of the same names here. Let's go over and find out what's happening with Palantir as I look over at our sticky note and figure that out. So I'm going to be buying some more Micron down here in and around 95, but kind of squashing all the Google profits there. All right, so yeah, okay, not much happening there with Palantir. We were hoping for a little bit more of a dip. Buy opportunity right there. The other name that we wanted to look at earlier because there was some news around it was the price hike from Tesla. That's coming in as well, down into that 167. What level did we talk about that we liked? Wasn't it down here into 164? So let's see if that can fall back in just a little bit more as well right now. So, all right, Google, we got out. We only have 20% left of Google. As I told you, this is going to be the biggest stock here so far for me. 150, 150. Nice move up that $2 as we wait for Micron to settle down. And then honestly, it's just that last play right there. And we'll look for get into something else. What is Microsoft doing? Because Apple's the one that's getting all the shine today. Microsoft still upside, but only up 0.2. As you can see, today it's the Google, the Apple news, and then I guess we'll have to look back over at NVIDIA as well. But right now, some of these names starting to really lag a little bit.
There.
NVIDIA went
Tagged 920.
What?
$920. By the way, Tesla is only up
Micron
2% now. You're still tanking on Tesla here. This is getting nasty. I was saying, oh, you're not going to get a dip into 165 today, but that's the previous resistance level. So we are now $2 away. I suppose I got to look at a potential dip buy there. But it's Micron, which is defying, not logic, but sort of defying things. We're going to get a dip already into that 95, its previous resistance level as well. Oh, yeah, Robinhood. This is going to break out pretty close. Remember we're talking about the smiley face? I almost said roundy face again. Smiley face in hood into a triple top, going back Thursday, Friday, and then today, 1840. It takes out an 1840 top, and I'm into it for sure on a break. AMD's almost at $190. What is going on in chip land today? Is NVIDIA the only chip name going up today? Is that what's happening? Okay, apparently so. So here comes 190. If I wasn't in Micron dip buy, I probably would take a shot at this, but no need to double down. I'm going to be getting the dip here into Google because I didn't take the breakout. So 150 on a dip buy on Alphabet. And the second I'm like ready to put bids in, it went from 30 to 70 like that. That's a really bad snap. Left is better than
That's
right.
better. All right, so again, the missed opportunity today is going to be Apple because we had really liked this long. We had talked about how this was a win for them, trying to get talk now with Gemini, trying to get talk with ChatGPT, trying to get something in their system. Nice win for Apple today, and you could really see what's been happening to the stock, just straight upside. And I'm talking my book because of course we own Apple, but we always have. Nice upside move there. We recently bought at 169, and that's been working out so far so good here on AAPL as it's trying to go one more time right now. Micron's doing the low dance right now. Google, we got some piece out at 151, but again, this has really been our best trade. Buying that breakout of the 149.40 right off the jump. We just got to wait for Micron, and then I still can't believe that you said NVIDIA was that high, but 920. Nice move to the upside right here for NVIDIA. At some point, it's going to be a fade, but
We were just here.
it's already, yeah, exactly. It's no big deal here. We'll see what happens with NVIDIA, up 4%, 5%, and probably going higher. What's up, Adara?
Pinduoduo PDD has been really strong the last few days, continuing now up about 5% right now in early trading on Monday. Worth noting as well, we do have earnings for this name coming up Wednesday before market open. And we also did get a slightly warmer than expected retail sales number coming out of China. So some retail strength could be pushing PDD to the upside, guys.
Yeah.
So
It's its birthday
That's
today.
why I love this community, because SMCI is up more than NVIDIA today. So it went down when you were expecting it, and then when we were expecting because it gets added to the S&P 500, and then this morning it absolutely rips faces off in light of the fact afterwards, Micron didn't break 95, did it?
I'm not bidding down there, but it's
No.
there right now.
Okay. Well, if it breaks 95 now, then I probably saved money by having a bad stop there. But that's only if I don't do what I'm doing, which is getting back in. It did not break 95. It broke a local bottom, and I just put the stop in the wrong place. So
Okay.
we'll see. I'll get in a second time, but really all that's happened is I might have saved myself 15 cents if it goes up from here. But it's been a dog at this particular point. Alphabet's now back to 150 and a half. So I'm going to get back over to there because, yeah, I'm not getting filled. I'm just sitting underneath 50. I'm going to wet the beak on the other side of 150 and a half this time.
Yeah, I'll probably be buying again in and around the 150 area. We've done really well on this stock, so I'm going to wait for in and around 150, back kind of where near view up is, but I don't think we're going to get down that low on Google, but we'll wait to see if that does happen. We're still waiting for Micron. Again, we sort of suffered through this on Friday. If you guys remember, we did have some nice dip buy opportunities in Micron Friday early. It didn't start rallying, well, until about now. But we'll wait to see. That's quarter after. That's right now, 9:40. So that's where we had this sort of dump off and then rip right back up. The problem with today is that the market's really hot today, and this is not. So they're really, if you look at Friday, we at least had some back and forth where there was some trying to make up our mind. Today on Micron, there's no making up the mind at all, as it's coming right back in straight to the downside. So watch out here as Micron's trying to get lower. And it looks like it's accomplishing what it wants to do and go lower. We just should have stuck with, well, whatever. Micron and Google are the same idea. We wanted the longs for similar reasons. I mean, Micron had some upgrades with some good catalysts today, we thought, and Google has, in my opinion, the best. And again, yes, I'm a pretty good shareholder in this company. So really happy with the way that's moving around. And with Apple today, it's been a very, very good day for the big, large cap NASDAQ names, including those two. Of course, the big.
Well, there's others too.
There is, but Microsoft is up. They're all up, obviously. It's 1.5% day, so monster day today. Square breaking back above 80 right now, starting to go. So that's going to be a nice little take here if we can hold in and around that 80 level. So where it came from today, 79.80, held 80. Now trying to go back up to the upside. But again, if you're looking for weakness, maybe it's these fintech names and EVs. We'll have to look at Tesla, actually.
Tesla's getting...
Is Rivian doing anything? Because Rivian 12...
Look, Tesla's up 2%, but like it's not a lie, but that's not the truth in terms of what's happening to this stock. So like this is getting pretty... I'm not saying it's nasty, but it's already dropped $3, and as the market gets to the highs, this is right back at the lows. Rivian's on the lows as well. Apple's starting to dip. I did not pick up Google. I'm out of Micron. So if I had just said, hey, we had a bad stop in there and not gotten back in, all I did is save myself 15 cents. But then I got right back in the trade anyway. So Micron not holding on to the bottom. It's a falling knife right now, and I've stood in front of it twice. Maybe let's see it have some strength. This is the right area. It's just a matter of showing strength first and then looking to get into it after. Let's be real. It closed at 93.25, so there is still some room for the stock. Apple, if you're looking to buy dips in this, I mean, it's just straight to the upside. Look at some actual strength. Basically everything else that I'm seeing in the Mag 7 is looking pretty good except for Tesla. And most of the chip names outside SMCI and NVIDIA are doing basically nothing unless they're falling. I don't like AMD at these levels. NVIDIA's not giving me an appealing dip buy price. So we'll be really, really patient here. Don't want to throw the NVIDIA money away. I already took an L on that Micron a couple of times. Let's go back to the desk with Adara.
Really nice look here right off the open for New Scale. SMR is the ticker for this one. Really strong volume. They had earnings last week. They did miss pretty much across the board, but they've just received a price target increase, almost double here from Canaccord Genuity, $4.25 to $8. There's also some talk coming out of Romania from an ambassador that this small modular nuclear reactor project is supposedly going to be getting some funding from the U.S. So in the same space as this name, nice look across the board here for SMR.
All right. I'm now in that right area here for Tesla. So let's just see, because we were talking about 164 coming into play here for Tesla. This name's really coming in as well as Micron. But Micron, by the way, is battling itself back upside. We did not get that very bottom long there, which we should have gotten. We'll take out 10% now and see if it goes back up to the upside. Come on, Micron. You can definitely do it. You know what's happening right now. Doing right now. Nice $2 club now for Google as it's starting to get back up to the upside. So let's effing go right now. That is your number one sticky note name right there. It is Google. It's going to be P&L number one here today. So we'll props it up for everybody following out on the Google trade as it's really starting to go right now. So congrats anybody that rode with me there. Google looks like it's going to be a great long into the end of the day here. Again, I really like the story there, as I think a lot of us do. Nice upside move because Gemini's been so beat up, man, that it's nice to see a little bit of good news coming from that side of things. So there goes Google, wicked move upside. As we talked about, bouncing off the 50 period or the 200 period moving average, that's Micron, was Google. But I'm looking at Micron now. If we can get back up to the upside, we're just long here at 85. This is quite the turnaround here for MU. Let's go Micron. Maybe there's news on Micron, or I don't know, but it's really starting to get going back up to the upside right now with Micron.
Yeah, it's bouncing a little bit here. I'm back in front of that 95, but guess what? Guess what just made its bottom in front of 23.5? Doesn't get to 23.40. It's going to be Palantir. Wanted to see it bounce above yesterday's close. 23.4 specifically is a triple bottom. So I'm in here at 58. If it gets to VWAP, that's the 70s. You're now looking at 924 on NVIDIA. Hey, look at that. All of a sudden, my last sell is no longer good in my personal account on NVIDIA because we're right back above 920. Did not see VWAP in there, but it is still churning to the upside. Palantir's a new one for me, and we're going to get back on the bid of Micron. As Tesla is still falling, 165 was where I was going to start looking at the long for Tesla. We're just here a heck of a lot faster than I would have anticipated. Tesla getting absolutely shellacked, and if you think it's bad there, it's actually worse for Rivian. Rivian has already dropped to 1075. 1050 was Thursday's huge wipeout bottom over there. So that's worth a watch. Are we getting a 925 break on NVIDIA before 10 o'clock? That seems insane. Yet here we are.
I sure as hell hope so, man. We are now 250 in the money right now as we'll go bullish with Google. And then we'll just wait, man. We just got to wait on Micron. Micron doesn't look like it wants to go. We just got out at 50. They're at 40. We got some out at 35 and some out at 40. So like I said, I mean, you're going to give some back with the Micron trade, obviously, as opposed to this Google one. But yeah, look at Apple, man. Apple just continues to go. Huge move up for Apple. I might just I might just sell some of this, man. I actually bought this in my swing trade account down there at 169 because I'm already loaded up, obviously, in the longer term account with Apple. But this is a nice move up, starting to get going now. I mean, maybe we're just in the early stages here of a huge bull run back for Apple, back up to some of these levels that we talked about. And then someone from Morgan or somebody will come and have a BS story, bring it down, and then we can buy it again at 185. But let's get to 185 first. But there's 170. It's a nice break, and it's a huge green up candle right now for Apple. Micron, there's, like I said, it looked like there was some kind of news there, but the volume didn't really pick up, just the price action did. So we got out of a quarter of our Micron on the upside, but definitely a negative story here today for me on MU. Google pulling back as well. So here we go, man. This is a good dip buy opportunity. Maybe back to VWAP. Still though, 150 looking like it's VWAP. So what's up, Adara?
You're not seeing anything new on Micron beyond those two price target increases that we had this morning from Barclays and Cantor Fitzgerald. However, we do have another name making some moves here. This is a small cap name, Canoe. GOEV is the ticker. This one up about 50% after getting having its Oklahoma City manufacturing facility approved as a foreign trade zone, which basically allows it to eliminate customs duties for overseas customers. Nice look here for Canoe, 12% short float, guys.
Canoe.
Worth a look. GoEV on our watch list. Also on our watch list, I believe so, was Boeing. And I'll kick myself. Actually, no, that's not true. No, I'm not kicking myself for missing the flat bottom breakout on Alibaba because NVIDIA happened right away. And you're only taking one breakout at 9:30. So I took NVIDIA. I think it's better, but 180 to the downside on Boeing. Boeing is now down 2.5% and headed towards this level very quickly, 175. That is the October low, and it's $1 and change away on Boeing. That's a pretty big, significant historical, not historical, but you know what I mean, on the daily chart. So if it gets there, maybe look for a bounce. There was just a bounce, not VWAP, but 150.5. I was looking for VWAP the first time, couldn't get any fills underneath 50, took 60s. It just bounced back into 151. Want to scalp inside of the range. If the stairs are going up, we will gladly take them. What is all of a sudden not looking as strong as it was at the open is Intel. So it took out that top. That's where my stop was. And I thought we were going breaking out because of what happened in NVIDIA. Not the case. So now you're back underneath 43 quarters, and you could break down 43. I'm going to be looking shorts again in this area, giving it to the high. But I got to be patient. Want to make sure we get the prices that we want, which is up in the 20s here, if the stop is going to be at the high of the day. So got to be very particular there. Palantir is slowly bouncing, but not that rapidly yet. So we're close to VWAP. We're halfway to VWAP. I should get something out in the 60s. Local bottom is 23.53. We're long at 58. Just looking for a play back into VWAP here for Palantir. And NVIDIA is chilling out. It didn't want to break 925 until after 10 o'clock is my guess. It just wants to hang out for a little bit, pink some higher lows, go for a cup of tea, and then break 925 later is my guess.
All right, ACB, Aurora Cannabis right now starting to pop up as well as we get some of the cannabis names starting to dance a little bit here, up 20%. Obviously, we can check out all these marijuana names. We're going to ask these with Michael Noss when he comes out later on tonight, but there goes Tilray again and ACB. Both these names up. No, ACB's up 17. Tilray's only up 7. So here we go, man, on some talk. Obviously, we talked about this now with marijuana, trying to figure out what schedule it belongs in, so on and so forth. But I think the best trading, look, Tilray and ACB might be the best for what we're trying to do here as day traders, but I like MSOS. Just buy all the names, and we're going to get a little bit of an in-depth view there tonight with Michael when that comes through. Mara, let's have a look at that because right now crypto is heading to the south side a little bit with 67.5 coming into play. Mara back down to 18.4 and actually down 5%. Not a great day today for the miners, I guess. I'm just going to say Mara right now. I'll look at Riot later. But right there, 17.4 right now. A good little dip buy opportunity, but you got to get back into there. So right now, Mara pulling back on that news. Not news, but on the movement down in Bitcoin, unless there is news. I don't know. IBIT, we looked at $38 for an IBIT level, but I don't know. Maybe if that comes in, that's going to coincide with Bitcoin 67,000. We talked about that level as possibly holding as well. So BTC all the way back down to that downside. We are going to load up Google again pretty soon. It's coming back into VWAP right now. That's in the 30s. So we're going to watch out for Google as it's making a move as well. And then Advanced Micro Devices is always a short that I'm looking for. Like, as if you guys are going to say, like, I didn't even know what was happening right now on AMD. And I was just saying I like the short in AMD. So let me go over. I was going to buy NVIDIA on a VWAP break as well. But now with AMD making this move back in, not a great sign there for Advanced Micro Devices. Is the same fate happening over here? Yes, it is. So there is a dip buy opportunity in NVIDIA. But I don't know, man. Maybe it's a little bit too juiced up here. That conference has made me stay back a little bit from some of these names.
Yeah, like I liked, when I set up NVIDIA, I said specifically, I've said this for the last week, I like that breakout setup. When it does like a higher low into double and triple top, just take the breaks on NVIDIA and let the money run. That said, I got a dip into Palantir here. It did not get to VWAP. It filled 10 cents in the money, and now looks like it's in a bit of a run to $23.50. So even that last little dip, very short-lived. I think we're about to, if we break the low, we're going to have to get out there. That's that 23.4 bottom. And then Tesla, we kept saying 165. It's at 166 change. Still in a downward pattern, so lower highs in Tesla. Don't know that I want to be chomping on the bit to get out too far in front of that. Google's at VWAP. We got one bounce off VWAP here into 151. Let's see if it can get back to said high of the day. Oh, yeah, we talked about, I was mentioning Coinbase for like 244, but at this point, I don't think we're going to see that. Maybe short pops into VWAP. And one last one that we forgot all about, ARM and 131. There's something about this price area when ARM gets to it, it just starts to sell a little bit. And in the afternoon, you saw this thing essentially steal the thunder at the close because it was probably the biggest mover in the last 10 minutes that nobody was paying attention to was ARM. So 131, still another sell zone here, but looking a little bit stronger than the other names. So usually I'd be on the offer. Given what I see in AMD and relative to NVIDIA, I feel like I'm sitting this one out until it shows me some weakness. We've been on that offer pretty much every single day at 131, but it's higher lows on ARM today for some reason.
All right, so we're in NVIDIA, so we're in $1 right now, but we're waiting for more on that one. We did get the okay, we're reloaded on the biggest and baddest name around. That is going to be Google, so let's effing go. Nice little reload there on Google as it's starting to go back up to the upside. So let's just keep taking it out, man. We're start stacking on to this big name. Our out here is 912. This looks like it's going to break lower here. So here come some of the chip names coming back in for NVIDIA. So we were going to always, this was always the plan. Here it comes, it's out. So again, not a heavy position on NVIDIA, as we talked about it pulling back to VWAP. I always want to take that shot there on NVDA. So missed out on that. That's okay. We do lose there, but that was basically a minimum position because we would always want to take that shot down there. So we'll wait to see. Now it's coming back into the 50 period. You can just keep on layering bids until you eventually get that big one. But honestly, man, the damage that we're doing on smarter names that where we have plays like a Google or something like that might be a little bit better. But I don't want to leave NVIDIA alone. I do understand that it's coming back down, and that sucks. But I feel like we want to always watch this name. No really major economic numbers coming through at all. Maybe we just try NVIDIA against 910. But again, you're kind of catching a falling sword if we keep on doing this. We're already long Micron.
Yeah, like that's exactly what I feel is happening, because the other thing happening on the futures is you have wicked an important top. I just got a dip buy off VWAP again in Alphabet. These wicks. But look what just happened on the NASDAQ. We just took out this high going back into Friday and then wicked underneath it. That's the 18.32, 18.325, let's call it. And then you're pulling right back in. So I do not want to be messing around with names that look even remotely weak. So Google holding VWAP has been good, but it's been a scalp trade from the half to the even. And then let's see if it can get back up to the top. That looks fine. Palantir, I'm not reloading it. And I don't feel like it's justified because it's about to take out that 23.4. So we got some at 1-to-1, but that's a double bottom from Friday. If it can't hold on to this, I'm just getting the you-know-what out of Dodge on Palantir. It's got to show me strength off of that level. You have an out, make sure you adhere to that out. If I'm going to go short, I still like Intel. It's now breaking 43, so we're not going to get 43.25. We're going to have to look for something off of the pre-market low. So first available pop back into VWAP for Intel is going to have to be the way to go here. It's a name I came in looking for the shorts anyways, just got stopped out right at the open. And NVIDIA was breaking. That's the reason I didn't get back in, because to my eyes, it looked like we were going breaking out in the shift, but that was just NVIDIA going ham. I don't mind it, but I missed a re-entry into Intel because of it.
Yeah, NVIDIA is going ham right here. We got $1 slippage on that 9-10 break, so that was no good there. But we're going to wait to see if that maybe potentially was sort of a bottom there with that kind of slippage. But you are starting to fall back in right now. So again, trying to definitely, if there's going to be something that we'll try to catch a falling knife on, it will be NVIDIA, just because. So let's wait to see. It does have a huge upside move where you can make it all back like we're doing right now in one fell swoop. So let's see if that is the case here with NVDA and potentially bottoming out there. I don't think we have, but you know, maybe we do get a nice upside move. If we can get something back into VWAP, that's 913 or so, then we could take that out, but here it comes falling right back in. Okay, looks like it's gonna break 908. That was our out again. So we did take out a quarter up there at 910.50 or whatever it was. And there it comes out breaking through it was 908.50, sorry, was my out there. So that's where we got out. One last little shot there. Again, that last reload was fine, but here comes NVIDIA really starting to break lower now. So watch out. We talked about where and when this discussion was gonna happen, not till 4 o'clock for Jensen and company. So nice, and nice little move downside here for NVIDIA. We tried it, we lost. NVIDIA is going to be a red mark right now, and so is Micron as that's starting to go lower now is here. So the chip name's not holding bid here today, but Google kind of is.
Oh,
now starting to head down.
Like the irony, of course, like as 910 goes on NVIDIA is when I'm getting shorts at 43.
Oh, there goes
back in on Intel. Google just lost 150. Okay. It's going to be one of those. So basically, we just came back underneath 18.3, and obviously it would be nicer to have short 43.20 on Intel than 43 even, but beggars can't be choosers. I'm shorting back into VWAP on this bad boy. Google might hold the 150, but when I reloaded that, it was right in front of the 150 level, and then just almost immediately broke down. So it was only a couple of scalp trades. I still think this is the one to be long. So if we work back into something, it's got to be this. As a matter of fact, we're holding 150. I'm jumping right back into it. It's already 10 o'clock. What's happening now, Adara?
No major numbers today, but we did just get that NAHB housing market index that's coming in at 51, so slightly higher than the consensus of 48 and the forecast of 49 here, but this is the only number we're getting today. Definitely, though, keep all these economic numbers in mind heading into the FOMC meeting coming later this week with some potential discussion of rates. I think it'll be definitely one to watch with regards to these markets. Jerome Powell onto the mic. Other big events happening this week include the Reddit IPO, which is supposed to be happening on Thursday. We also do have that GTC conference with NVIDIA starting later today as well. So lots on the line here for the market coming out this week. Other moves to talk about this week or today include Boeing trying to curl back up here, but still down over 2%. More updates to their ongoing saga. Now, Bloomberg reporting that subpoenas have been sent in the federal grand jury case with regards to that flight on January 5th from Alaska Airlines. We also have ACB amongst the other cannabis stocks here trading higher on strong volume. The reports on Friday that this has not been confirmed, circulating around Twitter from from hedge fund manager Doug Cass with regards to potential rescheduling. So these rumors continuing to cause these cannabis stocks to head to the upside, guys.
All right, we're really starting to go here again. Thank you for that update there, Adara, and some interesting names there with the cannabis sector starting to go. But man, did we ever reload that one, man. We reloaded Google 3 times down here at the bottom. So again, staying with strong names should have been the case there. And we could have stuck with NVIDIA a little bit more. It did jump right back up to where we were in that name. But again, a nice little dip buy opportunity there for NVIDIA. We're going to have to wait now because we've got a big one here brewing, hopefully on Google. Maybe it gets back up to this upside and then we can really start to dance with this name. We're only down at 150 now. We've really liked Google today, obviously, so we'll try to sit with it. We are out of 30% of these reloads right now, as we are having a little bit of a problem in and around this area. Micron tried to go and then stopped. Oh, come on. Now look at NVIDIA, man. We were $1 too late on that one, guys. But it did get down into 905 there, so that could be something. But there goes NVIDIA. Congratulations if you were able to hold on to that or pick that bottom down there in around 908. We tried it and eventually lost it, but we'll be back. Nice move on NVIDIA right now today, back to the upside after bouncing off that 906 area. So that's too bad. We drew the line at 908. So there was the breakout right there. That was where we wanted to stop that trade. Because if you don't hold that, I thought we'd make a move back down into here and not worth it. But that was the right call, but the wrong execution. Nice move right now for NVIDIA, starting to head back to the north side, right back to VWAP again. If you like to short it, this could be an opportunity.
Well, that's the thing. If it doesn't break VWAP again, then suddenly you've got like a false break that rejected 925 as a high on NVIDIA. That said, it held that 905. I wasn't expecting that all the way back in. Micron is now a little bit better. You catch a falling knife, sometimes you get burned, but now you have a higher low off that bottom, off the 905 level. So a little bit more patient here to try and grab it in front of 905. Again, let it set up a little bit differently, wipe out some of those bottoms. Google had some trouble breaking VWAP. I reloaded it into that VWAP at the 150 level, but it doesn't seem like it wants to make that big jaunt to the upside just yet. Apple, on the other hand, there we go, is not even close to VWAP. So this is providing you with an opportunity. I mean, obviously, if the market goes up from here, I think both these names are going to be fine. But Apple is suddenly looking, while percentage-wise not as big, a little bit stronger trend-wise than Google right now. So if it's going to hold 176, I'm going to like the 176 level. Haven't traded Apple yet today. Just want to get that out of the way. And before we go to Adara, Rivian's back at $11. The first green candle rejected an 11 breakout at about 11.07. Now, the EV names have been under pressure this morning. If you're looking to short a pop, this is right back into original resistance here at 11.10 on Rivian. Let's go back to Adara.
IMRX trying to recover here. Immuneering sold off for 2 days straight, Thursday and Friday. Massive move downside here after some analysts were disappointed with some of their cancer treatment data. Lots of analyst downgrades here. No news on this one today. It looks like a bit of a recovery from that move down, which actually saw the stock reach new record lows. They do have a short float of about 9%. Pretty small float to about 21 million shares. So keep an eye on IMRX, guys.
Just hearing right now, thank you, Adara, for that as well. DocuSign just getting a bump up right now. It's still under $58, but if there's going to be a rumor on this one, you know, we've seen this before, kind of fell out there when they didn't get the financing on the last deal. So watch out here, 57.88. I'll take a 58 break right there. I don't know if it's going to be any good or not. It's not really moving around. I just want to bring it to everyone's attention because I will. Get into DocuSign if it does break through this 58, just because it looks like a decent level. And then if we can hold this back into that, so we're in, obviously, as you can see, we'll hold it back here to 57.70 or so. So DocuSign, let's put in our offer now in case, you know, something does fall in, and we'll just get out of all of it right now if it does break lower. So we're just in right here, pretty small, just waiting to see if there's anything happening with DocuSign. So a new trade opportunity there. NVIDIA's trying to fall back in, and then
Google just broke my support.
Okay, so Google's coming back in as well, 149.50. Watch out for the bottom of the day here, back at 148 now. So the market is giving it up, man. Maybe this isn't sort of that, no, not Apple. Maybe this isn't the you know, blue skies ahead here that everyone thought in the NASDAQ. 149, yeah, that 149 is a problem if Google loses that. So we'll see. The low of the day is right off the open right here, 148.50.
So I did get into Rivian just there. I wanted to make sure we mentioned that before we went to Adara. Pulling back into previous close, into 11 change. I was able to get threes, some out as it broke down toward VWAP at 96, and I want to get some out at 90 if we can, but Google lost support for me. So I jumped out of it. It was a great breakout trade, but then since then, it's through VWAP and going lower. Meanwhile, said Apple has yet to get down to 176 in VWAP. So that seems like it's a better play for now. If 18.3 holds, Apple's a little bit stronger. NVIDIA is trying its best to get back above VWAP, but that's not really setting up for me. If anything, it's either 905 sets up pretty good, or put in a higher low and give me something to sink teeth into. I'm just not seeing much of a trade there. We haven't not talked about Meta. Weak, although up 1%, gapping back, pulling back in. Amazon underneath VWAP, even though it's up 0.5%, that's somewhat trending into the downside. Micron reload is looking a little bit better than obviously the 0 for 2 that I already have on it. If it gets to VWAP, got to take some out because Micron's been a bit of a dog. But if this is now the 95 bottom, it just took a little bit of patience for it to round off a little bit here.
All right. Well, we're just in all the longs right now. I'm still fine with all of that. I mean, we talked about our most recent play on DocuSign. That probably, you saw my stop. That's probably going to come out. This is literally a shot in the dark here to see if there's any sort of smoke where there's fire here. with a nice little upside move. It's right here. It's talking. It's on our Benzinga Pro platform. Oh, damn you, Mike.
didn't see it.
NVIDIA's now up to 913 right now. Damn it, man. We were long at 908 down there. DocuSign, traders circulate M&A blog reports suggesting DocuSign might have attracted an activist investor. So we're just going on that one right now because, again, we're just waiting for Google to get going again, which it has, man. We're making a lot of money back here. Google is going to easily be the #1 name here today, P&L-wise. Look at this move back up to the upside here for Google. Oh, that's too bad. We actually, I didn't get that bid down there. Okay. I thought we were bidding more down here. Oh, it just didn't fill us at 50. That's nice, 54 bottom. All right, well, we'll still take profit. Google making the move right back up to the upside. Great trade there for Google, starting to work out. That's for damn sure. And you know what else is starting to work out here is going to be Micron. Come on, Micron. We are buying some of these dips. Our average price is just 55. If this one goes, man, what a day, what a day. So we need that to get going here. NVIDIA, damn you, man, 915 now, as there goes NVIDIA. We believed in the name. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, we only tried it 3 times to the long before missing it as it goes all the way to the upside. Google has been fantastic for us today, again, as that's been a #1 name, as I say. And then maybe Micron, maybe we can get a piece out here right now. We're playing with much more shares here. So I need this to go up in order for it to win for me. But at the same time, not trying to be stubborn and try to take out profit where it lies, right? I mean, VWAP is right there at 50s. If we could take something out right now and sort of start to lick some of these wounds, then we'll do that. So we're going to wait for a 39 fill here. On Micron. I don't know if that's close enough. That's where we put the offer. If that comes in, good. But that's what we wait for now on Micron, as Google fading back in as well.
Yeah, I took some out of Micron in front of VWAP, no question about it. It's going to look like it was right to be patient with this. When you're catching a falling knife, you really have to pick your spots. Because like this thing was accelerating to the downside. When it decelerated was probably the place that you want to go long. I'm in Apple now, but I'm going to go to Rivian. We're able to get a couple. We're able to get profit out into VWAP, but then when that took out the top, we get out. Not going to fight against this thing if it wants to go up with the rest of the market. I'm in Apple for the first time because that was just holding. This is hard to see, some wicks in here, but 176.5, as we were mentioning, a little bit stronger. So back into Micron, into Apple on this available dip. NVIDIA is now breaking 915, but it just didn't set up as clean of a look yet. I think it still has a chance. Maybe it's a 925 break. Maybe it's off 905. Maybe it goes sideways and gives you another breakout trade to be had. And the chip name that is really, really starting to accelerate is AMD. AMD's now green again, by the way.
Oh, good.
That said, it's the weakest of the bunch at the open. And 192 was resistance for like a good 10 minutes in here. So unless it's busting 192, I'm not completely convinced with AMD. If there's something to be shorted, it might be this. But I'm not going to sit there and go long at this top. I need buyers in front of 192 before I'm believing in AMD. Apple's been strong. So you don't have to worry about Apple. That one's been strong, up 2.5%. I guess they like that news with Google. I liked it for Google more, but you know, the market tends to be right. Price is never wrong at the end of the day.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that I had Apple written down as my second long idea. We're going to be 1 for 1 on those, or sorry, 1 for 2 because Micron's not working. But I really liked it for Apple. I mean, like I said, they just need to get something in there and the talk about AI. That for me, that was enough. So, and if they can do it with somebody else, that's even better for Apple. So, all right, let's see what happens here with Google. It's coming back in. We did take that. So there's we told you we were bidding 50s. We actually changed it to 60s. So we get a bid now there on Google as it's coming back in a little bit here. So 149 and change. We wanted to see it hold 149. If it doesn't do that, then we will get out. As the market's coming back, market's going to the upside as Google continues to come back. So not a great little look here for those of us waiting for Google to do something because it's just going downside right now. But we do have the reload there and we're long now at 70. So if this can get back up into the upside, now I feel like we've already put on the big shares early, made the money. And now if we could just scalp around and not have to worry too much about directional plays, that'll be good for us. So there's a couple dip buys in for Google. We'll wait to see if it can pay out. Now we still wait for Micron and we got to look for some more. Oh yeah, by the way, DocuSign. So DocuSign, good trade. Oh man, Nvidia's really ripping now. That sucks, man. Up to 916. It doesn't suck. It's great, but up to 916 now for Google. Continues to go. We got some out at 20 here on DocuSign. Let's take another piece out at 30 if we can get it. Again, we're just trying to hold. There it is. So we're just trying to hold out for a breakdown below. But if we keep going upside, there's another out for us on another one for DocuSign. A nice little move to the upside. And here goes Google again. Let's see if we can get going, man. We just got into the 80s. We're waiting in the 90s. To get a piece out here for Google. So we'll take a piece out in the 80s, then into the 90s. But right now, if the market loses this bid, remember I said the market, this is when the NASDAQ was at 1.1%. I was like, we'll probably get to 2% today. But look, we had a huge move off the open and stopped on a wick top. And we just basically made a very similar move right there again. Huge move up and then a wick stop, although that wick is not as prominent as the other one, but we'll wait to see here. That could be something in this market. Just stay tuned as, wow, that NVIDIA, like, wow. Ugh.
It can't break.
Give it a little more room next time.
It can't hold 915 though. Like every time I look at it up at 915, it's like it gets above and then the sellers just jump right back in, taking some profit. But the NASDAQ's back at the highs. Apple's not at the high, but it just busted 177 again. So we'll try to ring and register on the way up. I think you just take the stairs for anything that's trending and looking strong. Apple is firmly into that bucket today. No questions asked. Held VWAP through that entire dip. Look at AMD, screaming back off 188 and can't bust 192. So maybe it is some resistance up here that's worth shorting, at least for a shot play. That's local high. That's a dark pool wick. This local high is like 192 and change. So give to like 10s and 15s for myself. If we get back and retest that and fade, I'll look to short NVIDIA. Micron is probably coming right back into the 95. If we're going to be a little bit more patient, instead of sitting on the bid, I'll let it bounce where it happens. As long as it doesn't make a fresh low, if it bounces in front of it, I want to take the next bounce. So let's be really, really patient with said Micron. We haven't really talked too much about what's going on in crypto land, but there's a bit of a bounce happening in IBIT. Double bottom, but not at 38, at 38.3, coming back into VWAP. This is not really where I thought the low would be. Today I thought we'd maybe test underneath that 38 bottom. If we do break lower, we know Mara can be shorted. Coinbase underneath 244 still. That's very much in the pocket. If we break lows on IBIT, or in Bitcoin I should say, I'm looking at IBIT, so you're going to hear me say that. You know I mean Bitcoin. There's a flat bottom break here at 234. If we get no shot at the top on Coinbase, if we break that 38 on IBIT and that low gets taken out from Friday, then flat bottom break on Coinbase at 234. Just want to be prepared. Seeing as we already missed our first shot shorting coin.
All right. It looks like this is going to be, yeah. Oh, I'll have to look at Coinbase. I didn't realize we missed it. But all right. So 48.50 right now. We'll go for our next little level. I mean, this was a good one right now. We'll props it up to everybody that's trading the news with us here today. We brought this to you, DocuSign. I punched long. It was against me when we were talking about it. So that's how I know that we could all have this trade if we wanted it. It's a nice move up for DocuSign, man. It's 50 cents. If you want it, take it. I mean, it's just one of those rumors, so we'll wait to see here if it gets going to the upside. We're already out of 40%, but I'm just letting everybody know that because we're out of it, so let's wait to see here. Nice little bounce. We're not out of it, sorry, we're out of 40%. Nice little bounce up. Let's not, again, try not to treat Google disrespectfully here and get out some as we go back up to the upside right now. There's that 80 fill we talked about. We were waiting at 80s and we were waiting in the 90s. Let's put something again in maybe the high 80s. There it is, just to take another piece out. Let's face slap it up right now as Google easily by far the biggest P&L name here today. So for me, good move there for Google. We'll still wait on Micron, and NVIDIA should be, but it's not. DocuSign, did we get that 50 fill? No, we did not. Let's go Google, man. We'll just keep our ear to the ground on everything. As Apple continues to go up, maybe there's going to be an announcement or something. That was a great reload down there of 176.50. Remember, it's just a Bloomberg report that they're all together. So we'll wait to see on that. Nice move up, huge move up. I know Neil was just talking about AMD. That's about 20, let's call it 12 or so straight minutes of upside momentum in AMD. If we can get something like that on Micron, we'd be pretty damn happy. But there goes Google. What a great reload that was down there at 149 and change. Congratulations if you guys did that. Huge move up, but here we go, man. Google, let's see if it can run. It's just Micron, man. Micron, and it's a big day. And there's DocuSign as well. Face slap that out. And again, Who next? Who brought this to you, man? We brought this to you. It's at Trader TV Live. We gave you this story, DocuSign. There it is, man. It's a free 50 cents.
And that's what it's all about. Like, you got to find those spots, pick those spots. I like what I'm seeing over in Micron finally. Like, this has been a dog all morning until the higher low off 95. I think it's going to put in a break of VWAP any second now. I don't like AMD's weakness. We didn't just sit in front of it looking for the short. I wanted to see weakness at 192. It came in and it just dropped $1.50. So it's already flushing back in. I'm on the bid to catch a dip by an Apple. But if we never break 192 again, I'm going to be looking for shorts in advanced micro devices. NVIDIA, just be patient, wait for the setup. I mean, you can be one and done with this. I just need to see something that is obvious to me. It's not giving you what was an obvious flat top break on NVIDIA at 915. It's trying to set up the same thing. Forget about that was at 905. It's trying to set up the same thing, but maybe not at 915. 916 is now a nice rounded top. You're getting higher lows into it. I think I will look for that breakout on NVIDIA. I love what I'm seeing over here. Sometimes the best opportunity for like longs or shorts can be these failed breaks or like these wick bottoms or wick tops. So CGC's up 12%. It's now consolidating after giving a liquidity grab underneath 325. This can punch back above VWAP. This 350 was a key level on the daily chart. Just wanted to see things calm down, get back above the resistance spot and have a nice potential breakout. Where's my Apple fill? I was just on this bid. Oh, I missed it by 10 cents. So ignore the wicks. 176.58 is where I'm sitting. This just bounced off of like 63s. I'm going to put the bids at 65 and try to get this dip again on Apple.
Guys, despite not having any luck with this Micron trade, it's all about this. Like when you have your idea and it works out, you want to stay with it. DocuSign still making that move. Let's check a look on Tesla here as we go. And if there's any other names, guys, put them in the chat and we will have a look at it. Verb. Okay, people want us to look at Verb. We'll check that out in just a minute. Nice move up for Tesla. We talked about that. Oh, that's too bad. We were waiting. I still have my bid there at 164.50. It didn't fill in. We had that bid there from the morning time. Unfortunately, it only goes down to 166. We were very aware that there was a potential dip buy here somewhere in Tesla. Again, it was up today. It had a nice move right off the open, probably based out there at it did base out there at 166. And then it's like, why could have we had it? I mean, I guess if you look back and you think about where we kind of opened up on Friday, maybe we could have bought that. VERB now opened back up, I guess. Am I hearing that right? Yeah, so a couple halts there. I guess it just halted down at 70. That's a move from 66 up to 72. So I guess that was a halt based on movement there. So volatility halt. Now you're starting to think about what you want to do. But you know what, guys? Here it is again. It's another dollar winner right there. So those of you, Kevin Mendoza, those of you that want these big time trades, man, you're going to get them here on our show. Hopefully you're going to get them on the midday. You're going to get them on the afternoon. Play the right levels and let's get ready to rock and roll. Sharif, what do you guys got today on the midday? Basics of a pullback trade. Well, there it is right now. Here's Google. There is no more basic pullback than this. Perfect timing. Huge move to the upside today. Play strength on pullbacks. Boom. There it is. Pulls right back into support. No easier of a pullback long than that one. Perfect timing today, Sharif. It's like this guy can tell the future. All right. Let's go over to the desk with Adair and see what she's cooking up.
Just be aware if you are involved in Exxon, XOM, the CEO is speaking to CNBC right now, so just be cognizant of that. The IWM still negative on the day, but getting a little bit of a bounce here at that 201.50 area. So we could see some continued strength here and a move into positive territory for the Russell 2000. Lots of small cap partners to talk about this morning, including Immuneering, IMRX. This one looks like we're just kind of seeing a move back up after 2 days of downside following some cancer treatment data that analysts were not super impressed with. We do have about a 9% short float on this name, about 21 million share float total. We also have NewScale Power, SMR. This one up about 20%. Did get a price target increase, almost doubling from Canaccord Genuity. So from $4.25 to $8. Nice look here for SMR. Last but not least here, we have this move up for TSVT. This is 270 Bio. Saturday, it was reported that the FDA Advisory Committee had voted in favor of its treatment with Bristol Myers Squibb. So nice move up here for TSVT, guys.
Yes, sir. Triple top now on the 15-minute for NQs. Every single 15-minute candle has gotten to 18.35 recently. We're now back at the high of the day on Apple. I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth if we fail this top because the futures are at resistance as well. So we've had double bottoms here at 176.5, right up to the top, which has been 60s. So I'm ringing the Reggie on that one, looking for it to get back in and just play VWAP. So patience, let it make a bottom. Try to get that higher low as well. It's a little bit of a higher low off 176.5. So picking our spots. And suddenly, I've been hitting NVIDIA and quitting it since last week, and I feel like I'm not going to... It's got to really set up, and I like breakout trades on this. But all of a sudden, when the market's at the highs, the stock that was breaking 905 is now headed back down into that bottom. So it's not nearly as strong as what it was before. I don't need to be messing with it. We can find other trades there, like just showing you guys. Apple, Micron, the chips are again. Like this is going right back into that bottom at 95 as the market's trying to take tops. It's got to show me strength off that 95 zone. I do like the level because you have a double top, so resistance turning into support. But at some point, it's got to show some juice when the market is looking strong. And that's you, Micron. You got to wake yourself up. If it doesn't get back above 95, I'm not fighting that bad boy. We're looking shorts in AMD. Might just have to pick on VWAP the next time through if we're not going to get that 192 zone. But it's been a good morning, and that's mostly because of NVIDIA for myself. You hit that one and quit it. Apple looking good. If we can get another dip buy, we'll go ahead and do that on Apple. But be careful at these highs. We haven't been able to bust out this top on the NASDAQ. And if we don't, then you want to be ready for the dip buys on these strong individual NASDAQ names.
All right, let's just, this has been an amazing morning, as we've said, but let's throw some love to the leaderboard right here. So get ready for this. Watch this. Leaderboard today, top 3. We've got Wayne behind us. Bang for Wayne. We've got Josh behind us, number 2. And number 3, we've got Yannick today. So boom, nice moves today as the top 3 traders on the floor today, all behind us. I'm coming for you, though. So get ready. But congratulations to Wayne, Josh, and Yanni going to the upside right there for a nice little movement. So again, big congratulations to those guys. And another one right here as we'll go a little bit of John Travolta. Hey, what's up with that, Google? Nice move up. There goes Google, another $1.30 to the north side right there. So it's a nice move up. Again, yeah, great job to everyone behind us, man. We couldn't be more proud of the guys up there. All right, so DocuSign got all the way to 58.80. You know where we're at? 58.93. I don't know. We sat in front of 59 to see what's up with DocuSign as DocuSign trying to go up, back up to the upside. There we go. So you guys like those leaderboards? You like the shout out? No problem. I told the guys and everybody behind us, I'm not going to mention if people are like way, underground or anything like that. We won't do the bottom, but we'll do the top every single time. So shout out to you guys if you do like it. I don't have what's for lunch yet. So unfortunately, you're going to have to wait for that one. All right, so what is up with Fisker? Oh, yeah, so we have Fisker, but I haven't been able to do anything with this because it's kind of just hanging around here again. So maybe we'll buy a little bit of Fisker here again, see if it can hold this 15.5. I was waiting for a 15 break there, and it didn't come through yet. So why not try to buy this, and we'll see if we can get some more love back in for Fisker at this level. There it is. So we just take that bid right there at 15.5. Let's see if Fisker holds 15. If it doesn't, then we're out of that one. Okay, man, oh man, are we coming back with a vengeance right now? We'll fire off the hot dog cannon because Google is starting to go right back up to the high of the day. What a buy down there off of those bottoms. Micron, if Micron wakes up, man, then hopefully we'll be able to join that leaderboard. But again, a big congratulations to all the guys behind us, man. First, second, and third right now. So good job for those guys. And yeah, we're excited here because there's so many different styles of trading, and that's the best part about it. DocuSign still, we have many different styles today. Look what I'm in. DocuSign, Newsplay, Fisker, garbage, Google, big time news play, Micron upgrades, right? So these are all different plays, and then NVIDIA, just always a play there for me today. So we'll really just be red on one name today. It's gonna be NVIDIA with Micron pending. So we gotta have to wait for Micron to do something right now. But again, we have a good position. All this name has to do is get above kind of where we are now, and then we'll really start spinning it. So hopefully we can break VWAP here on Micron and get going, man. 96 is really a target, but realistically, I think we can break this 96.50 and get back into 97, and then you'll see a little bit of a dance. So we'll see if that happens right now. But so far, so good today, man. Here goes Micron. Come on, Micron. Let's go. We are waiting for something out at 95.50.
Yeah, I mean, Micron's it's been disappointing on Micron. I feel like it did the same thing last week, so I shouldn't be surprised in some regard because Micron did a dip that went like $1 further than where I expected the bottom to be on the stock and eventually ripped. AMD did pull back into 190. I guess pull back. Bounce back up into 192. I said I'd short that if it got in there. If it gets down to 91, we'll take some out. And again, if it breaks this local high, I just get out of the trade. Not fighting anything today. Don't think that's going to be the way to go. But if you look at what's happening now between AMD back at 92 with higher lows and NVIDIA, it's almost like juxtaposed. So NVIDIA making another run back into the breakout price at 905, while AMD suddenly is showing some signs of strength. I mean, that's good for AMD, but I feel as if somehow like money's going from one to the other at times. I like the 905 hold on NVIDIA, but I much prefer, like I said, I prefer breakouts in that stock. No breakout yet of the top on Apple, but it's higher lows into a potential triple top at 177.60 is the actual local high here on Apple. So I'm looking for the dip. We want the same price we got before. We either get it or don't get it. If I go higher, it's got to break the top and then set up another long after that. Tesla's about to squeeze. I don't disagree with that. This is probably the strongest name. 172 was the level I set for a breakout on Tesla. But when you look a little bit closer, 171 looks pretty decent as well. But I'm going to stick to my guns. I like the 72, which means look for dip buys down into 170 or into 168. So I'm going to stick with the level I liked a little bit better and look for pullbacks to maybe join this Tesla move. AMD, the new position for me off that 192 level. And let's go to Adara for the crypto update.
Solana, a name that's been doing really well as of late. I'm going to show the weekly chart for this one in a second. But basically, Solana overtaking BNB here, closing in on its market cap, getting to that 200 level. So really nice time recently for Solana. Here's the weekly chart on this name. So you can see here continued upside move since basically June 2023 here. So nice look on the weekly chart for Solana, especially last week's candle here. And we're already green on the week for this name. So nice look for SOL. Bitcoin, of course, another one to take a look at here, basically continuing its move down from those new highs of just shy of 74,000. So we moved those new highs last week, continuing to see that steady move to the downside, but still holding up really well above that 67 area. Ethereum also a little bit weaker right now. Below, we had at one point we're above 4,000 on this name last week, now below the 3,600 level. Solana still really strong on the day, up about 6%. A lot of these other names a bit weaker though. BNB below just about 3.5% to the downside. Cardano down about 3%. Avalanche, though, pretty strong, up over 12%. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Man, I was just... Is it a problem if Solana is like your largest crypto holding at this point? Wow, Solana
is it really?
Yeah, it's absolutely ripping. It's the.
You don't have more of that than.
Yeah, probably I do.
Oh.
It's up like 500% in a couple months here. So yeah, Solana just absolutely mooning. That's why I had to. I mean, I talked about unstaking, and I unstaked some more because honestly, the move that this has had has been absolutely insane right now for Solana. I mean, yeah, from $21 up to $200. So this has gone 10x. Let's just say
NVIDIA's breaking 900
since October. NVIDIA's breaking 900 back down to the downside.
What?
So congratulations, anybody that's in Solana. That has been quite on fire for sure. Reminds me almost as good Actually, it's way better than NVIDIA investment, but NVIDIA down here into 900, coming through again right now. Nice bounce off 9 bills. So there it comes, coming through one more time. We'll take a bath here if Micron breaks his bottom, remember. If NVIDIA can't hold, maybe this is not the greatest day here. What's up, BJC? You do not want to be like me when you grow up because, well, maybe you do, and I appreciate that, so I'll take that as a compliment. All right, nice move upside for Micron right there. 95.30. Let's see if that can get going. Probably worth buying the dip all day, every day on NVIDIA. Just hasn't really been. Was one opportunity right there. Good breakout early. One good opportunity at 9.05. Looks like we're getting one again here at pre-market bottoms of 9 bills. Just missed it too late. Maybe if it comes closer, we'll dance with that devil. We're out of a lot. We only have 10% left, unfortunately, of Google because that hit our 151 target. So all is well in love and war except for Micron because that's only been war.
Yeah, but it just, like I said, I wanted to see it bounce here before reloading. I have to go to my 15-minute chart for you guys here as the 3 is starting to hate me. It's one of those days. So Micron, it's holding a higher low. It's still well in front of the previous resistance into support. AMD, we just got a reload at 192. You're going to see it come into this 92 a second time. Cannot seem to get past VWAP. And this was what, by the way, this is coming back up into 192 while NVIDIA is dipping into breaking 900. I cannot believe, like,
Hell, NVIDIA.
Like, it looks like I should be taking a 900 breakdown short if we're taking breakout and breakdown trades. But everything about my gut was telling me to look for breakout longs on NVIDIA. And all of a sudden at 10:30, we're looking. I'm not going to add to short. No, I'm already short in AMD here if it can get 191. If 900 goes, I'll play a failed break and then short something on some kind of a pop. I just reloaded Micron, and then it's going to do this to me, which is break the lows. Sorry, a lot of stuff happened in Micron that is not showing up on that 3-minute. But Micron seems to want to break that low any second now. As NVIDIA is hanging on for dear life at that 900 level. Apple still looking good. It's about to take out the high of the day because it's strong. Any second now, you're going to get a top break here on Apple. As the NASDAQ, by the way, is pulling off some of those highs. That's probably because of NVIDIA and that 900 dip.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kids can afford braces now. Let's go, Apple. Nice little move to the upside. Yeah, that's my life these days. Nice little move to the upside here for Apple.
They're
as
cheaper,
you
but
go.
not cheap.
Yeah, they're about $4,000 or so, I think it cost her. But that's okay. She's beautiful with or without, but more beautiful now. Okay, so there it is, man. Apple. Huge move, man. 177.75. I mean, we wrote down Apple long, but unfortunately, we've just been milking. And for good damn reason, man. It's been Google for me. Like I said, it's by far and away here the greatest tits for me on these dip buys. So we're going to be with Sharif and Adara today talking about dip buying. I feel like Google is going to be a good example. Micron's going to be a horrible one today for that. So bad example with Micron. Bad example probably with NVIDIA. Good example with Google. DocuSign, that was fun while it lasted, wasn't it? We missed this top there, but this time we missed it by 7 or 8 cents. We were at 58.93 just randomly, but here's a pullback. Now I'm thinking about just canceling because we are playing with house money now on DocuSign, and it's been a good trade. So right now, 57.97. If we break below it, let's just get out. So that way, we'll capture all the profit. We'll give back something. We still have 40%, so we'll give it back, but what can we do? That was worth it. We always say where there's smoke, potentially there's fire with that news. And there was. It was a good play, definitely to the upside. I hope some of us got that play back in. Here comes the long. Okay, Fisker was a good reload there. It went up to 16 cents. Let's see if it gets going again. Apple trying to break and Micron hopefully trying to go back up to the upside.
So I just, maybe that was a bad time to add to Micron, but NVIDIA broke 900. I said I'm not taking the break. I'll look for like a failed break setup. And it just got to 899 and right back above 900. I mean, instantly, within a couple of seconds.
Oh, Micron.
If it holds on to 900 on a pullback now, suddenly that looks like a failed break, and then a run to VWAP is usually what we look for there. So we'll see what happens. I was already in AMD off the 192 level, giving it a few pennies past. So I don't like even dollar stops. But Micron, if it doesn't go after that, if we hold 900 and get to VWAP on NVIDIA and the market continues pressing higher and Micron then still can't get to VWAP, I think you got to give up the ghost. No top real breakout past 60 yet on Apple, although it feels like it's just a matter of time here. And let's go Tesla. 170 freaking two. By the way, I'm out of AMD. It took out 192.10. My stop wasn't at evens. It was actually at 11s. But here comes Tesla 172. So I said I wasn't taking. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. I said I wouldn't take the 71. We're in at 72s on Tesla. Let's see if it can go.
Yeah, let's see if it can go. Okay, we just, thank you, Fabian, there. We just tweeted that out. Really funny picture here. And I want to thank Fabian for that here. Brendan, Neil, myself, all right now. You can see this is typical. You know,
Wait a minute.
see,
I didn't notice Brendan.
you see Neil just chilling here? Look at this. I'm like, let's go. Neil's like telling me what to do. I'm like, let's go. We need to buy 100 contracts right now. Brendan's just like, yeah. What's up with that? Check out my bow tie right there. So shout out right there.
Where's a bow tie on the trading floor?
Yeah, Brendan. Okay, so there it is. Always a professional, Brendo, right there. I don't know how to answer that question, Neil.
I don't even know why I said it.
Back in the day when we were all trading in the 1920s, bow ties I feel like were a little more popular than maybe today. But here we go. So we're
have seen this. Oh, shit, that's bad.
We're in Micron right now. We'll see if that one can go. I do like that NVIDIA bounce off 900. There's no doubt about it. It's just like I said, this is going to be, and again, Micron pending, but our only red name. And it's just because we tried it down here at 905. It just didn't come through. So we'll wait for that one. DocuSign trying to find that bottom. Fisker doing jack all. You know what we were looking at before? Let me check in on Adobe. I still think there it goes. I was going to say, we talked about this on Friday, that I thought with this conference this week with NVIDIA, and I think Adobe has one again on is it the 21st or something? I'm getting all the dates mixed up this week because we have Micron earnings, we have Reddit, we have all that kind of stuff happening. But Adobe is going to be part of all of this. So I know that they did not come correct with their report. We understand that they guided and missed by 500 million and got hit by 40 billion. But the idea here is that still quite the growth company and still, not the greatest valuation, but at the same time, Adobe came right into some support there, and I felt like you could have bought this. We did talk about it, of course, live on the podcast. So go find that out. We'll talk more about that as we go. DocuSign doing absolutely nothing, but it's Adobe. I think we could buy 500 dips. So mistake by not getting longer in Adobe down there. I was giving this the 3-day rule. I did not buy that dip. By the way, we talked about it when it happened. I was going to give it 3 days. I bought Pan W basically Pan W immediately on that dip when it went into 260 that first day. I stayed away from Adobe, and I don't know. I'm not feeling the same ways about the market of just blasting northbound continuously right here. So we'll wait for Adobe, but maybe that was a missed opportunity, but a good bottom take there if anybody had it. I just wanted to bring that up. And then we saw last week Ford bouncing around 1250. And again, see, there's those tops at 1250 and then right back in again. I don't know, man. It's really like this 50 period. I'm worried about EV space, and if we drop that, then I don't know, man. Like, why I'm invested in Ford, every time I say the name, I get like a little throw up, and when you
I did the same thing.
You get like that in your stomach. You're like, Ford, and then it's like, oh my God. But anyways, we're into Ford. Electrify the world, Ford. See if they can even get these cars to stay off the recall list here. Let's go over to Darren. Hopefully when she gets back, Micron's like at $105, even though it's at 95 right now.
Lots of strength across the board here. A couple sectors lagging a little bit. Those are going to be health services, pretty much flat in the day. And transportation, Uber leading this group to the downside. This morning, they had to pay the U.S. equivalent, or they agreed to settle for the U.S. equivalent of roughly $178 million for this Australian suit with some taxi drivers. So that could be what's sending Uber to the downside here. We also have a little bit of weakness in communications, but a lot of strength across the board in some of these other sectors. Retail trade really strong here. Amazon and Costco both green. Consumer non-durables, Pepsi very strong after this Morgan Stanley upgrade to overweight with a 190 price target. So good look for PEP. Producer manufacturing strong across the board here. Consumer services, commercial services, Tesla leading consumer durables to the upside on that price increase story for the Model Ys. And of course, both technology services and consumer technology both really strong here today with a lot of positive AI-related stories for Google, Apple, and NVIDIA. All of these a lot stronger than the rest here, but certainly strength across the board for technology services. Also worth noting, Adobe pretty strong here, recovering after that drop on earnings, and they do have their Adobe Summit next week, pre-conference March 25th, the conference itself March 26th to 28th, guys.
There we go. Tesla's fighting it at this 172 level. Like, it's gone a couple times. I've had the break. It cannot get past the quarters. I jump out, try to get back in when some strength looks like it's going to hold it above 172. But at this kind of a high at this time of day, I don't think you want to fight it too hard. It could always pull back. You get 170. If buyers emerge, there's plenty of room on a potential move up here. I know Tesla's up 5%. We've seen it do better than this. On a 2% day, Tesla's done 7, 8, gotten close to double digits. Oh, yeah. So I want to respect it if it can go there. NVIDIA cannot. I thought if it held 900, like, you'd be screaming into VWAP by now. But NVIDIA is still right down at 905, which is that breakout price. So it's not nearly as strong as it was before. I don't wonder if this isn't running out of some steam. And Micron, we reloaded. Again, that chart sucks. It cannot seem to bust past 95 quarters even, let alone 95 half. It's a good bottom consolidation, but the market's pressing through highs, and you're not breaking out on this stock just yet. So a bit of disappointment there. It is Tesla that I like at this level, but if it doesn't really start to go, we got to look back over to the name that is stronger, and is Apple. I'm on the dip. Want to get evens. I want to get VWAP if we can grab it. Don't have to take breakouts at this time of day. You guys let us know what else you guys are trading. I see Ricardo mentioning CVNA in the chat.
Ricardo, what's up, Mike?
I know, and I'm a little surprised by this because I'm not exactly sure. Let me put that in the middle. Sure why Carvana is strong and busting back out again. Maybe there is nothing happening. It's just a squeeze type name doing some squeeze like things, but it's back above 82 if this wants. There we go. Back above the 82 level, this has a bit of a gap back into 85. Just remember, there was a lot of selling off of that 85 level the last time it failed there. So key price on Carvana if it goes a couple of dollars higher. But looking pretty solid. $1 million in volume, not nearly as much as I would like. But hey, above 82 looks like a bit of a squeeze level. And again, Micron can't go anywhere off this 95. It'll pop 5-10 cents in the money, then right back down. Nick Dubbs says have a look at App 11. App 11 up 6%. What is the daily chart telling me here? Breakout on the daily. I like that. Hasn't really had any kind of a red candle yet since it broke the highs. This is the time of day I don't like to take extreme highs, but look for a dip back into maybe $66 level. Much more interesting are some of these chip names to me. But good look, good catch on App 11. NVIDIA, as I said, can't seem to get to VWAP. If it goes back underneath 900, I'm kind of feeling like that's, I don't want to say it, but I feel like that's suddenly a short back through a fresh low, back to 900. Man, I really thought this was going to be a strong one today, but it's what it is.
All right. Yeah, good calls on DocuSign as we got out of that one, as it broke a little bit lower there. So out of DocuSign, good call to get to these prices. But we did hold it and then got out there for a 10-cent hit. We got 95s or 98s on the way out. So good little break level there, but we were long. Oh, that's what it was. We were long at 58.05. So again, good out, but not good out because we don't have one up here. We did put one at 93. We could have taken that, but again, this is worth the risk for me every time. Now $2 in the money is Google. But what's up with this? Oh, by the way, thanks to Dara, it's 26th to 28th is the Adobe conference, so that's perfect. So we have time to wait. So if the market does fade out, but attention to Dara, she's by far the hardest working person around here because she's over at the desk and she's got to run over here and sit beside the professor in 15 minutes, and she's still looking for stories for us. So shout out to Dara. Dara, more work. What about DraftKings right now? People are asking us to see if there's news about DraftKings, and I hear that she's on it immediately. So nice little bump up there. Some volume really started coming in at there around 10:15. So nice move up there for DKNG. We'll see what's up with that. I really like DraftKings. We talked about this last week. Just first mover advantage again. You know, once you're in, and I know this because I only use FanDuel, and it's like once you're into something, you know, every time like my account just gets washed out, let's just say, and I lose everything, I don't download another app and get like the free $50 or something. You know, you've built it with DraftKings or FanDuel, and they give you these promotions and all that stuff. So once you're there, and we know that sports gambling is a losing game. So DraftKings, FanDuel, MGM Sports, all these names will continue to get rich doing this. And by the way, I actually think Mike Tyson will probably knock out Jake Paul. So I'm actually waiting. Let me know if you guys have information on this. I was going to bet Jake Paul, but then he was like minus 350. A huge favorite is Jake Paul. But I'm just wondering if Mike Tyson, you know, still does have, I've seen some stuff on Instagram. The guy's a freaking monster. At 57 years old, the guy will knock out.
It's your reflexes, though. Like, it's technically, of course, technical
100% of people watching this.
Super strong, obviously, as well. Like, I played some of the video too. He's got the power.
Yeah.
But there's nothing.
I'm trying to see the odds,
like,
too.
time is undefeated when it comes to your reflexes. That's what I wonder about. It's like, well, what happens when it gets a little bit deeper into, like, even late in the rounds, and then
he knocking that kid out, I feel like.
Don't get me wrong. Like, I think technically speaking, he should absolutely have the ability to crush him.
Yeah, it's not even
but, like,
FanDuel.
I'm going to respect, he's a good athlete. I'm much more into, like, traditional boxing, but I wonder when you get to that age, what is your speed and reaction level going to be? Tesla's back to 172 again. So it's trying to break out from 72s again. I've taken it a third time. A third time, will it be a charm? Oh, Micron bounced. I got filled. Micron actually made a decent bounce. I'm not even wasting the time with it. I'm just going to go straight to the 15-minute chart because the 3 hates me. So Micron has been bouncing off 95 and hasn't been doing anything better than 95.3. So 95.5 is a local high. If it breaks it out, I think we could absolutely go running. NVIDIA is now getting closer to VWAP. There it goes. So NVIDIA's starting to head back up. If it can get to VWAP in there, look for maybe a curl off of that 910. The breakout I thought was going to be a 916 break. We have to stick a fork in that temporarily. And AMD, which I took the shot at 92, I'm not jumping back into this one to the south side. We'd have to be talking 95s. AMD suddenly looks like it's the one that wants to go, like you should be buying dips on AMD. Wipe out bottom into higher lows, broke through a nice resistance level, and suddenly looks like it'll be the strong one. Raul saying Paul will be quicker because he's young, but all Tyson needs is one punch. 100% true. That's boxing in a nutshell. Like, a really good fighter only needs one shot. Just give him a clean look at that chin. And that said, the guy's no slouch. Paul, in terms of his speed, if he can play inadequate defense and keep it, he has to make the fight last. If he can do that against anybody in their 60s, you're gonna have a chance.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's Tyson in round 1. I'm just waiting for the odds. I don't see them. If you guys have it up anywhere.
I thought you said it was.
No, I don't. No, I saw it. No, it was just like an offshore. Like, it's not on.
Oh, I got you. No, I see what you mean.
Yeah, because. But now I guess it's happening. It's July 24th or something. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, Apple 77.
Yeah. So, all right, just real quick here. So I'm still waiting for that Micron. I still don't have the lunch yet. So, but I did look down on my phone and I saw another $400 charge for hockey. So that's great. All right, let's go over there. What's up with Money Talks and Adara? You got to spend your money somewhere. I know where I'm spending mine, and it ain't on anything for me. Let's go over to the desk. What's up, Adara?
Marginal gains for the DXY today, following off of what we saw here on Friday. So just a small candle to the upside here. Some economic data as well. We did get those NAHB housing market index number coming out slightly higher than expected. So 51 versus 48, which was both the estimate and the previous number. However, lots of economic data to keep an eye on heading into this week. Most importantly, the FOMC meeting and those comments that will be coming from Fed Chair Jerome Powell around 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday, so definitely stay tuned for those. Other economic data coming this week. We do get some housing-related data coming out tomorrow morning and some S&P services and manufacturing PMI data coming out on Thursday. So not a lot of economic data to keep an eye on this week, but absolutely stay tuned for what the Fed is going to be saying on Wednesday, guys.
That's right, 2:30 on Wednesday.
Ooh.
We know with certainty that the rate's not going anywhere.
Right.
We know that for an absolute fact, but it's like 99 point whatever. It's like 99%. I shouldn't say point something. It's probably exactly 99%. But you're still going to want to tune in because we know when he hits the podium, and that's Big Papa Powell, that he could pump or dump the market. Lately, it's been a bit mixed. Just back over to one name here. Tesla, it's doing the dance, man. We've taken it the third time through. Is it going to be a charm finally for Tesla to hold 172? I don't know. I feel as if it should have gone already, but it's holding higher lows into a market which has been strong. I got the dip buy into Apple. It's been higher lows that have not tagged VWAP yet, which is a good sign. The fact that it's bouncing in front of VWAP before it gets to VWAP, I think is good for Apple. So 77s into 77.5 is the new range play. Micron, I think Micron's going to give it up. I think it's going to break that low, to be sure. And Yoel, if they were to cut rates into a 99%, it's not doing anything, that's going to shock the market up. I just can't remember the last time, I've been trading a while, but it's been a while since we've been unsure or been completely surprised by the Fed. But I mean, come on, if it's 99% that they're doing nothing and then somehow there is a big cut or any cut, that's going to shock the markets to the upside. What everyone cares about this time is we actually get the dot plot for the first time in, I think they do it like quarterly. So this is the first time this year we'll actually get the dot plot. That's what you want to look for. And then comments coming out of our good friend Jerome. So Apple bouncing off 177. Third time Tesla might not be a charm. Risking about 40% of the NVIDIA gains. Third time through on Tesla. But that's a level I liked. It's a breakout area that we wanted to grab on Tesla. So we took our shots at it. And again, you have to have a stop somewhere. And I always try to keep mine local. It just does not seem to want to go. I think it's got room to like 73, 74, 75 to stair-step it up. But Tesla running out of juice.
Okay.
No, sorry, there's one thing for Darwin. Yeah, the Fed doesn't want to surprise. That's the whole point. The whole point is they don't want to surprise the market.
Yeah, they're not even supposed to worry about the market. And if the changes, if there's nothing there for them to cut, like they don't need to cut right now. The CPI and PPI are going upside. So if they are going to start looking at that, then they're looking in the wrong space right now if they're cutting. So I just want to bring this story to you because, again, it's going to be political because it's Donald Trump, but apparently he can't find the money now. He's looking to, I guess, pay out whatever.
Oh, too late.
It's not on the Benzinga, but I'm just hearing now that he's unable to find the financing for whatever that, I think it was $400 or $500 or $1 million that he had to pay there on that, I forget the name of her, but whatever. Anyways, news about DWAC right there. And the thing about it is, it's important, forget about the news. Well, you don't want to forget about it, but you're breaking back down below the 50-period moving average. So more importantly, that's what that is. I just bring it to you because DWAC is doing this. So, whether or not you guys want to see that or not is up to you, but there's DWAC breaking lower. I would say be very, very careful with that. And we'll wait to see what's happening with that one as well. But here we go, man, 900. So the last time we were down here on NVIDIA, we wicked below down to 898 and change. So we'll wait to see if that happens one more time here today. And it doesn't look like it's going to hold that level, then you want to just get out. So that's basically 898. I mean, that very bottom today, the low of the day during the open market is 898.65-ish. You're not going to worry about pennies or even dollars sometimes, but that's the level there for NVIDIA. So if you're like, hey, I'm going long, where should an out be? I mean, you can ping that right there, 898. So I think a break of that. The only thing is we're going to be red on NVIDIA more than we thought we would be because we got $1 slippage when it broke 900. So a $1 slippage, I would say realistically, I think 30 or 40 cents is something that you can at least expect. So the fact that it went $1 is really like 60 cents worth of slippage on that one. So, not a great call there for me on NVIDIA going long early, but I wonder if there's a little bit of money to be made back here late on this long. Let's see if it holds that 898. I'm not doing it, man. We're already into Micron and just waiting. If Micron breaks this bottom, then we'll get out of the majority of these shares, probably 75% of them. And that bottom is right here at 94.80. I thought with all these upgrades today that Micron could have caught a bid at some point, which is why we're still in this. So otherwise, I would just be getting out and or getting some out here at VWAP. But I think we can break this and go higher. And it's like I don't want to waste my whole morning here on an idea that is the number 2 one here on the sticky note. We already nailed. The number 1 idea on here is Google. And it is props up to that one. I can't do anything more than that except for use more shares. We nailed Google, and it was great. We had it early, we had it on dip buys, and it's absolutely fantastic. I don't even feel like we made a mistake there. But Micron, the number 2 idea, was a long, and we missed that. And then the number 3 idea was Apple long, but that didn't get dipping at all. And we were pretty lucky to get Google on that break, and we should have technically had Apple on that break as well. But we can't have them all. And again, a big shout out today, because today's leaderboard is Wayne, Josh, and Yannick. So 3 for 3 there on the floor behind us. You know, great job there, and really happy to support and announce that, because you know these guys behind us are really working hard. And on that note, you guys need to sign up if you want to be on a trading floor like we are, or just be a participant, maybe even own your own floor. Go to realtrading.com and find out more about that opportunity today. Realtrading.com, the platform that I'm on and Neil's on, and I've been here for 22 damn years.
100 years, according to what we saw.
Yes.
I mean,
no, but that's when I worked independently. I was with a smaller. That's when I was with JP Morgan.
They didn't have prop floors back in 1920. What did he say? 1919, or was it 1920?
We were on the floor.
That apparently were on the floor of the NYSE. At least that's what I saw in the video. So I mean, all video is true. So if you see it, it must be true. That's, I think, something that you want to hold to, right? Like, there's no such thing as fake. I mean, especially in the AI age, they can't have fake stuff like that. So we'll see what happens. Just a bit of an update. We only have 2 minutes to go.
Imagine faking that picture. I mean, what kind of technology would you have
to
have?
Are you kidding me? That's impossible.
I've never seen anything.
I mean,
like that.
I thought I looked pretty good in that suit.
I know.
We're about to. So this is wild. Remember CGC and Tilray and the weed names? They're breaking highs. So that actually was good off of the 360 breakout. Not that you saw me take it, because I'm sitting there staring at Tesla, which is now going, and NVIDIA, which is now holding the 900, and Apple and Micron, which we're in. But CGC up that 23%. It ends up breaking back out above the 360 level. So there it is. And now it's absolutely flying. If it can hold all day, why wouldn't it get to $4? Sorry, not 4. Yeah. I mean, $4 makes some sense to me. That's the next level up, and it's the 50 period on the daily. So with 1 minute to go, the real question is, can NVIDIA hold 900? That's the imminent question for me. If it breaks 900 and makes a fresh low, I think it's a breakdown trade. If it breaks 900 and holds 898 again, then I think it's a long back up through 900. So if it breaks this even and then holds that low of the day, I think it's a long back up on the way through. Clearly, this is the volatile one that is going to determine a lot of what happens with the rest of the chips, because as NVIDIA goes, sometimes so does the market. We're not getting back through the highs if NVIDIA takes and holds underneath 900, and not in my estimation.
No, I would say that's probably accurate right there. I just tweeted this out, by the way, and it's kind of a good thing, this NVDA here. So I just tweeted out all the top stocks. We talked a little bit about Google here and Apple, but BNAI, NVDA right now up 30% today, and one that I don't know if it was on our watch list, but again, looking for takeover bids right now. NVDA, SMR, EH, a couple of random names there. There's Tilray as well. Just went with FF, Faraday. That's not Faraday. Nice move upside right there. Faraday Futures is FF.
FFIE.
This is Future Fuel, FFIE, that's right. NVIDIA there, XPEV as well. So a couple Pepsi, we talked about that earlier as well. So yeah, what a great opportunity today to learn more and more about the markets, because you're gonna have both Adara and Sharif here on Midday Madness, and they're gonna be talking about retracement, dip buys, something along those lines, and you're going to hear exactly about that right now. So join us every single day when they go over different lessons and different things to learn about. And I know that that's helped a lot of traders around here get a heck of a lot better, as you keep on hearing me say that every day. So, all right. So yeah, good day there today. Neil and I will both be back at 2 o'clock.
It's true.
But until then, let's go over to the Midday Madness with Sharif and Adara. Learn to trade, something like that.
What is up, beautiful people? Happy Monday. Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And as per usual, we're going to wait for everyone to migrate on over from the other stream, but I made a boo-boo today, Adara. I did not load up the other hour stream. I loaded up the Big Kahuna stream, and that's no good, so I won't be able to do the shout outs. So if I could just pass it to you for one quick sec so I can load that back.
I can do that. I can do the shout outs.
Do it. Kill it.
Okay, perfect.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. Jay, Zach, Nimit, Pampala, Stitch Lady, Pillsbury, Chase Bands, Darwin, Andrew Chow waving. Hi, we'll wave back to you here. Hold My Beer is in the house. We're still getting some people. Don't have a lot of people yet. Van Bick, Bright Awakening, Damn, Nick W, ND Trade, Brad Gober, Bears vs. Bulls, The Boring Man, Caputi Electronic Music, Kurt Hoffman, Michael Lloyd, RH, Christopher Wagner, Easy Trader, Kevin Mendoza. So many people coming into the chat here. Igor Lil, Molfar, T-Man, Tobias Hernandez, E. Ray, Ryan Picky Eater, Jonathan Canny, Emerson K. We got a lot of people coming in here.
I know. It gets a little challenging after a while.
Yeah, I tried to read as many
You
names
did
as I
better
could.
than me for sure there. What is going on, everyone? All right, let's get to what is moving at the moment. You guys all saw Apple. You guys all saw Google on the morning show with the Big Kahunas. They're all strong on the day. Right now, it's really looking like NVIDIA looking like the weakest of the seven, ironic as that may be, because, well, the conference starts today and NVIDIA's been the strongest as of late. So we'll keep eyes on this level as it now breaks below that $900 level. It's on its way into 896 to be exact, 896.65. LOD. It's doing the dance right now with resistance level 2 as it was above pivots, above resistance level 1, above resistance level 2. It didn't care about my pivots, but right now it is on the way down, giving up the ghost there at the $900 level. I traded NVIDIA today. I didn't trade NVDA. I traded NVDL. And this is the trade that I had on it. We waited for that first initial 900 dip to come in. That came in at around 1030. We took that long on NVDL, which is a derivative of the NVIDIA main stock. It's a little bit easier to manage, obviously, your trades and risk, et cetera, et cetera. But here's what I'm seeing on this. Consecutively lower highs, lower high, lower high. You have about 3 here, 3 crests, each lower than the previous one with that 900 or thereabouts flat bottom. It doesn't equate, obviously, into an exact level on NVDL as you are trading a derivative. Let's just say 41.5, 41 2/3 or thereabout. That's where it gave up the ghost on this latest flat bottom break around there. We'll have to wait and see if NVDL can catch a bid. You know, like Sean was talking about this morning, it's unlikely that we get an intraday catalyst for this name, seeing as how the conference starts at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, right when that closing bell rings. So you'll have to wait for the market recap show in order maybe to get some new news on this on the day. We'll keep eyes on NVDA, definitely goes without saying, until Thursday, because the conference is and for 4 days until Thursday. AAPL, obviously, and GOOGL in focus as well. Right now, I've already had a trade on Apple looking for that 177 hold, and now it's breaking down. So what's the next line in the sand? Well, we've got the volume weighted average price hanging around that 176 2/3, 176.5, depends where you started your VWAP generation. So we'll have to wait and see if it gives up, number one, the ghost at VWAP, and if it does it do the dance here to the north side above 176? And if it doesn't stop at the whole dollar level, then are we looking at that 175.25, which is that institutional level print high that we got at 8 a.m., basically the highest crest we have over here, aside from that 177 and a fifth touch. So questions to be asked here on AAPL. Can it make its way up into that 180 area? We all know resistance is waiting for us at $180, owing to the level of support that we had there for so many months, okay? So doesn't look like we're making it up to 180 right now, but we are at the volume weighted average price. So I'm all eyes at this level, wanting to see if Apple holds up above VWAP. It's very strong on the day. You feel like there is institutional involvement here with the latest headline, because I really don't feel retail can pump up a stock as aggressively as we've seen Apple pump up today, especially with all the weakness we've seen with Apple. So anyway, keeping my eyes on AAPL. We'll get to that lesson in a second. But yeah, it's going to be hard, obviously, to trade Apple and do the lesson. So we might have just to forego the Apple trade for now, and then look to see what we can do after the lesson is explained. All right, guys, this is a wicked week on the lessons. I got to tell you, this is a bit more detailed than what we have typically for our lessons. Not going to be as general. It's a bit more technical, maybe not from today, but from tomorrow onwards. Today, we're just going to introduce the concept of a pullback and what the pullback trade is all about. And this is going to be maybe the starting of a series of weeks where we take one specific type of trade, like a breakout trade, a pullback trade, whatever. And then we're going to give you many variations of that trade for the week, so we can kind of get more nuanced with one specific topic rather than being general and giving you general topics on a day basis. So the basics of a pullback trade. So the basic pullback trade is a fundamental strategy, obviously, for day traders. It capitalizes essentially on temporary dips in an uptrend, so temporary dips within an uptrend, or rises within a downtrend. It works both ways, whether you're going long or short, within the larger trend. It often offers you potential entry points at a discount or a premium, whatever you want to call it, compared to the main direction. Let's talk a little bit about this and how to do it. So understanding the trend. So the first thing is you gotta ID the trend. Why? Because you need to be able to discern what you're gonna do from there on in. So the foundation of the strategy is a strong trend. You need a strong trend in order to get that quality dip trade in. So you're looking for a chart with constant higher highs and higher lows if you're looking for an uptrend, or lower highs and lower lows if you're looking for a downtrend. This establishes the overall price direction. The first thing we're going to do is what is the trend of the stock. Now, if the stock is not trending and it's consolidative, you may not want to fit it within the framework of this type of trade. Doesn't say that doesn't work, but maybe not with the details that I'm going to give you. Now, spotting the pullback, once you find a stock that is trending, now you're trying to ID the actual pullback. So now watch for price retracement against the trend. So imagine a runner, for example, taking a quick breather during a marathon. That's a pullback, essentially, okay? It's a temporary dip in an uptrend or a rise in a downtrend that creates a potential buying for a long or selling opportunity for a short. So examples of pullbacks and uptrends and downtrends are on this slide over here. So here we go. Thank you very much, Adair, for this USD yen comparison over here. You have, obviously, the US dollar was rising against the yen within this chart over here, and every single dip trade was a possible buyout trade, as evidenced by these pointing down trend lines, all of which were eventual buying opportunities. So that's what you're looking for, a chart similar to this, something that is trending up and to the right, down and to the right, which also has retracements, whether higher or lower, depending on whether it is a short or long. Here's the example of a short, which is the euro against the US dollar. So you clearly have a down and to the right trend. However, you do have these momentary pullbacks, these move ups, right? So these move back up for the short. So that's where you're looking to enter on a trade like that. So entering the trade, let's talk about how to get into this trade. So you're going obviously long in an upward trend. So if you see a pullback in an uptrend, this might be a good time to buy, go long the stock. It's like buying a discounted ticket on a roller coaster before it keeps on climbing. Kind of a belabored metaphor, but what the hell. And going short, kind of the same thing here. It's a downtrend. Conversely, in a downtrend pullback, it might be a good chance to sell short. Think of borrowing a stock like renting to sell it high during the pullback, hoping to buy it later at a lower price and return for a profit. So that is entering the trade. And some optional confirmation signals that you could be looking for when entering this trade. So while not essential, some traders look for confirmation signals at a pullback level to boost the confidence. These can be things like candlestick patterns, for example. So in an uptrend pullback, patterns like a hammer candle, a bullish engulfing candle, these all might indicate a potential reversal upwards. And here's a great example of that. I'm just going to pass it for a sec. Here is an example of a candlestick pullback with weak volume. And so you see that basic example right there. Look at the volume on the move, and it's lower than, so this is obviously a downtrend, and you're seeing the green candles in the volume bars lower on average than the red candles. So you're seeing that the pullbacks, the retracements to the high side are being done on weaker volume than was the selling. So that is something to always be on the lookout for there. And some technical indicators that help confirm the move, things like RSI, stochastic oscillators, for example. You saw the NOS boss use stochastics on Friday. Those are another indicator to help identify overbought and oversold. In case you don't know how to use the RSI and stochastics, just go over to the YouTube homepage of Trader TV, use the search bar, type in RSI or stochastics, and you'll get a nice video there. And here's an example of that using the pullback on the 50-day moving average. So this one was using the 50 period as its area of resistance, and every pop up into the 50 period was another opportunity to sell short, and that's another example of how to use the dip trade. So exiting the trade as important sometimes, or I would say all the time, as entering the trade, because you gotta capitalize on those profits. So first thing to note is obviously don't hold the trade forever. Don't get married to the trade. Aim to exit when the price decisively breaks above resistance in the case of an uptrend, or below support in the case of a downtrend. These price levels are price levels where the trend has historically faced difficulty continuing. So you should be looking to take most of your position off the table there, maybe hold a piece for the dream. And then another very important consideration here is how to tell the difference between a pullback, a regular pullback within a trend, and a reversal of the entire trend. So while pullback is a brief pause, right, in the trend before it continues on its way, a reversal occurs when the direction of the trend changes entirely. To avoid a potential trend reversal, be cautious when entering a pullback trade while the asset is approaching a major support or resistance area. Also, look out for any bearish signals. These are really important as well. If you're trying to enter an uptrend, or bullish signals if you're trying to get into a downtrend, that might indicate a reversal is on the horizon, guys. Now, I guess that was it. Maybe I didn't add that slide in. And remember, always use stop loss orders. This is obviously a simplified explanation, and the pullback trade is a versatile tool, guys, but there are more advanced variations like support and resistance pullbacks, measured move pullbacks. These are all different types of pullback trades we're going to be talking about this week. Make sure to hang out. And here's a bonus tip just to imagine what a pullback is like. So a pullback, imagine it as a sale, right? You're getting a chance to buy in an uptrend or sell in a downtrend at a potentially lower price than the main trend. So you're getting something on sale. Mastering the pullback trade will equip you with a valuable tool for navigating day trade opportunities. Thank you for adding those very important additions there, Darren.
Yeah, no, of course. And I think one thing too is we do love examples in the wild here on how to trade. So if anyone finds any cool examples of things that are in a pullback where you can, buy the dip or short the rip or whatever, or short the pops, I guess, what have you. I think there's a lot of opportunities there. NVIDIA is actually probably one example of a downtrend where you have these opportunities to short the pop. So I just drew kind of a trend line here, that 922 opportunity. I guess that was the start of the trend. Then you see that kind of move into that 914, gives you another opportunity. It's respecting the 9 EMA pretty decently. I did try to go long this unsuccessfully, but that was because we had a little bit more chop and churn. But generally, though, this one, at least up until that massive fall below earlier support at 901, there were definitely some nice opportunities earlier today to short those little pops in NVDA. And yeah, no, I'm really excited to get more into the pullbacks. We have a lot of hyper-specific pullback strategies and some tips and tricks about pullbacks that we're going to be discussing at length. And I am very excited and very, to talk about that here. Ken Ozan saying NVIDIA is one. Yes, yeah, I totally agree. I think earlier today, especially, there were these little opportunities to go short the rip. If anyone sees any other examples here in the wild, let's take a look and see what we have. But right now, yeah, I have that. Honestly, the semiconductors have not been my bestie today. This is a really small position in NVIDIA. Then earlier, I tried to go long AMD because in my defense, we did have actually decent support at that 190, 170 area. I watched this a couple times, and we kept bouncing. I was like, I like it. Then we get into that 190, 140 area. We bounced, so I added there. It just kind of fell through. Honestly, it's a boring trade. We got out when we got below 191. It is what it is. As Obi says, where's the next trade? So there we go. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Apple. I'm also looking at the future. We're headed back down into 18.3, and the volume weighted average price as well as that 100-point level is at 18.3. So I like it for a short-term dip opportunity here now, whether we hold up 18.3 and make new highs to break 18.381 and make our way to 18.4. An entirely different story here, but I do like that area on the NQ. 18.3 is where the volume weighted average price is hanging out right now, and it is obviously the 100-point level. If you watch a show, you know my obsession with these 100-point levels on the futures as both areas of support and resistance. So the dip trade is already put in at 18.3, looking to possibly here to capitalize on a nice pullback trade. See how I did there? Now, with respect to AAPL, we weren't able to get that exact VWAP area because we're doing the lesson. So I waited for the lesson to finish and then got in a little high. So my line in the stand is going to be the 50 penny level. It's going to have to hold above 176.50. If it doesn't, we'll get out and then we'll look to reignite that trade. All right, so I have to focus on my futures trade, so I got to send it to you.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Happy trading with those trades. I'm trying not to say like good luck, good skill, I guess. I don't know on those trades. I am eyeing an opportunity to hop into the Cybertruck here in this Tesla dip buy, but we very much missed our opportunity there. I was interested in getting in 173.32s because we had that for a moment. Then we go to 36. We pull back. I was like waiting patiently to have the door swing open. But just like in real life, how you can't see the interior of the Cybertruck, I was not invited to go enter this Tesla long. So nice look here. I will continue to look for dip opportunities. This one a little bit more of a steep incline here, but there certainly is a little bit of that. A couple opportunities for that pullback trade of which we spoke earlier. Ahmed, thank you so much for the AED 10 AED super chat here. BA was my choice today. Nice rebound for support. Also, shout out to Neil with that leave the door open reference there. Much appreciated. Yeah, what a song. Also, but if you're Jerome Powell, you might be saying close the door. And we will hear from him very shortly. And by very shortly, I mean in over 2 days, Wednesday afternoon. But yeah, Boeing, there's a really nice rebound here. And I'll switch to the 5-minute chart because I have the 3 up right now. Yeah, you can certainly see we get to that 177.60 area, and then we have a little bit of these wicks to the downside, gearing up, ready for takeoff, then flying to the upside. Pun very intended. Let's see what we do if we can make a new high around this 181.12 area. I think that would be a really nice look because we kind of need a new high here. But what's interesting as well is we kind of get that pop into where we had these earlier areas of support around that 180 area. So 180 could be an interesting area for Boeing, continuing to bounce off this 9 EMA really nicely. Yeah, shout out to you. That's certainly a great call, Ahmed. What a look here on BA, a name that has certainly not had a shortage of negative catalysts as of late, but having a nice rebound, still down about 1% on the day for Boeing, flying to the upside. Jay Lee and some other people in the chat as well mentioning SMCI. So let's see what definitely not super micro move super micro is making. Oof. Yeah, we fell. Jay Lee saying SMCI just dipped to 991, low of day, already back up $10. Indeed it is. Right now we are, honestly, this is almost a $1 spread for SMCI. So honestly, kind of small potatoes for SMCI, which is a name that does have a bit of a reputation for spreadiness, for lack of a better term. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to say bear flag, but I kind of will say bear flag. We had this massive move down here in the 5-minute, right off the 930. Then we see this chop and churn continue to break to the downside. So for me, a bit of a classic bear flag setup, or down, as Sharif just said here. JPO saying Boeing must have just put Red Bull in the tanks. I think the stock certainly did with that massive propelling movement back to the upside here off of those lows around 10. Yeah, I mean, the stock is it's really nice look here for Boeing. And yeah, shout out to Ahmed. Thank you for the super chat. And what a setup here on BA. Yeah, there's so much going on here. How did that future trade go?
Good. Took like 15 points off that and got out of dodge. So happy about that. NVDA, keeping my eye on this one because it's coming into pivots. At 880. Now, I'm not trying to say, pivots is the end all and be all, but the closing print on Friday is awfully close to the pivots. And by awfully close, I mean $1.50. And that's pretty close when you're talking about a $900 stock. So I definitely want to keep an eye at 880, 878 or thereabouts, that general area, to see whether NVDA does find some support around there, because that's a more important level for me to keep eyes on. So right now we have a low of day 882 and 2/3. Right now, keeping an eye on this next $4, $2 to $4. What we do at 880 to 878 or 878, excuse me, or thereabout. Definitely will be keeping eyes on that. Now, guys, I mentioned this to you guys on Friday, but I want to mention it again because a lot of times we're looking at NVIDIA, but retail traders at home may not be comfortable punching in, sizable amounts of shares on NVIDIA because it's very expensive. So there are other ways to play NVIDIA to capture on the volatility. There's NVDL, which is the one that I traded. What NVIDIA long. There's NVDS, which is the short. And then there's a more expensive one that's around 90-ish bucks or so. Last time I checked on Friday, NVDX. So if you're looking at playing that NVIDIA trade and you don't necessarily want to punch long or short NVDA, there are these other opportunities that you can get into. And as I'm watching NVIDIA, it looks like it is finding a momentary area of support. It did dip down into 882 and 2/3. It now found support back into almost 889 or thereabouts. It's trying to do a dance right now with this green candle. Nothing as an indicator for me to punch long yet on the name. I like it though. I'm going to keep eyes on it. I'm still in this trade on AAPL. I'm looking for Apple to hold 177 or thereabouts. I already wet my beak on a little trade there. Looking for a much bigger move, possibly into that third of a dollar. That is where the high of day is. We already have 2 attempts at that 177 and a third. Both have rejected. Sorry, at 3/4, excuse me, 177.71. So I'm looking for that 3/4 of a dollar move. Otherwise, my line in the sand is going to be the break of the volume weighted average price, which is right now on my 5-minute chart here at 176.60. So that requires me to have about 24 pennies worth of buffer over here on AAPL. But yeah, keeping my eye on 18.3 as a hold. Pleased with that dip trade that I had on 18.3 on the MNQ. Keeping my eye on NVDA to hold above 880 or 878 or thereabout. That's pivots and the closing print. No other trade for me. I'm going to get into my small cap gapper charts in a second. There's 6 today making moves, so there's plenty to talk about it there.
Yeah, those are gorgeous little bites of the apple there on that AAPL chart. Definitely Tim cooking, especially with that catalyst. And also, June is looking spicier and spicier for Apple.
It is.
Heading into that developer conference. I think certainly going to be lots of developments. I couldn't think of a better word there. Coming out of that conference. I do have a trade that I would like to discuss for a moment. We did have that AMD iffy situation earlier today, which was just kind of a matter of I really should have been going short. I saw something I liked, but it probably wasn't enough to enter a trade over, especially because it wasn't a range move in the way I normally like. However, then I see we bounce off this 190 gloriously. That was also an area we bounced off of earlier. I said, Adara, watch this. There might be something here. I let us, have this trampoline motion off the 190 a couple times. Then I get in, really small position. I take it into just shy of 190.50. I think we had 190.44, and then we had a couple shares left because it only got part filled, so I filled the rest around 190.35. Please, this punch. Small position, still very much down on the day, thanks to some NVIDIA-related situations. The chips have not been my besties, but you know what? We're gonna have to see if we can do some more chip and dip or chip and rip, what have you, heading into the rest of the day, or like maybe also some non-chip names. It's really just trying to look for something a bit rangier, and as I say that, I see Microsoft on my side chart. Microsoft, what do I have? Weirdly I have the 1 minute on my side chart. I might have to change that. But I do think, We have a little bit of a double bottom here, that 418.12, at least on the 3-minute. Now we're seeing, or the 1 minute, sorry, now we're seeing some curl off that 9 EMA. I'm going to have to stare at this chart on a couple more time frames, but I'm interested.
Something's going on with the Amazon, and I don't have a reason it's moving yet. I see people in the chat talking about it. We got it, guys, but there is a big move down here. I mean, relatively speaking, because Amazon has had tight range. It's essentially 176 and 2/3 to the high side, and the low is 174 and 3/4. So we had a big move down. I see this candle over here. We still haven't made lower days. We still haven't even made a lower low. So I see everything. I don't have an entry on my blotter to explain the move down in Amazon. If there is one that shows up, I definitely will bring it to you guys. But at the moment, nothing coming in on AMZN, but just a big move down. It could just be intraday action here because we haven't had too much of a range on Amazon. So still green on the day, up 0.5%, holding above 175 bucks for now. So let's not make too much of it. But I definitely saw that sell off and definitely bring you anything that we have with respect to that. Now, we'll cover some more large caps in a minute, but I want to mention the small cap gappers, guys, because there is a bunch that are moving today. So there's a lot of topping tail candles too in a lot of these, and I'm not sure exactly why. I think we're kind of cycling out of the bullish time for these small cap gappers, and that's typically you can typically tell that when there's no continuation, right? So you'll have these one move, that you have a one big move, and that'll be it. It'll be a sell-off the rest of the time. Maybe it'll a couple of moves, but you can usually tell when these ones are strong because they continue, and you'll have multiple in triple-digit territory, and then when we're kind of getting out of that small cap gapper phase, you'll see a lot of them just are one-off moves, and there's no follow through. So the first one, IMRX. This one, let me tell you the details on this one. So the company profile, it is about $80 million market cap. The float is about 21.2 million shares. This one, it sadly doesn't have a definable pre-market high, but this one was running on Thursday, but in the negative direction. It was a big sell-off. So this one, I probably won't trade this one, even if it gets above VWAP, which it's tried to do multiple times, because it doesn't have that pre-market high that I can say, look, it needs to get above this 3.25. This pre-market high that we popped up into over here, that was at 10 o'clock. So maybe there is a trade to be had on this one, and it is gapping up nicely on the day 40%, so I thought I'd bring it to your attention. But definitely it negates to cross one of the most important requirements for me on these small cap gappers is it has a definable pre-market high and it breaks above that definable pre-market high. The other one that I'm looking at here is GoEV. Now this one, it's not really a small cap gapper. This is a legitimate company. It's been on my watch list for like 4 years because of, it was a pandemic darling, like with many of these other ones. Canoe, it makes EVs. Essentially, that's what it does. $173 million market cap. The float on it, very small, 2.2 million share float. So this one can get going in a hurry. Let me check the short float on this as well, because something tells me there might be an important short float.
It's like 12.
Yeah, I had a feeling. I knew it, because these EV style companies. There is bang on 12.05%. So definitely not negligible, something to keep an eye on. Now, this one, definitely tradable. It had a definable pre-market high in that $2.50 area. It doesn't have to be a crest. It can be a range as long as it's definable. And it broke through that with the viciousness, as Adair likes to say, right at 930, making that IB high right at 270, and then that wasn't the end of the page there. We kept going. $3.88 HOD, and it is trading above the volume weighted average price, which is a smidge above $3. So this got 3 check marks beside its name. It ticks off all the boxes. This one is absolutely tradable in my book. Now, I'm not going to chase it at high, so I'd be looking to get it at the volume weighted average price at the whole dollar area. It'd have to be a dip trade. That way I could say to myself, well, look, my line in the sand is going to be the break of 275. That's the low over here. So if I get in 3, I can risk 25 pennies in order to make, say, $1. So that's a decent, that's a 1 to 4 there, because the high is 388 and you're looking for a break of the high. So possibly setting up a dip trade on GOEV at $3. Who knows if it makes it down there? Maybe I'll sit at the volume weighted average price at 305. So this one also presenting us with opportunities, Adair. And then STI. STI's multi-day runner. You guys saw this one last week. Let's talk a little bit about it in case you missed the deets last week on it. The company's name is, what the hell is this? Solidyne Technology, $257 million market cap. The float, very similar to GoEV, 2.4 million shares rather than 2.2. Again, a lot of check marks beside its name. Definable pre-market high, trading above VWAP, breaking through the pre-market high. It's got all the check marks. So this one, good to go on that in that regard. But the thing is, though, I mean, it had a nice break of that 350 pre-market high. We got that at around 1040, but it was a topping tail candle. We got to 3 2/3, and then we retraced all the way back down into the volume weighted average price at 314. What's up, Katina Man? The Katina Man is short 890 on NVDA. He's only $7 in the money. So what's up? It's going. It's continuing to go. It's on its way down to 880. Shout out to the Katina Man. We just finished telling you guys, if you don't want to punch into NVDA because it's expensive, you have NVDL, NVDS, and NVDX. So make sure you're looking at those. You're apprised of those if you want to trade NVIDIA and you've got a smaller account. Shout out to Sean, who's printing on NVIDIA. With respect to STI Ram, we're right at the volume weighted average price at 315. What I do like about this, though, is a sequence of higher lows and the holding of the 50 period here on STI. So this one's not really kind of giving up the ghost, so to speak, but it'll have to stay above the volume weighted average price if it wants us to trade it. There's a couple of other ones here. I feel like I've been going on for a little bit too long, so I'm going to throw it back to Adara. But when we get back, I'm going to be talking about LICY, which is also a big PIXY, Pixie. Who remembers Pixie? That one's back up 25%. And then you heard the Neil and the Sean talk about this one, ACB. They're looking at MSOS, MSOX, Cannabis moving again, thanks to Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, those small caps do not want to quit, not one iota. There were so many going on this morning. I was like looking and like, oh my gosh, this one's moving, that one's moving. So a lot of them caught up on volume as it went. Like GOEV didn't have a ton of volume heading in to the pre, and then we open, and then it's like everyone's trying to say go EV. Also, shout out to Sean, who was about to be a cool $10 in the money. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, yeah, we're gonna get NVIDIA. Ooh, let's see if we get below that 881. I feel like a stocktioneer. This is, yeah, what a trade. Did try to go long this for a very small share size earlier. It is what it is. We lost, we live, we learn. But certainly, Sean is living and learning and loving it over in this short, so.
That is a good point, because we were long there, we flipped short.
Yeah.
We learned.
Thank you. Yeah, Sean's saying he was long and then flipped short. So we learn. Also, another thing we can learn about is Brendan and Sean's thoughts on Shamrock Shakes. Woo! NVIDIA getting close to that 880.
It is.
Are we going to break below?
Right there it is, baby. Ooh. So keep your eye on this level, guys. This is where the closing print is. So we could find support at this level. The dude's $10 in the money.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're short with him right now, keep your eye on 878. That's where the closing print on Friday is.
Yeah, and also the low of the day is 880.42. So we're getting very close. We just made it now in that big move down. But also, check out the podcast this weekend because it was so much fun. You have Sean and Brendan talking about Shamrock Shakes, and Brendan and everybody's thoughts on those. It's pretty entertaining. Definitely give that a watch. Really good one this week. Always fun to check out. NVIDIA getting really spicy. Also, that NVIDIA sell-off did unfortunately hurt my little Microsoft trade. I'll talk about it. We did get part of this out, but we're still red on the day because I did add a little bit to this. I was basically planning on ranging this for the higher highs, higher lows around 418.50. We could not crack 419. 419 was for some reason a fortress on Microsoft. I was looking at potential resistance around a 419 like 20 area, but I guess I should have been more cognizant. That's cool. We lost a little bit. I watched us get below that 418.30 and said I have to yeet out of this trade. We did. Lost a little bit there, but not a huge position. What's more interesting to me, though, now is this AMD range that's starting to form. I had lots of fun trading the AMD range. Last week, I actually put that trade on my Instagram, Trader TV Adara. Just kind of what I learned from that. But yeah, basically what I've learned is if there's a range that's continuing to work and you're staying on it, why not stay with it? I think this AMD might break down a little bit, though, because it seems to be, you know, we talk about, Obi talks about Mother Market. I've talked about Mother Bitcoin for some of these crypto names. I think AMD might have like mother NVIDIA. I don't know, because these ones seem to trade in tandem. That being said, AMD is really spicy around that 190. So if I can keep punching in, don't mind if I do. Or on the opposite of that, I'll go short 190.50 if that holds up. I think there's a range here, and I have no problem playing it in both directions. You know, as Sean was saying with NVIDIA, you live and you learn. You have to be willing to flip the style up. So we're gonna have to see what we do on AMD. I really do not mind I don't mind the idea of continuing to range here. Looking out for any other range trades on the horizon. Definitely let me know, because this has been such a crazy day and a lot of volatility and certainly not my type of opportunities opening up here. But I do like this AMD. That's the best look I have. What about you? How's
Good.
Apple going?
It's good. I mean, I'm holding a tiny piece here. Very profitable on it already. 3-month bill auction just came out 11:30. And it's I don't follow the 3 or the 6 months, so I don't know what to compare them to, but they're both higher than the previous print. So keeping an eye on this market, I didn't really get that huge move. We don't typically get that huge move off the Treasury bill auctions at 11:30 anyway. It's typically the 1 o'clock ones that make the moves. But thank you, Dan, for pointing that out. I do appreciate it. We'll see what the futures does. Right back at 18.3, doing that dance here at 18.3 yet again. So this time it did break below the volume weighted average price, but that doesn't mean anything. It could absolutely pump up from where it is at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. So 18.3 is on watch. It's at 18.305 at the moment. NVIDIA holding up just for a moment above that 880 area. I was just talking Kyle Burdett and Magic Mike in the chat. They were giving me their opinion on NVDA, and I still feel the same. I want to see weakness below 878, and I think then that would be quite good. Friday's closing print gives way here. NVIDIA could really find some negative momentum downside. It's already had plenty of negative momentum. It's off 924, and we're talking about 880. So it's $44 worth of range today right now on NVDA. Fantastic look. Magic Mike saying he's taking the, I think a derivative product. He was saying he was looking at the 3 times long. What is the ticker for the 3 times long? Let me know, by the way, because I don't know what it is. So keeping an eye on that. Let's go back to the other small cap gappers that I didn't finish off last time. And it goes by the name of LICY. So let's talk a little bit about this one. LICY is Lie Cycle Holdings. This is $183 million market cap. The float is a little larger, about 131 million shares. There is this giant topping tail candle here at $1.29, and now we're on our way down into $1. We're holding $1.03. You have the volume weighted average price at 101, and obviously there's that dollar level 1 penny below. So all eyes to see if we hold that $1 level. That is a trade in and of itself. That's why I have my scanner filtering for basically it starts showing me all the small cap gappers that break above 85 pennies. There's a trade to be had through the break of $1, and there's a trade to be had on the defend of $1. Not saying that it always stops there or always rejects off that, but it's something to be cognizant of. So if you're looking for that $1 trade, I know Neil likes LICY on its way down into $1 after printing $1.29 high. Now the other one, ACB. Now this one is a fantastic looking chart. Look what this did on Friday. So it was awfully strong again on Friday, and then it's continuing today. Now, in case you're wondering why wheat is moving, there was a White House invitation, dinner, or whatever, meet and greet, whatever you want to call it. An individual who was charged and incarcerated with a marijuana-related offense was invited to the White House. Vice President Harris made statements to the effect that, essentially she's trying to put pressure on the DEA to reduce it from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Nothing we haven't heard already from the Department of Health and Human Services. They've been trying to get the Drug Enforcement Agency to do that for a few months now. So Kamala Harris making statements, and that's, I guess, being viewed as a bullish signal. ACB at day's high, guys, 21.75% or 21.33% right now, looking to come into that $4 area. It did break above that, let's say, 7:50 p.m. high on Friday at 384. So it is above that level. So let's keep eyes on ACB because printing great. And then Pixie, PIXI. This one's showing up after you know, a little bit of a hiatus off there. Let me give you the details here on Pixie. So Shift Pixie is the name of the company. It's a $23 million market cap, so tiny. The float even smaller, 523,000 shares. So a little over 500,000 shares. This one had another topping tail candle here right there at 1020 into $4.80. It is now hugging the volume weighted average price after that big retracement down into 380. So gives up $1 from top to bottom right there on the crest into the trough. Now it's somewhere in the middle at 4.25, trying to hold above the volume weighted average price. It had a bit of a dip below VWAP here, but got bought up immediately. The volume, though, I gotta tell you, awfully suspect on a name that's $4. It hasn't even done 1 million shares of volume today, 810,000. That's not going to cut it for me. Can't manage risk with Bupkis volume like that. So keeping my eyes on this one to kind of see what we get. And I'm already out of the Apple trade. I got stopped out through the break of the, I believe it was 60 penny land, but you know, I was holding negligible amount of shares, so still profitable on the name. As we definitely get that move down by the future into 18.3, it's going to be a matter of whether we can hold the 100-point level or not.
Yeah, this has been a really, really interesting market. Certainly lots of ups and downs and all arounds. Some people asking why is NVIDIA down so much? It could be a case of, you know, usually we have buy the rumor, sell the news leading up to event, cough, cough, Meta Connect into September. This could be an example of selling the rumor and buying the news. We did have that move up initially in NVIDIA, and we're still up about 1%, but we have had quite the sell-off. AMD is the one I've been trying to play chip-wise, although I did try to play NVIDIA earlier as well. Was not successful, but that's all right. AMD, I'm watching to see what we do around VWAP in this 191.40 area. Initially, we were rejecting this 191 area, so I liked it for the short. I don't love my entry, though. I did get in 190.84, so I might have waited for the move down a little bit too much there. We're slightly breaking above 191s, though, so this is going to make me certainly very cautious indeed. I did like that 191 failure, but it looks like AMD is now trying to, AM destroy me just a little bit. Not a huge position, so all good there. Really just trying to get more comfortable trading this name because this is a name that I have occasionally had some issues with. I had a lot of fun trying to fight with this name and trying to get more comfortable with it last week on Friday, so we're going to have to see how this goes. I did initially like the setup. It looks like we're kind of getting into my area of interest unless we fail this, or we're leaving my area of interest, I guess.
Doesn't matter.
Unless we fail 191.40. It looks like maybe we are, so I'm going to stay in this for the time being. Jimbo Slice saying remember PayPal's AI day? Yeah, that was PayPal's AI day. I remember really well, too, because I had a short leading into that. Then we break above my area of interest, I leave. Then we drops like $3 or something. Yeah, PayPal's AI day, I certainly remember. Thanks for reminding me about that one, Jimbo Slice. That one I also think I think that trade's also on my Instagram. But yeah, that was, PayPal's AI day was a very good example of being patient when you try to go short on those days. Because you might have the right idea and your timing might be a little bit wrong. Maybe give yourself some more stop loss. So, of course, not advice, just my take on a very specific trade that will always have me slightly traumatized. We broke above that 191.40. We're out of AMD, very much down on the day. A little bit disappointed because I think last week I was feeling comfortable with my strategy. But you know what? Where's the next trade? Looking for more ranges. Excited to keep going on this day. Jay Lee wants to talk about Weight Watchers or WW International. Yeah, this one has been really struggling as of late, I have to say. Today we're up about 17%. Is there any specific news on this today? Oprah Winfrey shares why she was motivated to host a primetime special on weight loss. So I guess that's more kind of generally associated. But yeah, and also on Friday they said that they were going to be on track to beat their previously provided Q1 numbers, so that could have given a bit of a move up. We kind of made the peak of this movement here at 280. Now we look like we're maybe trickling down. If we can avoid making a lower low here at 264, that could be a nice look. But yeah, definitely on the move up. 5.5 million shares of volume, but also we have to contextualize this with some of the more massive moves down we had last week on some rumors that they were meeting with lawyers to discuss bankruptcy. So bit of a mixed picture for Weight Watchers. And look at this volume that we had on that move down those last couple of days. So yeah, I think certainly with this one, very important to remember all of the context of the chaotic way that this one's moving. It also would be interesting to see us break above that earlier sort of flat bottom break around 287.
All right. Thank you, Benton C, for mentioning Adobe. So he's like, look, this looks like a good example for your trade today. And absolutely, Benton, because what we're looking for is a general uptrend, but with intermittent dips that we can get in on, right? Because we're looking at buying the pullback in the lesson today. Thank you very much. Perfect example. Obviously, Adobe a bit more expensive of a stock, obviously, so maybe not the best day trading stock, and also the liquidity on Adobe tends to be a little bit less. But your suggestion is well taken, and I definitely agree with you. Higher highs, higher lows, but with clear dip opportunities. And the thing is, Benton, that I like where it's holding up. Let's just take a case in point. So this move over here into 506. You have a bit of a double top at 506. Not really a double top in the exact sense because it doesn't break the neckline, but you know there is resistance at that 506 level. It's rejected a couple of times. Then you give up the ghost at 506. You end up taking it. It makes its way all the way up to 509 and a quarter. But look where it holds up twice, right at that 506 level. And so you're going to see in the lesson that we have coming up this week about pullbacks into resistance and support, it's going to be this exact trade right here, where you're getting dip trades, and the dip trades are off key levels of support or resistance, depending on whether you're going long or short. So thank you for pointing this out. Definitely point well taken, and I probably will clip this for an example if we were to ever redo this trade again. So shout out to Benton C for showing me this. But I got to get to this here, Adara. Like, I mean, this is a very important headline here. Obviously, you know, we've made fun of Manchester United. I've made fun of Manchester United. I think they're a hideous team, and you know, it only really is. Forget about them. Now, anybody who loses to them, what do we say about that team? So my old man's already gotten the trolling, and now it's time to troll another good friend of mine, and he goes by the name of Mr. Orange Shades. Mr. Orange Shades is also a very big supporter of Liverpool. I love it. Mr. Orange Shades. All right. But the whole point is Liverpool is now out of the FA Cup. Because, you know what? I got to give credit to Manchester United. This is the only tournament that they actually had left. I mean, they're not going to win the Prem. They're already out of the Champions League. So, I mean, this was like a do or die for their season. So I don't blame Liverpool too much for losing here. But the fact of the matter is they were leading twice. They gave up 2 leads. United came from behind every time, and then they ended up scoring, as you can see there, in the 122nd minute. It was a hell of a game to watch. So I'm just trolling Neil. I'm just joking, obviously, but it was definitely a wicked game to watch. I watched it with my old man, and, well, yeah, you know how he probably feels at this point, right? So, guys, Apple back into 176 here, so it's coming into that whole dollar level. And the thing about that whole dollar level is it's right at the 50 period. So you know exactly how the Katina man feels about the 50 period. You know how the Neil feels about the 50 period. But, you know, it seems to be that there's much price action at that 176 level to really justify a hold, aside from being the whole dollar level, right? The area that I was looking at as a key area of possible support was 175 to 175 and a quarter, and it's really owing to this crest here that we had in the pre at around 8 a.m. Otherwise, it was really uninterrupted up into the right for AAPL. We'll watch what it does at the whole dollar level right here at 176. So Apple giving back some of the move that it made today. What's up, Katina man? Reloaded. So somebody's reloaded again. We're at 890. So the Katina man's reloaded at 890 on NVDA. So yeah, another $110 winner, one $6 winner. 889.20. So same thing. 890. I mean, we're talking pennies here on a $900 name. So yeah, guys, if you want to trade NVIDIA and you don't want to punch in on the actual name itself, NVDL, NVDS, and NVDX, check those ones out.
Yeah, I should have done that. I ended up getting in NVIDIA, and I mean, you know, I definitely probably got out of this a little bit too early. I should have just taken part out at 88 instead of the whole kit and caboodle. Got involved at 889s. I watched, well, 888.98. I waited for a couple failures of that level, then I was ready to go, punched in. We got to 890. I was going to get out if we got decisively above 890. We rejected 890. I was like, there we go, Adara. And then I was like, you know, I really was happy with $1 just because I had some weaker trades earlier today. So I just really wanted to take a trade that I felt comfortable with to kind of get back in the game, feel a little bit more comfortable. But shout out to Sean in the red and blue lumberjack with the red Apple watch strap to match. So not a perfect juicy reference there, but congrats to Sean for that awesome trade. That was a beautiful reload there at 890. NVIDIA, that 890 rejection was spicy. I'm going to be watching what we do around here. I do think there's some opportunity to play this NVIDIA. And I think what we're doing at 886 has been a little bit interesting to me as a bit of a scalpier person who clearly does not like to stay in trades for too long. I've noticed we get to 886 and then we kind of peter down a little bit. We kind of die out. So I think if I can take a couple dollars like this 884, $1.50, 884.50, 886. I think that could be a bit of a promising short just to go. So I'm going to have to wait and see what we do here, but I don't mind that trade at all. That's really the main thing I have on my radar at this moment. Microsoft seeing a little bit of chop and turn in the 1 minute. I need to probably change my side chart from 1 to a 3. But seeing the same kind of thing in the 3, it looks like we really are seeing lower highs, lower lows. There could be some opportunities here. I think right now we're probably a little bit too far in the movement down for me to get interested. But if we're talking about shorting the pullbacks or getting involved in pullbacks, Microsoft giving you those opportunities. On the short side, I tried to play it really scalpy on the long side and just didn't take everything out appropriately. But I think this Microsoft short to the down side. Down. Coming off that 420.50 top. Another, I can't see the pamp. I can't see the, we try. But yeah, I think this move down on Microsoft is beauteous. I think there's certainly some opportunities there. NVIDIA encroaching upon its earlier bottom.
Beauteous?
Beauteous, yeah.
Ooh, okay. I think you said beauteous, not me. I heard it.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. Okay. I don't think that's the very first time in the history of How to Trade and the Midday Show that the word beauteous has ever been uttered. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm very confident saying it. Neil feels the same way.
Good times. Yeah, this is it is a nice look on NVIDIA. I didn't realize I even said that. But yeah, look, we're trying to, could we make a lower low? If we bounce off that 881 area, are there some opportunities? Je ne sais pas. I'm going to have to wait and see because we participate. We don't anticipate up in here. I'm excited to keep trading. Darwin's saying that I guess it has been said maybe. Yeah. I can't tell if that's sarcasm.
I think he's trolling there.
Oh, okay. I'm not good. Thank you for the sarcasm check.
That's all
there we
good.
go.
It's all
Sharifa's
good.
like my sarcasm check and it's always much appreciated. But yeah, also appreciated is something in NVIDIA once I see the setup I like.
All right, let's chat about some other names here, Adara, because I think we gave up the ghost at 18.3. So essentially, we had a couple of trades possible at 18.3. I took one of them, and there was a second one that was presented to you over here, but the bounce up wasn't as aggressive as the one that I took. It only moved up about 15 points, and now try the other side of that. We're 15 now points lower than 18.3. So we're on the way down here. We gave up the ghost at the 100-point level. We gave up the ghost at the volume weighted average price. And now it's like, okay, so where do we find that key level of support? I'm going to be looking at resistance level 1, which is the teal. Trust the teal, baby. On the teal dotted line on my chart is not Max's teal. That's his volume weighted average price. So we'll see what we get at that T line. And it's not just because it's resistance level 1 on pivots, but it's at the 50-point level. So, the 50-point level, not nearly as big to me in future world as the 100-point level, but we're going to keep eyes on it in any event. Then below that, we have 18.2, really. And then 18.2 actually does have some price action support. So it's not just the 100-point level on its own, but there is this little crest here that we made at around 5 a.m. in the pre at around 18.2. So we'll be looking to see, number one, do we make it down there? Number two, do we hold up at those levels? So questions to be asked here on the future. Now, Tesla. This has been a rocket ship today, right? And this is like eerily reminiscent of how Tesla would trade last year. Right? It was a great 2023 for Tesla. It was the number one options traded name in the entire year. Options traders absolutely love Tesla. I don't know if that's the case anymore. I think probably NVIDIA may have overtaken that. I'm not sure. But this is what we kind of saw on Tesla last year. These parabolic moves, 5, 6, 7% days. We get that rejection off 175 or thereabouts, 174 and a fifth. Now we're kind of coming down below the 10 period here and trying to hold up at 173. So let's see, this is the first time we've retraced off 174 break down into 173. So let's see if we get that hold up there. Now, there's really not a lot of price action to support this on the 5. But when you flip to the 1, you see an awful lot of topping tail candles into 173. That got rejected. Here's what I'm talking about. So initially, when we were trying to make our way up into 173, look what happened over here, right? We get up into 173 and a quarter and we reject. And then we actually consolidate a little bit at 173. And we're kind of doing that right now. We're dipping a little bit below 173, but not really putting in those aggressive lower lows. So I want to see how we do at this area. It's kind of a random area to find support, but that really is not the point. The point is, where are we finding actual support, or where are we going to consolidate here? So watching this area here on TSLA, if it gives up the ghost at that level though, what's the next level that we have? So let's go back and have a look. I like this 171.50 area. Look at all this chop over here. And then we have to really go down to 171. That was the top there at around 830 before we quadrunked, bounced off resistance level 1, and then really took that bad boy to the north side. So Tesla getting that nice bounce up here, almost 6% on the day. It was up over 6% as a result of these price increases that they're putting in North America and Europe. And the market likes that. Well, you know what price increases means, right? Usually demand. You don't increase your price if you don't have demand, right? So that is probably maybe kind of foreshadowing what we might hear, maybe, from Tesla on the next earnings call. When did they report? Like end of this month? Or early next month?
Let me find out. They reported last time January 18th, I believe. So let's find out.
Wow, it's been a minute.
Earnings. Okay, so they are reporting April 17th, 2024.
Okay, yeah, so we got like a month. Yeah, okay, so it's still
crazy. Only a month. Oh my gosh, time flies.
I know, right? Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. I just, my thinking, the way my mind works is Elon's not going to put up money, increase the price if he's not selling these cars. So we'll see. Anyway, getting a curl up off 173 right now. So it looks as if that 173 bottom holding for now as we make another 5-minute candle to make a newer high above the first. Let's see how high we can get. It's already a 174 3/4 HOD. Can we break through that 175 area? Time will tell, but Tesla looks like a good trade, kind of the opposite trade right now of AAPL. That's starting to curl back down. In fact, it's breaking through 176, breaking through the 50 period. So kind of looking the opposite of each other right now, Tesla and Apple.
Yeah, that Tesla and Apple are both two very different. I know two companies you're both interested in as well. I think that they're really exciting innovations coming out of both of those, especially, news catalysts too, right? Apple, although as Neil said, and he and I were having this conversation off camera this morning, I think that news definitely does seem on its face more beneficial for Google because it shows that Apple is kind of maybe not doing their own AI development. They're getting a little bit of help from their pals in mega cap land, Google, whereas Tesla has those price increases. And I think it'll be really interesting to see what earnings call we get. Elon, for Tesla, Elon Musk will always give you an exciting, eventful conference call. So I think it'll be really cool to see what he gives us for this April 17th, 2024 earnings call. I'm very excited to hear. Hopefully we'll be tickled pink or pleased as punch or what have you. There will certainly be some movement in the stock. However, I am pleased as punch with this AMD trade, and I'd like to talk about it. So this 191 bounce I really like because I have a thing where sometimes if a trade doesn't work in one direction, maybe it'll work in the other. And I'm not saying 100%, I want more confluence, obviously, but these are always areas I'm going to be aware of, right? 191, we tried this short because there was a little bit of chop and churn there earlier. It failed. We got it at 191.40. All good. Move. Where's the next trade? Then I see we come back into 191, and I've noticed AMD has had a really nice time hip-hopping and bouncing around some of these key levels. When I say key levels, I mean whole dollars areas. 190, there was a nice little bounce in AMD as well that I probably should have been more rangy with, but that's okay. Then we got involved at 191 again. Here we are. Saw this, we failed the VWAP a little bit, and then I got a little bit nervous, but then we came back. I said, as long as we stay above that 190.50 area where we had some chop and churn, I'm okay. We don't even get to 190.80. We keep going, and I said, we got this. Took up some of this around this 191.40 area, which is where I had to cut the short. To cut it short, I don't know. But yeah, so we got out part of it there. I was saving a piece for the dream for that earlier peak that Acme around 191.80. So we got the rest out around 91.78s. Please just punch with this trade. Honestly, like I know Neil and Sean have talked about this a bit, like using NVIDIA sometimes as your futures for some of these chip names. I think obviously the charts look a little bit different, but AMD, that bounce happened around when we had that baby bounce, just above that 180 area for NVIDIA. So that was a little bit helping me there as well, beyond the fact that we had those levels in AMD. My micro ranges still a little bit down on the day across the board for these trades, but overall pretty proud of myself, just trying to keep going with this AMD and NVIDIA. I do not give up, and I am excited to see what else the market's going to give me to trade.
Sounds good.
I see you entered the time track.
I did. I got long, small size here on the curl up, looking for that 174 take, and then maybe that HOD touch. So very small size here. I don't want to get blown out. I'm not going to take any beak wetters here. We're going to let this one run through 174. That's the idea. But as I look at my scanner, geez Louise, Go EV keeps pumping to the high side here. It is, look, it's not moving dollars at a time here, but for quite, I don't want to call it a stable name, because look what it did over here. I mean, 388, and then we tanked all the way down to 290. So I'm not going to say that. But since that big boy Huadunk, within 2 5-minute candles, we've kind of calmed down a little bit in the way that we're trading. And in addition to the fact that we've calmed down, we're putting in observably higher highs and higher lows. We have a bit of a top here for whatever reason at 343, but this feels like it's a temporary top in anticipation of a 350 break. Now, how do you get in on this one? Well, you got a couple of opportunities. One, it's been magnetic. It has that magnetic effect either to the 10 period and, the outlying to the 20 period. So what I mean by that is, for the most part, it's holding up on a closing basis above the 10 EMA, which is the green solid line on my chart. But at times, it is making its way down into the 20 period. And so I have to look at TSLA here, because it's breaking down below the 50 penny range. So I have to look at where my entry or my exit on this one is going to be. Yeah, I can leave it for now. So going back to Go EV over here, it's been really kind of sticking to either the 10 period or the 20 period. Now you can see wicks make it down to the 20 period, but the majority of the closing prints are all above that 10 period. So maybe you can, put a dip trade for half your entry at the 10 period, and another half move it up with the 20 period as the 20 period and the 10 period move up incrementally. But this one looks awfully good. It's 71.6% up on the day. It is well off the highs. I mean, we have that move into 388 possibly as an area that we can target as a profit target, or even $4 if we really get going here. So keeping my eye on Go EV. I think this one is stabled out a little bit. It was a lot more volatile early, owing to that big move up on the open and that big retracement subsequent to that around 955. But since that time, it's kind of chilled out a little bit. So be looking for a possible dip trade here on Go EV. It's going to be for smaller size, so we can manage risk a little bit better. Looks like Tesla, a good thing I didn't get out of that one, even though the future is on the way down. The future is tanking. Tesla at the moment, not tanking with the future, but definitely not ascending either. So looks as if, some of this negativity on the future is definitely having its effect on Tesla at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Go EV and also Go, the other EV, Tesla there.
Like
NVIDIA, I have to say I'm a little bit disheartened by my inability to get NVIDIA around the 8245, a really specific number. But I was looking at these, this kind of little bit of consolidation there earlier. I said, if we reject that, we punch in. I had it all typed out. We rejected it. I go punch in. And then before I can get filled, we drop a couple dollars. So we did miss out. I've mentioned this before. I think one of my biggest issues is my entry points. I either get in too early or I get in too late. The timing is less than ideal. That's something I'm working on.
Rivian, guys. Rivian popped up on volume, up 3%. Here's the headline. Rivian vehicles are now compatible with the supercharger network. That obviously means Tesla's supercharger network. Ford, I don't remember exactly who, Honda, some others, I think, are a Volkswagen. You would know. are now compatible with Tesla's EV charging network, but now Rivian being added to that mix. So make of that what you will, getting a nice bounce up there off $11.10 through $11.50. Let's see if we get continuity, but we'll look at that when we get back, because the Neil is now ready to drop hot lines on Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. When everyone looks right, maybe you want to go left. When the market zigs, sometimes you might want to zag. Now, usually we'll always say the trend is your friend, and I'm not necessarily going to talk you into fighting a trend. However, if there is a big enough expectation on an event that a certain stock is going to move in a certain direction, and almost everybody is thinking exactly the same way, the thoughts are aligned, the anticipation is all going in the same direction, you can maybe profit from something that shocks those expectations or subverts those expectations. So we have a couple examples I want to use, not just in real time, but also in a follow-up, where if everyone's looking left, you're going to want to go right, and it doesn't mean you have to be out in front of it. You can just be looking out for those signs for what can be a big opportunity. So first things first, you have to have everybody looking at a certain stock. You have to have everybody looking at a certain event. So in this particular case, I want to talk about SMCI being added to the S&P 500. Now, when Uber was added to the S&P 500, the stock famously rallied into it. There was a sell the news event after the fact. It caught a bid a couple of weeks later and then rallied. But it was pretty clean. Like, it went up going into the event at about 350 when the imbalances come out. You know, it wasn't a huge event, but it certainly didn't tank. That's for sure. Now, SMCI, clearly there was some buying going into it. You can see, like, when it was in late February, it was trading down around $800. It had made recent highs in the last couple of weeks, so it was pretty strong going into the addition, but had pulled back a couple of days. Now, the trade that a lot of people look for at the close of something like this would be, okay, well, if there has to be 5 or 6 million shares bought at the close, you just look for a buy and balance and the stock will shoot up. And people that might have gotten out in front of that would have gotten burned. Now, if you're expecting that a stock near the close is going to have a buy event, then as it starts dropping, I mean, it was strong pretty much all afternoon. As it starts dropping, there's going to be traders that say, oh, wow, if it's supposed to run into the close, now I'm getting it off of a support level. Now you're talking yourself into other trades. If it's supposed to be a buy, I can be long this at 11 into this 1095 or off of this pre-market low. Those are fantastic entries. That's what the people glued to this stock has to go up can be thinking. Now, if you're a person who is, well, I'll just wait till it actually materializes or comes out, and then I can make my decision after that. Why do I have to get out in front of it? In the back of your mind, you should be telling yourself, hey, there's got to be some longs in here. And this is a key thing. If you're going to look for the shock trade, there need to be people trapped in the other direction. It's not enough that it comes out as a sell and balance at 350. There has to be a reason that you think people have jumped the gun to really make it worth it going against the grain. Now, in this case, it was a dip into that support and a little bit of a bounce that I think gives you that impetus. So you can see it start bouncing off support. That is a trap long in front of the imbalances. Now, when it comes out at 350, it absolutely tanks. Unless you're an algo, you're not capturing that first breakdown, but when it takes out the low of the day, it just doesn't stop. So you have yourself a reason to be looking for the reversal, an area that you can get in on a breakdown, and it's a sell imbalance, and it's supposed to be a buy. So instead of just gluing yourself to the long, either getting burned or potentially just doing absolutely nothing, which is perfectly fine in that situation, you can be looking for the other direction, knowing that there are some trapped longs here that are going to want to stop out and get out of Dodge when it breaks that low of the day. And the best part about this is it even gives you an opportunity today. Now, if you go back to what is the tried and true normal way that these news events are traded, it's the buy the rumor, sell the news, right? So you would suspect that after a stock gets a run up going into an addition into the S&P 500, that you would be looking for a sell the news event on the Monday. If it goes in and it's effective Monday morning, so you get the close price, then you'd expect there could be a sell the news event. Now, you probably know what I'm going to get at here is if you are looking for the sell the news and the stock gaps up, you still need a reason to be looking in the other direction. Now, if you're thinking sell the news, you don't have much of anything to do when the stock is absolutely ripping faces off, going to the upside. But remember, this is a stock, this is a AI market, this is a setup that a lot of bulls are going to be in love with. A little bit of a wipeout trap bottom. It's in the S&P 500 now. It's taking out Friday's high. This is a gold breakout long on a short squeeze name. However, subverting expectations, if you're still thinking a bit of a step ahead, and again, you don't have to be counter trend, but if you want to be, you want to look for where are people actually trapped. And on a breakout here, you're not necessarily catching people until it breaks out that high. So you're patient, patient, patient. It breaks out that top. And there isn't a heck of a lot in terms of green candles when it gets back underneath that top. So if I come back over this high, that's about 1030, so 1130. When it gets to 1130, there is a minor bounce and then a breakdown. Now, congratulations to you if you're catching that trade in there. I'm not even going to talk about that trade. If you're in there at 1125 when other things were still ripping, that's a great one. However, when this simply breaks 1100 support, that's something that you can get yourself behind. Because then you've got people taking the breakout here, you've got people that did not cover when it didn't buy on the S&P 500 inclusion, and you've got people trapped in the breakout and the dip buy. You've got all kinds of longs that are looking for the exit when 1100 can't hold. And if you look for the shorts underneath that, it's a clear trend back into the downside. The key thing is if you're gonna go left or look left when the market's going right, if you're gonna zig when the market's zagging, is you have to wait for enough people piling into the other direction. You've got to see it first. If there isn't a reason people have gotten trapped or other traders have gotten trapped, then it's not going to be as lucrative for you to go in the other direction and look for that setup. Because then you're going to wait for an opportunity that doesn't have as much volatility into it. But if you get multiple legs going in the other direction, then looking for that reversion trade can make sense. But a few things have to happen. One, has to be a reason everyone has their eyeballs on it. Two, you've got to get people trapped in some obvious setups in that direction. And three, you've got to find yourself an actual setup with risk to reward for you to get in. Like the bottom break I mentioned, like shorting off of that, the 350 level at 350 at the time for the imbalances when they come out. You've got to have a reason to be able to get out because you are in some ways going against the grain here. But if you can line those up, you've got another trade you can add to your toolbox, and the next time there's a big event, you're ready to zig when everybody else zags. That's your lesson of the day.
Zigzag. Yeah. Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent and informative as always. Neil dropping hotlines every day at 12 o'clock. In case you join us, make sure to catch Neil's lesson of the day every day at noon hour. As we were talking there, Dara, the Fuge did make, or as Neil was dropping hotlines, the Fuge got back above 18.3, so momentarily dipped into that 18.2 3/4 territory, but right back above again. And I see some triangles there on the NVIDIA trade, so take us through it.
They're not good triangles.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay, it's okay. I mean, honestly, I think the thing is, as Neil was saying that lesson, I was really feeling what he was saying, like, don't have a trade unless you have a great setup. This is just, honestly, I'm still in this because we haven't broken above the 887, but it's like, girl, why? And I'll explain why I'm saying girl, why. So I got involved 884. I watched this rejection a couple times. In retrospect, this could have been a skosh of bitterness on my part because we didn't get that earlier 883.50. I'm not going to lie. But then again, I did like the 884 failure. I watched it fail a couple times. I said, you know, you got this. I was going to give it a couple dollars because I was trying to take a couple dollars in the downside. I still am. And I said, we'll give it to 887. I also added at 886 when I saw that failure a couple times. We still have not got above 887, but now it looks like we're forming this 90 MA support. Honestly, the better trade probably would have been short at 887 to 885-esque. And that's why I really just feel what Neil had to say there with regards to just waiting till you have a perfect setup and you have your plan. So thank you so much to Neil for that lesson of the day. One I'm learning from, and yeah, this trade has just had me, you know, I wish the triangles were better. I'm gonna be honest, but they exist and we're gonna own up to them because that's what we do here at Out of Trade. We also slide out of our NVIDIA trade ASAP Rocky because this is going kind of rough. But that's okay, you know, literally the only place I can go from this trade is up because wowee. Move to the downside. Also, thank you so much to Guilty Gunner. Sorry for the looking at this a little bit later here, but thank you for that super chat. Tilray, fair value 40. Won't see it again under $2. Yeah, let's look at TLRY. Let's take a look at this. Okay, up 15% on that potential. You know, all the whisperings of the cannabis regulation there. I know Sharif was mentioning that Kamala Harris speech. I also saw some traders circulating on Twitter that this one hedge fund manager, Doug Cass, was like, oh yeah, like I've heard from sources that the DEA will be rescheduling soon. So not news, just some circulation of information. But yeah, Tilray, nice look. Let's look at the daily of this one to kind of get a look. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this move up here today is really beautiful. I think breaking above this earlier area where we had a little bit of peaks and valleys around that 210 would be nice. Then we kind of get into that pseudo double bottom here and then a little bit of where we had that top around 230. I think that's where things start getting really interesting. But yeah, I see what you mean. There could be continued movement. Right now that we still have lower highs and lower lows, so we kind of need to break out of that pattern. Also, this flat bottom around 160 could be a bit concerning. But yeah, nice look. I think this catalyst could certainly be helpful for T to the L to the R to the Y. But now it is time. We had Neil's lesson today. Now we have our lesson. Also, your Apple trade.
Yeah. Or just it's basing out at, okay, so I'll talk about the Apple trade and my ideas behind it before we get into the lesson. So this was obviously a top that we identified there in the pre, that 175 and general area. It looks like we put in some bottoming tail candles on it right now. These doji candles show some indecision. So if we can bounce up off this level, we'll definitely be looking to take profit there, but I've got a tight line in the sand, so it'll have to hold this level. What's up, Katina, man? What's going on now?
We reloaded. You get one guess.
I'm going to say, hold on. Give me a second, Katina. Triple eights on NVDA short.
I literally got short 888.
The Katina man trades, baby. $5 in the money on NVDA. It's a print factory on that side of the desk, baby. Shout out to the Katina man. He literally just put it on. So it's just, you know, banks trade. Shout out to him. What's going on over there? Let's talk a little bit about this, the basics of a pullback trade. Today, that is the lesson of the day, Ram, as we get that bad boy ready. In case you're wondering what's going on with these pullbacks and the basics, essentially, it's a fundamental strategy in day trading. Essentially, what it tries to do is capitalize on dips within an uptrend or rises within a downtrend within the larger trend to kind of profit off that. It offers you potential entry points at a discount or a premium, depending on whether you're going long or short, compared with the main direction. Let's break it down and talk a little bit about this type of trade. So understanding the trend, that's the first thing you have to do here. We have to identify the larger trend on the instrument we're looking at. So the foundation of the strategy is a strong trend. So you're looking for charts that go up and to the right or down and to the right that are very obvious in their direction, okay? And then you're looking for a chart with also consistently higher highs and higher lows for the long, or lower highs and lower lows for the short. This establishes the overall price direction that you want to look for. So that's the first thing. We're looking for a trend, whether to the upside or the downside, it doesn't matter. You're looking for a decisive, ideally strong trend. Okay. And then once you get the trend, you're going to start looking for a pullback area, right? So now you're watching for price retracement against the overall trend. So if it's up and to the right, you're looking for a momentary dip. Now that could be several days, it could be several hours. It really depends on what time frame you're trading on. So you're watching for price retracement against the trend. So imagine, you know, just to put this in a visual format, imagine you're basically you're a runner, you're taking a quick breather during a marathon. That's the pullback, all right? It's a temporary dip in an uptrend or a rise in a downtrend that creates a potential buying opportunity for the longs or a shorting opportunity for the shorts. An example of a pullback in uptrends and downtrends is shown up here. So this is what we're looking at here. So this is obviously an uptrend, and as you can see with the down and to the right black upper trend lines, that is your pullback area where you can get in. And so, multiple different ways to weasel your way into these trades. We'll talk about that in the upcoming days, but this is kind of the chart you're looking for a long, and this is the kind of chart you're looking for a short. It's valid both ways, okay? So entering the trade, let's talk a little bit about how to enter the trade. So if you're going long in an uptrend, you see a pullback in an uptrend, this might be a good time to buy or go long. It's like buying a discounted ticket on a roller coaster ride before it keeps on climbing, right? Same thing with the short. You're going short, which is in the downtrend. It might be a good chance to sell short at that level. Think of borrowing a stock, like renting to sell it at a high during the pullback, hoping to buy it back later at a lower price and return it for a profit. That's just essentially the mechanics of how to get long short. That's not really the point here. So the confirmation signals are super important though. They're not essential, but some traders look for confirmatory signals like that help boost your confidence on that pullback level. So the first thing you can look for is certain candlestick patterns, right? Are you looking for, a hammer candle to show that there was a lot of bullishness to buy up that particular level? Or you could be looking for things like an engulfing bullish candle, right? Michael Noss talks a lot about that. So we'll show you what those look like in a second, but you're looking for confirmation. One of the ways that confirmation can come is in the form of a candlestick pattern. But there are also technical indicators that you can use too, like RSI and stochastics. Those help you determine overbought and oversold territories. So on a pullback, you could be looking for the RSI to dip into oversold territory. We're going to talk more this week about price action, indicator divergence and how to spot good pullback areas. But for today, we're just talking about the basics, but keep that in mind because we're going to be talking about it later this week, the divergence between the indicator and the price action. And here's a great example here of a candlestick pullback with weak volume. And this is what we're looking at over here. So what you see is the green days, the volume on the green days is a lot lower than the volume on the red days. And so that shows you that the pops back up, the retracements to the high side on much less volume than the downtrend was. So that should give you an indication that, it's not really a reversal of the trend. It's just more of a pullback because the volume to the downside is still a lot stronger than any volume to the upside. Thank you for throwing that in, Derek, because that absolutely makes sense. And here is another a very good example of where you can look to the indicator to give you areas to enter. So we've been, on this particular chart, we were trending well below the 50-period moving average, and every pop into the 50 was eventually sold off. So that could be your line in the sand for where to get short, for example. So that is another very good one. Exiting the trade, very important as well. Guys, don't hold on to the trade forever. It's a day trade. It's a trade. It's not an investment, right? So don't get married to the trade. Aim to exit when the price decisively breaks above that resistance levels in the case of an uptrend and a long, or below support in the downtrend for a short. These are price levels where the trend has historically faced difficulty continuing. And so why stand in the face of that? Take your profits and get out of Dodge. And there's also a very good, very important explanation, I think, that we need to make between what is a regular pullback and what is an outright reversal. Sometimes you can't tell the difference, right, when you're looking at it initially. It's only after we start trending up that you're like, oh, okay, so that was a pullback. That wasn't a reversal. So some of the things you can do in order to avoid a potential getting into a trend reversal is be cautious when entering a pullback trade while the asset is approaching a major support or resistance area. Maybe wait for it to bounce off that area before punching long or punching short. Look out for any bearish signals if you're trying to enter in an uptrend, or bullish signals if you're looking to enter in a downtrend. That might indicate the impending entry of a reversal, or a reversal is on the horizon. So keep that in mind. And remember, guys, always use stop loss orders. This is a simplified explanation. Obviously, this is just basics into a pullback. And, the pullback trade is a versatile tool, but, there are a lot more advanced variations of which we'll be talking about this week. So keep your eye on any reversals and try to figure out how your trading strategy best works with that, Adair.
Yeah, I will say too, the reason I included that difference between a pullback and a reversal, because that was something I really struggled with when I would start trading. Like I'd think, oh, this thing is, there's a little dip, it's gonna keep going higher. And it's like, well, Adira, was it preceded by a topping tail candle? Because that could be a sign that it actually might be a reversal, right? So it's kind of both knowing the confirmatory signs for your dip buy, but you also want to know some signs that could actually imply that a reversal is waiting and on the horizon. So I think knowing both of those is really key. Also, NVIDIA continues to be interesting. Yes, I am still involved in this little tango. We took the long here for about $1 off of that 885, 886 area. Basically with NVIDIA, me getting involved now, like I said, I thought that range was around 887 to 884 was spicier than the range I was trying to play, which is weirdly shorting 884, which is kind of the bottom of this movement. Anyway, that trade's in the past. All we have now is the future. And this future is I'm waiting for these 888 rejections. I did get involved initially, that 886 area. So again, not a great point of entry, but we were having some failures here. I don't love this decisive break above 888. So if this continues, I'm going to have to get out post haste. My plans here, because I am noticing that we're seeing a little bit of a move up in this range, I'm trying to get out of that at the 885.50 area, saving a piece for just below 885s. That's the look. I like that we rejected 888 here. I think probably I should maybe switch to NVDL. That might be a better look than whatever I'm trying to do with the big boy NVDA. But shout out to Sean, killing it on this trade. I see some people in the chat mentioning this one as well. Someone saying Marissa's going to get her Rivian, because I know Marissa was expressing some interest in that Rivian. Yeah, so congrats there on NVDA. Shout out to Sean on that. Yeah, we're gonna have to see. It looks like we're part filled in some of this. We might be entirely out. I think the risk management here, though, was a little bit dancing with danger, which is not a dance you want to do. You know what I mean? Especially not with NVDA. I mean, the DA could stand for danger, for all we know. So I really should have been a little bit more intelligent about that. I'm going to be really, really honest. I can't be. We got out of this unscathed, but I can't really be that proud of it because I don't think my plan here is really good. So we might have to go into NVIDIA withdrawal for the time being. This was just not my bag. I am happy with how I managed the rest of that trade out, but this guy is getting dicier, or if I get involved, trying to start play this long range off that 9 EMA because it looks like things could be taken a skosh of a curl. Kyle Burdett saying NVIDIA short at 888. Shout out to you. I do think that's the level instead of the level I tried to play, that 888 area, or it would have had to be a lot scalpier. Also, some mentions of Tesla here by Chef Joe, so let's see what's cooking in Tesla up in here. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, curling down a little bit here. But yeah, I mean, we're still up. I can't believe we're up 5.5% in the day. I'm sure Elon is elong right now.
Oh, yeah.
He's pleased as punch. Because what a move up. I mean, Tesla needed a positive catalyst, so this is a nice look. Especially ahead of those earnings, as you mentioned.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. But one thing that is not up at the moment is the futures. Right back down below 18.3 we go again. So yeah, making that big move up into 18.381, a little bit above 18.3, a little bit below. It's awfully consolidated. I hope nobody took a long or short break on this trade, because it looks like you would have got cut up if you went either way at this point, unless you're scalping it like I did earlier on that 18.3 dip and rip. So we'll see exactly what kind of direction we get on the future. Right now, right back into 18.3 again. So absolutely candles of indecision, plenty on the NQ today. We'll have to wait and see which way this wants to resolve. But I put my dip trade on Go EV, completely separate from whatever we're doing on the future. The volume weighted average price at 310, and it hasn't moved all that much. I've got a dip trade set up at 311. So this one made its way down into 317 at the lowest, right back now into that $0.75. But it did break actually the 20 period moving average on a closing basis for the first time, essentially since the bell. So we had not actually closed below the 20 period moving average, since 9:30 this morning, since the bell rung. And that was the first candle that we actually closed below the 20 period, which is the yellow line, the yellow solid line on my chart. So keeping an eye to see what we get here. Obviously getting long 311, my line in the sand will be that $3 break. So we'll have to hold above the $3 area. Now, if it makes sense for me to do so, if I like what I see, I may DCA from that 311 entry into 3 defend, but it may not even make its way down there for now. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what we get. Now, one thing we talked about essentially, one thing we talked about earlier is to look at the moving averages for indication as to price action consolidation. When the price is moving nicely and we're trending, we have momentum in a certain direction, the space between the moving averages opens up. But when the space gets super tight, that's when you can tell price action consolidation is starting to take place. And that's what I'm seeing here on GoEV. Like, look at that big move up initially. We had the largest space between the moving averages. Now, as we kind of incrementally make our way up and now possibly even break down below the 20 period, you can see that space between the 20 and the 10 really get to its tightest point on the day. So right now, may not be a great entry into this name as price action is really consolidating, and we could get a break to the downside, right? If the 10 period is to cross the 20 period to the downside, that could be an indicator for some mechanical following trading systems there. So we shall see. But Aurora Cannabis just broke through that 390, 391 flat top that I have been putting in essentially since 11:45. So the better part of 45 minutes, we had had this consolidation top, but we had been putting in higher lows on the candle. So I guess it foreshadowed that we would get a break. But the reason I'm telling you all this is because now we're 6 pennies away from that $4 level. And when's the last time we were up at $4 on ACB? Let's look over here and find out. The last time we were at this level takes us all the way back to February 15th. So about a month or so, yeah, exactly a month. A month and a couple of days from that level. Last time we were up here was around $4.10. So that's a great look there. What's up, Katina, man? What's going on now? Say it again. NVIDIA is going again, guys, on the way down again, 882 again. Another short for the Katina man on there. 888s. He's still short off 888s. So it's a refresh and reload, and he's getting it back at 888s. Again, $7 in the money now on NVDA. Shout out to the Katina man. But to build on my ACB analysis here, Ram, is that this $4.10 area was the last time we were up here. We did reject $4. So I definitely want to see what we do on Aurora Cannabis at $4. We may not have to wait that much longer as it's only 6 pennies away now, getting a bit of a rejection there, coming back down to 385. I feel like you want to say something.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'll keep going then.
No, yeah, you're
So that's what I'm looking there for on Aurora Cannabis. It looks like GoEV might be coming into my level now as it's breaking down below 320. We'll see if we get a 311 entry on GoEV, that is. Let's look at some mega cappers here. Let's see exactly what we're doing. Yeah, we're down below 18.3 again, so nothing for me at these levels. NVIDIA, though, is kind of a rinse and repeat. It's ranging. The funny thing is, though, it's ranging with like $10. Yeah, I mean, that's NVIDIA, right? It's a $900 name. It's going to range $10, right? Look at this big move down. It's doing the hockey stick pattern. Down and then consolidating right? So a big move down on NVDA. Now we've got a bit of an 890 high with an 880 low. Exactly the low on the day is this candle over here that we made right at noon, right off 878, which is the closing print. So that level continues to be an area of support. Not surprised there. Always chart closing prints, guys. It doesn't take that long to do, right? So just to be aware of that level.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think certainly I concur with NVIDIA. I've been trying to change this rate. I keep getting chopped up. I think I need to be a lot more patient. I think we might need to sit on the hands, metaphorically speaking, because this has just not been my day with NVIDIA. I am, though, honestly, I'm not going to be too hard on myself about this. We're trying these ranges. The issue was I did try to go long here at 884 because we actually did hold up, for about $1. Then we fell with the viciousness. We got below 882. I had to get out NVIDIA ASAP Rocky. So let's see what happened here. Let's kind of keep looking for other opportunities because I think we need to take a little bit of a break from NVIDIA. We need to step out. We need to calm our heads. Chill out. That's all good. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla is definitely in a bit of a downward move here, down to the downside. So I think there's probably some opportunities to be had there. Google also, I think it was Frank Boso in the chat telling me Google's an interesting short. I would concur. I know Sean was in the dollar club with this one earlier today, partying it up with GOOGL. But now GOG taking a bit of an L to the downside here. Still up, as Sharif may put it, a paltry 5.5%. So nothing too weak here coming from Google. But yeah, I think I want to see what we do at that 148.50 area because that was where we had a a little bit of chop and churn here over. So let's kind of see what's happening. I think there's some kind of opportunities here on Google, but honestly, yeah, it's been a bit of a weaker day for me. Not positive in any of my names, but that means the only way it can go is up. So there we go. We're going to continue to stay positive. Let's see if there's any kind of ranges I'm really looking for here as well. But I think certainly both Google and to a lesser extent Tesla giving you opportunities to look at that lesson, to learn from that lesson of the day of basically looking at these, as you were saying, which I really appreciate, looking at these indicators and seeing what they're giving you with regards to trends and pullbacks.
Right.
This 9 EMA giving you a bit of a skosh of a short opportunity on Tesla. It's not perfect, but there is certainly a little bit of confluence there with these moves down and how the 9 EMA moves. Shout out, of course, to Obi.
Where is he? He's not here today. That's okay.
Good times.
Very good question here from Fiddleback. Can you talk about what the change to T+1 will have on the markets on May 28th? First of all, I didn't know that we were going to T+1 on May 28th. But again, I'm just speaking off the cuff here. I don't know exactly the changes. But to me, if you have a cash account and you don't have a margin account and you trade, you usually have to wait T+2 in order for that money that you invested on the trade to be available to you again, unless, again, you had a margin account. So I'm assuming with the lower turnover time to get your cash back for the cash accounts, you're going to be able to trade again. So we could see more market participation from retail, I guess. I don't know. I'm just speaking off the cuff. No really other information to kind of support my thesis, but I really haven't done any. Just looking at what the question you had. That's very interesting, though. I didn't actually know they were doing that. Long Go EV at 12s. I'm looking for a VWAP hold here, Ram, at these levels because, well, we retraced into that 312 area. We're printing 311s right now. We're going to look for this area to hold, but my line in the sand has to be that $3 area. If we don't hold $3, that's where I'm going to draw the line. Now, we have some bearish indicators pointing down here. Now we have we have the 10 and the 20 moving averages coming awfully close to each other as they're tightening up here, and they're both, they're both actually pointing down now. And so obviously that is one of the other things that you can look at for direction is which way the moving averages are pointing down. So let's see if we get that general hold at the volume weighted average price. Is the entry that I was waiting for. It's the entry that I want. But my line in the sand is going to be $3 on Go EV here. Awfully strong name on the day, 60 some odd %. In case you're wondering what's going on with Go EV, here is what it is. Canoe shares are trading higher after the U.S. Department of Commerce has approved its Oklahoma City facility as a foreign trade zone. So good luck there. Not exactly sure what that means, but that's not really the point. You'll hear Michael Noss talk a lot about this. He doesn't care about the headline. He just wants to know that the technicals are in place. And, Go EV, definitely. The technicals are in place on the day. So that's a look there. We'll keep eyes on Go EV.
Nice. Also, I actually looked up what it means when I was doing the small caps. And so it's like basically there's something with a smaller amount of fees, I guess, or customs fees for their international customers. That's kind of what that means there with regards to the Go EV foreign trade zone. And it kind of helps them apparently, although this is, again, according to a press release, so obviously a little bit self-serving there. They're basically saying that it helps with their Made in America ethos. So nice look there for Go EV. I am short the SPY right now. I spied lower highs and lower lows. I spied a rejection on the 9 EMA, and I spied an exit point here at 513.94. As long as we kind of stay below this 514.20, we'll give it about 10 pennies. I'm pleased as punch to stay in this trade. We are absolutely getting out the entirety of this at 513.94. So we're going to have to wait and see what cooks up here in the SPY. Hopefully we continue to SPY this move to the downside because, like I said, a little bit of a rough trading day for me so far, but that means really the only way it can go is up. Because, we got to stay optimistic up in here at how to trade. I think one of the biggest parts of trading that I didn't really realize would be as intensive as it is, and I say that as someone who is still in the sim, is the emotional part, right? Like, even though I obviously, it's not real money, I am in the sim, it is paper trading, I'm really trying to make sure that I treat it like a serious trade. And that's why I'm a little bit upset as well with NVDA, because I don't think I managed my emotions or the trade as well as I should have. I'm going to be really upfront about that. I think I was probably letting it run a little too wild. But you know what? honestly, I am going to learn from that. We're going to give that name a little bit of time in the penalty box, a little bit of time out, or I guess I'm putting myself in the penalty box because I don't love what I did with that. And if there are opportunities I see that I like later, sure, maybe small position, but I think right now that name, when I need to take a little bit of a break, we're gonna not be on speaking terms. I'm not gonna like completely block NVIDIA from my life, but I think we're just gonna give her a little bit of space so I can take my space and breathe. We're gonna try this SPY short for now. We are holding up really well under this level, so I think this is pretty cool. Thank you so much, Yoel, Reina in the chat, much appreciated. And I appreciate everybody always being really honest in the chat and on the floor here with their trading journeys, because it's a very different kind of discipline and profession, and it's something I'm learning a little bit about every single day. So I always appreciate everybody's support and honesty in this wonderful community that we have here at Real Trading and at Trader TV Live. But yeah, I think that certainly interesting look there on the SPY, and hopefully what we continue to SPY continues to be things that we like. Let's see what's shaking here in Tesla in the Cybertruck, because it looks like we still have lower highs and lower lows, mind you, but it looks like we're trying to pop back above, peek our heads up above that 173.60 level. I'm gonna have to watch what happens here, because could Tesla, we talk about the difference between reversals and continuations of the trends. Now, what's Tesla suggesting? I would like to wait and see, but I think we could see a bit of a bounce off this 9 EMA, because that would be a sign of potentially a reversal instead of a continuation of this pullback. So let's see what happens here. How is it going in GoEV?
Break even at the moment. It's at 312, holding the volume weighted average price. I guess that's the most important thing. Need to keep eyes on VWAP, because that's the trade for me on GoEV. If it goes the other way, then we're gonna have to draw a line in the sand. My line in the sand is that whole dollar level at 3. But that's not the only one moving, man. ACB continues to move. 395, kept talking about that whole dollar level at 4. It definitely had trouble breaking initially through 390, 391 or thereabouts. I mean, the strict level was 391, but the closing prints were all at 390. So you could tell there was probably a seller or somebody shorting at that 10 penny level for however long, I think over an hour, before we got decisive breaks and closes above that level. Now it's 395 that we're contending with on ACB. Again, overnight, good news coming in for possible here legalization. Right now, it's kind of incremental. Federal legalization is what I'm talking about. Right now, it's incremental. It's about reducing it from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 with the the Drug Enforcement Agency. So we'll see. We'll see. I think that could be a huge secular trend for weed if we get federal legalization. But with this being an election year, it could come to the forefront again. I know last time at around 2020, it came to the forefront, and that's why a lot of the weed stocks started running, because you had Kamala Harris in the debate with Mike Pence, talk about legalization that, created a lot of buying and selling the subsequent day. So we'll have to wait and see what we get here with this name. So good look, keeping an eye on some other names as well. Apple starting to curl back now above 175. So the price action on Apple not giving up quite yet. Here we go. On AAPL at this level. So last time we were talking about this 175 and a quarter, 175 general area being that area of support, owing to this crest that we put in the pre-market at just that exact level right there, 175. So Apple putting in now 3 green candles in a row if this one closes green. So we'll see if this one can retrace maybe back into that 176.50. That would be I don't even think that's an ambitious goal. That's the volume weighted average price. Ambitious is a new high day, I guess, maybe through 178. So AAPL looking good right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, nice look there for Apple, of course, with that AI adjacent catalyst that Google very much benefited from as well there. SPY, a little bit upset at myself here for paper handing this one just a skosh. We did get to that area. I didn't punch fast enough. It curled back up, and I should have just gotten out the second we were into 90s, but I did not. Alas, now we're kind of getting to that 514.20, so I'm going to give this a couple of seconds here, and then I'm going to have to leave with a loss. This is a little bit upsetting, not going to lie, but I do appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for everyone's support here. As I learn, I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Amin. Thank you earlier as well, Yoel. I do appreciate everybody here as I learned, yeah, I am in the sim. Sharif is not in the sim, just me, just to clarify that as well. As I grow, and yeah, also Penguin Dynasty as well, saying as, sometimes you do have to trade in the sim as you learn, so much appreciated there. Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens here. I think there could be some more opportunities in the SPY, but I don't spy them right now. So we're gonna stay out. What else? AMD still getting interesting. I abandoned her, and she's like, Dara, what are you doing? Like, I'm still kind of rangy. So how dare I AMD? I think it was the Piper earlier making a really good AMD pun as well. Should I put all my dough in AMD? And I mean, I think certainly there's some dough to be had in AMD for sure. It is a little bit compressish, but if you play the ranges, I think there's some opportunities here. So. That 191 area I still like. We have this nice bounce off VWAP now as well to play with. If we make a higher high off of that 192.60, that could be interesting. If we reject, I'm going to be hopping in there with it. I'm going to be taking it to VWAP. So I think AMD deserves a larger place in my heart. Right now, we're going to trade with the charts and not with our heart. Shout out to someone in the chat, I believe Odyssey Fights last week. We're not going to be trading with our heart, but we're going to be having our heart set on something here in AMD. Should it materialize? Because I think there are certainly some opportunities that I would love to take advantage of in this market. I spent way too much time looking at NVIDIA, and now we got to get out of that and into NVIDIA, into some new non-NVIDIA opportunities. Yeah, I mean, Tesla's still kind of bamboozling to me, to borrow a word that Sharif used. And as I was telling Sharif off camera, that word was in one of a crossword I did this morning. I'm not going to say which crossword in case people do crosswords. But yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. It was like manifesting some good vibes this week.
Let everyone know which crossword. What's wrong with that?
It was Washington Post. But yeah, nice look here in Tesla. I think it was Joanna Brewster saying Tesla's like weirdly strong today, and I don't know what to make of that. Fair point. We do still have lower highs, but like I said, if we get this 90 EMA bounce, this could be a little bit spicy, a little bit tasty, and I might want to bounce into the long with this one.
I like it.
How are you doing? 2 trades?
Good, yeah. Right now, looking for that continuation on AAPL, looking for that curl, really. Buying the smiley face or whatever sort of shape manifests with that curling pattern. We'll see if we get a move back up. I'm looking for essentially here on Apple, if we can get something in the 176.50, maybe 176.25 general area. That is about 75 pennies from where we are right now. We'll see if we can get that move up. I'm also looking for a defend of 3. So I did get my my defend at that $3 level on GoEV, but my stop is already in place on this one. So if it does break $3, that is the end of the trade there. On GoEV, we're long 309, so about 2 pennies out of the money at the moment on this. But Apple looks a little weak here, even though it started curling a little bit. I don't know. We're below 18.3 on the future. I'm going to leave both these trades in. I don't want to paper hand them. See if we can get a move up here at least into that 176 area on Apple. But my line in the sand is going to have to be the break of this trough over here, and the break of the trough is hanging out at 175.10. So we're going to have to draw the line in the sand there on the Apple trade. If it doesn't hold above that 175, I said 179, 175.10, that's going to be the end of it for me there. So we'll see how that one does. Yes, Tesla also curling at these highs. So kind of a better look on Tesla right now than Apple, to be quite honest with you. Not just because it's a lot closer to the highs, but it's holding the 20 period. It's curling above key areas of resistance. Where on Apple, you're kind of below that resistance level. You're kind of below that support level on VWAP. So looking at it with a bit more suspicion here, even though, it was curling, but still below some of these levels. Try to pack our patience, try not to take out this trade too early. Nothing else for me to look at these points. I've talked about the ACB $4 incoming. I've talked about the defend of $3 on GoEV. Those are the trades that I have at the moment. So if you guys are looking at something specific, throw it in the chat, and Adara and I will be happy to look at it for you guys.
Indeed, we will. And speaking of which, Elon says, hi, Adara. Hi. Perhaps ALB will outbeat AMD. Albemarle for 2 weeks on a sustained uptrend. If it breaks 128, 140 will be next stop. Let's take a look at ALB, Albemarle. I know that you were trading this one a couple weeks ago, I think, or you at least were looking. I remember we were looking at it a couple weeks ago anyway. ALB, ooh, nice look here. Volume on the day is is below, let's see if it's lower than Lily's volume. It is actually lower than Eli Lilly's volume on the day. So Eli Lilly, a permanent resident of my side chart, is at around 750,000 shares. Albemarle's around 670,000, so just slightly lower. But I know your question was specifically about the longer trend. So let's look at the daily chart on Mr. Albemarle. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, certainly kind of a sustained uptrend. The thing that is a little bit interesting to me, though, is we do have some clear support around this. It's not perfect, but that 112, 110 area. I don't want to say flat bottom break, but I am also seeing slightly higher, lower highs with a bit of a flat bottom. So that's something to be cognizant of as well. I see what you mean, though. I think that break above 140 would be really key. A, it's a even dollar level. B, it would be a higher high, which I think Albemarle needs to tell us, no, I'm not in a downtrend anymore. No, sorry, Bob. Like, I think Albemarle, in order to definitively tell us, hey, this downtrend is over, it needs to push above that 140. So I do definitely agree with you there. Let's see what caused this big move down that we had on March 4th. Could this have been earnings? Let's do our due diligence here. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it was an offering. So it was a $1.75 billion offering of depository shares. Took a move down on that. But yeah, I think breaking above that 140 would certainly be key for Albemarle. Not seeing any I'm not seeing any news on this one today, but there was, some ongoing lithium stuff as well. Some lithium market signals potential turnaround. So yeah, I think these lithium names as well have been strong. That LICY, the small capper that Sharif was talking about earlier today, that one is also a lithium name, Li-Cycle. So I do think there's some lithium strength. I think we'll have to see what Albemarle does here. Also some chats about Mara, M to the A to the R to the A. Let's see what. NVIDIA's breaking low of day though. So Mara's like, yeah, what about me? No, Mara, we gotta look at NVIDIA now. Whoo! Yeah, that's gonna be a cool $12 in the money is Sean, the Katina man, Killer Katina. Whatever moniker you would like to use, he is killing it now. Continuing to move to the downside here. Breaking below that 880. Nice look there on N to the V to the D to the A. How are you doing over here?
Not too bad. Just holding on to this Apple trade. It's coming into that 175 area. Again, that's going to be my line in the sand on this one, 175.10 or thereabouts. So we'll be looking to take it out there if it breaks that low. But Apple right now giving me a bit of trouble. Now, Go EV still hanging above that $3 level. Not really breaking above or below it. The volume really dropping off on this one though, but it is holding up at that key level. So the trade that I need to worry about the most is this Apple trade at this level. So what I'll keep my eye on is 175.10 thereabouts. If it breaks that level, we'll be looking to get out. I'll have to put my stop because I don't have a stop on this one at the moment. It is on the way down. So I don't mind recycling this trade, to be quite honest with you, at 175. If it comes down and holds that level, I don't have a problem getting in and then getting out. So right now I'm going to have to take out this trade as it's on the way down to break 175.10 a day. So I'm going to send it to you while I put in my stops.
Yeah, definitely. Wow, yeah, this SPY move. Talk about mistakes on my part. I was trying to get on the 513.90s. We missed it by that much. Shout out to Get Smart. And then we just, we did not get smart because we didn't get out because it came bouncing back up. Bounced out of my area of entrance. I left. I should have kept my eye on this, though, because look at this move down on the SPY. Yeah, I mean, I spy a bit of a learning opportunity here.
That's
Hopefully
nice.
I will learn from. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Where's the Ted DiBiase song? Money, money, money entry song, baby. Spin it. It sounds like you were short on NVIDIA. There, Sean's going to spin it for you. There
you go.
Yeah, killing it there. This is awesome. Yeah, this is what a look here. Yeah, this is certainly interesting on these markets. SPY, if we get back into 514, I'm going to have to go short. Because we have to learn from our mistakes that, it is how to trade. And I am learning how to trade in the sim every day. Again, I'm the only one in the sim because I saw some comments about that. It is just me as I learn. I would like to go live very soon because I had a pretty good week last week. And then today came and was like, hey, Adara, you learn every day. And I agree. And you know
like
what?
it.
That's all right.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got some things to look forward to here. Adara going live soon, baby.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Well, I'm sure you'll do well. So we'll wait for that, and then that'll be quite exciting. Now, keeping my eye on this level, nothing's changed as the future really helped push everything down here. I'm talking about the MNQ, or the NQ. I tried the MNQ, but the NQ on the way down, coming into that 50-point level where pivots are hanging out at the moment. So we'll see if we get any sort of support. Right now, it's kind of was danced with 18.3 and VWAP. VWAP and 18.3 still at the same level right now, but we're below that at the moment. Still up 1% on the day, but we're definitely giving back some intraday at this moment. So we'll see if we can get that retracement or that bounce trade off that level right now. Yeah, we got a nice little pop there off 50s, back into 60s we go. Let's flip back to GoEV and see what we're doing here. Doing absolutely nothing on GoEV. We're still above $3, but you know, we're putting in lower highs. And that's the thing. So even though we're getting a defend of 3, if it doesn't hold 3 to the exact T, that's going to be the end of the trade on this. I don't really have much else in small cap world, guys, to be honest with you. LICY doing bupkis. IMRX doing nothing as well. Hold on, here's a new one. No, this one's doing no volume. I was talking about BNAI. It's up 64%, but it's only done 372,000 shares on the day. Let's see what CGC's up to. CGC also up nice, 27% on the day. Just broke below 4 though, so probably just going to leave that one alone. All right, here we go with GoEV coming down below that $3 area again. So we're going to keep eyes on this one. We already have our stop in place on GoEV. So if it breaks 3, that's the end of the trade there. Looks like we got out of Apple again, as it did break down below our entry at 175.10. Yeah, the future really pushing everything lower here. Here comes that 18,250 yet again on the future. So it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a mid-afternoon retracement on the day, whether it's on the future or some of these Mag 7 names. Keeping an eye on that. And oh, here it comes. I got stopped out of GoEV as well. So giving back some of the profits I had on the day. So now it's still green, but giving back some money.
Yeah, it's certainly, I am not green, but you know what I'm going to take that to mean is that literally the only way this could go is up. I know I'm not in any trades right now because I want to make sure I'm being cautious and patient. There's something I'm seeing on IWM, and I'm not sure what I'm seeing, but I want to keep an eye on this. Like I said, I've been really cognizant to be trading the actual price movement on these ETFs. So the SPY and the IWM are the main ETFs I trade. I try to trade the price movement on these more than the charts, right? But sometimes you can use the charts to look at areas where there might be some support and resistance. I am seeing lower highs and lower lows, but if we recover here at this 201.70, there could be a bit of an opportunity up into 202, which is certainly, if you look at the chart, an area where we had a little bit of spice, a little bit of action, a little bit of movement. Then that 203.30 double top, huge rejection. I think this is also something that could be kind of interesting, so let's see what's happening. Mostly what I'm seeing in the chat, though, is lots of excitement over NVIDIA, and I mean, who can blame them? NVIDIA has been the star of the show. She's like, did you forget about me? Hopefully you didn't, because what an interesting name there. Meta, though, also, too, looking like it might be coming into the downside. Chris J saying Meta finna quadunk soon, so indeed, it looks like it could be heading for Quadunk City, Quadunk Mountain. I shouldn't say Quadunk. But yeah, this is, I mean, a bit of a topping tail candle here at that 894. Someone's been looking at NVIDIA too long. 494 on Meta. Curling down, we have a little bit of a double bottom here on the 3 on this 8. Sorry, I keep saying 8. 492.30 area. So that could be interesting, but honestly, Meta, I try not to range trade unless I have a ton of confluence and confidence in it, because Meta is so spready that just the stress of getting in and out can outweigh any potential trade. And right now we're at like 14 penny spread. I really will only trade Meta if A, I am absolutely in love with the setup, B, it's been ranging for a significant period of time, and C, the spread is a little tighter. But I don't have any of that right now, so probably gonna have to say no. That being said, I kind of see what you mean. There could be a quadunk here. I would probably, continue to see these lower lows, but we did definitely make a decisively lower high here from 494 to 493. Bit of a move down, I think. We could handle, we could head to Quadunk Nation. The one thing I would be very cognizant of, though, is look at these VWAP bounces earlier. VWAP could be a bit of a tricky area for Netta to knock on the door of and then continue to the downside. Just bore way too many Sharifisms in one trade analysis, but that's what we do here.
My favorite was yours, the Quadunk Nation. I think we might need an animation for that. Well, we need a Quadunk animation before we get a Quadunk Nation animation. But yeah, there's a whole lot of rhyming there. Guys, 173 on Tesla keeps coming back in here. And so even though the Fuge absolutely tanking and giving up the ghost at 18.3, we're trying to get a bit of a bounce up here at 18.250. Tesla not selling off with nearly as much aggression as some of these others, other Mag 7 names selling off. You also have the likes of Amazon going possibly into negative territory here. So even though Tesla is still up 5 3/4, some of the other names not so lucky at the moment. So Amazon really it was a bit of a tighter range earlier on, 176.69 the high, and then we had essentially a 175 defend earlier. So it was less than $2 worth of range, but that's come and gone because now we're breaking down into that 174.40-ish area, which is where we closed out on Friday, right? And now we're about to go red on Amazon, and this was the level really that kind of set things in motion. It was the break of that 174, let's just say 80-ish for whatever reason. That was the IB low there. And then we touched that low again at 174, 90-ish, 80-ish or whatever. And then, before we gave up the ghost at that level incrementally though, looks like it's rejecting off the 10 period here. So maybe if you're looking to rinse and repeat this short on AMZN, maybe put that resting order right at the 10 period volume, the 10 period EMA. And so one thing that I like to do sometimes is to just set up your sell order at the level, and if you can, move it around. So, I mean, some programs allow you to do this, some programs don't. And the reason I say that is because these moving averages and the volume weighted average price, all these different indicators, they're dynamic, right? They're not in one area at one time. So if you put your short, like let's just say at the 20 period moving average, which right now is at 174.92, it's not going to be there in the next 5 minutes. So you're going to have to be able to move it down and be. Obviously, you can do it manually. You can keep readjusting the order. But if you're trying to base your trade off one of these technical indicators, it helps to be able to drag and drop. So see if your platform allows you to do something like that first and foremost. All right. Let's see what else is going on here. It looks like it's short city right now everywhere you look. It doesn't matter if it's NVIDIA with the Katina man. How much is he in? He is in about $18 in the money right now. Excuse me, 15. Well, I thought you were short 880. That's why I said that. 890. Sorry, Katina. He's 888. He's 888. I made a mistake. I thought it was 890. As we head down. Into that 872 area, Katina, man. I think you could be $18 real quick here because I think we probably see 870 owing to this ridiculous amount of red showing up on the NVIDIA chart on the day. In case you're wondering what's going on with NVIDIA today, no negative catalyst, but we do have the start of their GPU or whatever conference that's coming up. It starts 1 o'clock. Pacific time, so it starts 4 o'clock here. It's widely anticipated the keynote is going to be given by Jensen Huang, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what kind of lines he drops there midday and what that does to some of the price action here. He's long Google. Katina Man is long Google 140. I happen to like that trade, actually. And I'll tell you why, Katina Man. I think you have sound technical levels there to support you. Look at this consolidation bottom that we put in the pre right there, baby, at that 148 level. NVIDIA's tanking. What happened? Yeah, so it did hit that 870. Well, almost. It's 870.85 now, the Katina Man printing on the NVDA. It looks like it's going to hit 870 within a matter of minutes here. 870.85 LOD on NVDA. But to go back to Google quickly, I like this 148 trade owing to this bottom area here consolidation that we had in the pre-market, which held 148 to the T. Google was pumping from 4 a.m. onwards because of that Apple headline. So it didn't really look back at this moment. So we're right there at the pre-market consolidation bottom, 148. I like that hold unless the future really starts tanking here. And it looks like it might be. It looks like we may see 18.2 today, it looks like, because we broke below the resistance level 1 on the pivots and we broke below that 50 period. So unless we put in a candle here to show maybe that we start retrending to the high side, I think we probably see lower on some of these Mag 7 names. So a lot of red showing up here midday, baby, and you wouldn't have been able to tell if that had been the case maybe a few hours ago because we were all in Greensville. So right now, the future looking to the downside. Mag 7 names are all to the downside as well, save and except for that one that remains near highs, Tesla.
Now I have a question. Are Greensville and Short City, are these part of Quadunk Nation?
Oh,
Geography
they
questions.
They could be.
I guess Greensville couldn't be though, because green.
Well, I mean, you that's not completely unheard of to have like cities with differing flavors next to each other.
That's true. That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
I like that though. They could be part of Quadunk Nation for sure.
Why not? Why not? But yeah, also hopefully not being part of Quadunk Nation is my little IWM long. Basically, like I said, I've been trying to use with these ETFs a chart as kind of a way to guide my points of entry, but getting in on price action. We've been holding up this 201.65 level quite beautifully, if I do say so myself. So I've been trying to build a position around here. If we break decisively below this 201.60 into this 201.55 area where we had a little bit of shop and turn earlier, that's going to have to be a no for me. I'm going to have to get out of Dodge post haste. We will be fleeing Greensville or Quadunk Nation or what have you. We'll be running for cover. But yeah, I don't mind this position right now. If we get to 202, I'm scalping some out. If we get to 202.30, scalping some out. Just using previous levels to help guide my actions in the IWM long. But for now, we're going to have to be long learning because as is part of the course in how to trade, we do have a lesson du jour. And today's lesson du jour is the basics of a pullback trade. Also, here we are and how to trade on the bottom there. Let's get into this lesson. The basic pullback trade is going to be really a fundamental strategy for day traders because it capitalizes on temporary dips in an uptrend or rises in a downtrend, and those will basically offer you some potential entry points at a discount or a premium, again, depending what direction, compared to the main direction. Let's break it down. Let's get into it here. Understanding the trend is really important because the foundation of the strategy is going to be a strong trend. You're going to be wanting to look for a chart with consistent higher highs and higher lows in an uptrend or lower highs and lower lows in a downtrend. And this will help establish the overall price direction. And from there, you can look and plot your points of entry, your plan of attack. Oh, there we go, I was behind there. Spotting the pullback, also really important. You're gonna be watching and waiting in this chart and looking for a price retracement against the trend. So imagine you're a runner, you're running a marathon, you gotta take a quick breath, you're still in the race, mind you, you're just breathing. That's gonna be the pullback. You've not quit the race, you've not gone in a different course, you haven't quit the marathon entirely. You're just taking a quick moment to catch your breath before your run continues. This is like a temporary dip in an uptrend or a rise in a downtrend that will create potential buying long or selling if you're in a short opportunities there for you. So now we have got to take a look at some examples. Here are some pullbacks in an uptrend. This is a USD to Japanese yen chart, which also, fun fact, I do not know how recent this chart, it looks like it's from 2015, but this is going to be actually really interesting coming up because people are saying that the Bank of Japan might actually raise rates. So that could actually get really spicy. But currency nerd stuff aside, this is a really clear example of pullbacks in an uptrend, right? We have that move up, then we have these little tiny movements down, little breaths in the marathon before we continue to the upside. Pullbacks in a downtrend. This chart's clearly headed to Quadunk Nation, continuing to the downside. But we have these little pauses, little tiny moves up here, temporary moves up before we continue our downward spiral to the downside. How do you enter a trade in this situation? Well, if you want to go long in an upward trend, you might want to wait until you see a pullback because that could be a good opportunity to buy or to go long. So it's going to be like buying a discounted ticket on a roller coaster ride before it keeps climbing. Also, going short could be interesting too, right? Because in a downward pullback, it might seem like a good opportunity to sell short. So think of borrowing a stock like renting to sell it high during the pullback because you're hoping to buy it later at a lower price and return it for a profit, for some moolah. So you can join the $1 club, who knows? Ooh. Confirmation signals are also going to be really important. You don't have to use them, but if you're going to be like our pal Obi, you want a bit of confluence, there's certainly some things that you can look for here. In an uptrend pullback, you're going to be wanting to look for patterns like hammers or bullish engulfing handles because they might indicate potential upwards or reversals upwards. So let's take a moment here to look. I did not make this chart. It's supposed to say WEAK, but it says WEEK. That's cool. But as you can see here, we have these pullbacks on really weak volume because it shows the uptrend wasn't that strong. We still have that movement to the downside because these big old bear candles are roaring at you much more significantly than the downtrend move. It's going to keep on keeping on. Going to keep on going there. Technical indicators also really important because certain indicators like the RSI or the stochastic oscillator, said it right, very proud, will show overbought or oversold conditions during the pullback in an uptrend, which could hint at a possible price rise. So here's an example. Here we have the 50-day MA on this chart. Again, did not make this, so I'm not sure what asset or Forex this is, but as you can see here, we have that MA. We'll bump up against it and then continue to the sell-off, right? So we have a downtrend that is being continually bolstered by these failures of the 50-day moving average. So I thought this was a pretty fun example. And then as you can see here, then what looks like it could be hinting at a reversal is this push up above the 50-day AMA. And that reminds me, how do you know when you want to exit a trade? You don't want to hold on to the trade forever. You cannot get married to this trade. I know there were a lot of jokes last week. Someone had a super chat about marrying Mara. It's like, you don't want to marry your trade. You want to wait and see how it treats you, right? Take that relationship day by day or minute by minute if you're an intraday trader, as we talk about here on Trader TV Live.
Bang.
You really want to make sure you're exiting when the price decisively breaks above resistance in an uptrend, so if the roller coaster keeps climbing, or below support in a downtrend, so the roller coaster keeps dipping, because these are price areas where the trend has historically faced difficulty continuing. One really good example is this push above the 50-day MA in this example here, right? That's a sign like, hey, maybe we broke above noted resistance. It might be time to get out of Dodge. Pullback versus reversal is also really key because a pullback is just going to be a really brief pause. As Sharif, I really like that analogy of the marathon runner before the trend continues. A reversal is going to occur when the direction flips entirely. When we're seeing a massive change of pace, that might be a sign that we have to leave post-haste because we've seen a reversal. So to avoid any potential trend reversals or getting lost in the sauce of these, as our pal Obi sometimes says, you want to be really cautious if you're going to be entering a pullback trade while the asset is approaching a major support or resistance area, because there's a chance that it could break above there or below if we're talking along. You also want to make sure you're looking out for any bearish signals if you're trying to enter an uptrend, or bullish signals if you're trying to enter a downtrend that could suggest or indicate a reversal on the horizon. You also, other important tips to note, you want to be using stop loss orders because you want to limit your risk in case the trade goes against you. And also, this is a really simplified explanation. We're going to be getting more into the nitty gritty of pullback trades as the week continues. But you really want to know that day trading is something that requires a lot of discipline, something I'm learning every day. And you might want to consider paper trading or trading in the sim, as I'm doing, as I learn how to trade, before you risk any real money. The basic pullback trade is a really versatile tool, but there are going to be more advanced strategies you can use. Explore them as you gain experience, or hear us yap about them in the coming days. Bonus tip as well, imagine the pullback as a sale, because you're getting a chance to buy in the uptrend or sell in the downtrend at a potentially lower price than the main trend. So wait for these sale opportunities and take advantage of them if you can. There we go. That's
Sounds good. Thank you very much for that, Adara. As Adara was dropping hot lines, we dipped into 175 on Apple and 172 on TSLA. We got back simultaneously above 18,250 on the future. But another level that came in that's also very important is to the south side that time, 8709 or 85 on NVDA. So 870 came into play there. Whoever was calling out that level earlier, the $10 level, shout out to you. That looks like it's holding at the moment right now, or thereabouts on NVDA. Still putting a lot of lower highs and lower lows. Keep your eye out for that 880 as an area of rejection, or 878. That's the closing print too. Both look awfully good as areas of rejection if NVIDIA can't go back into Greensville as it tries to pump up again there through 878, 880. So we'll see what we get there. The 148 level on Google, the Katina Man is long there, and I happen to love that level if it comes back in and holds, especially if we hold up at these levels on the future. We get up into that 148 area, we could have a nice retracement, at least to end the view up. What is going on with Apple? Dude, I put in a stop. Why is a stop not working? All right, all good. Let's move on from that. Let's see what else is moving here. Just having a look at my small cap gappers. Let's bring in some of the small cap gappers, see what they're up to. So Go EV broke below 3. Now it's back above 3. So this one's doing the dance here with that $3 area. Not tradable for me though right now because it is below the volume weighted average price. We'll have to see if this one actually does a VWAP hold high of daybreak. It is one of those candidates at the moment, I would say, for that because it has been kind of dancing with the volume weighted average price for the majority of the day. A little bit above, a little bit below after having that big move up. So we'll see if this one presents a good opportunity later in the afternoon when the more liquid time of the day comes in. We've got a, I would say that this crest over here, if you look at it a wider time frame, it's 350. What's up, Katina Man? I just reloaded NVIDIA 876. The Katina Man reloaded NVIDIA 876 and he's already printing on it $3 in the money as it tanks off that level on NVDA. Great trade for the Katina Man. Shout out to him not letting NVIDIA out of the corner, beating that bad boy down all day. Anyway, back to GOEV at the moment. So this one, if it presents us opportunities for a high day break at 388, what we'll look for is this holding of the general area at VWAP. If it does that, then we'll look to build a position near that VWAP area. Something tells me it's going to likely be around that $3 area that we build the VWAP position on Go EV. So this one definitely still in play, up 58% on the day. So this one's not really giving back too much off that high. But yeah, we'll keep eyes on that. What else you got over there, Adair?
Well, the IWM is finally IW moving in the right direction. I was doing the lesson. I had my eye in it. It did not dip once below that I saw anyway, that 201.60. So I had no reason to leave. Now we are a cool 10 paper pennies in the money, so 10-cent club. Woo, woo, woo. But yeah, no, all jokes aside, I like this trade so far. Like I said, with these ETFs, I use the charts, or I'm trying to learn to use the charts much less than I use the price movement. I'll use the charts as areas that historically we have failed or seen support and resistance, but I really like to get in once I see my charts move, or my price, the book is moving in a way I like. And the book on this one did show some support at the 201.60 area, 201.70, so we built a position. Please just punch. I said we, it is me. But yeah, just me, just building that position there. We will be taking some out, or I will be taking some out around that 201.90, 202 area, saving a piece for the dream, a very small dream, a nap, if you will, around 202.30, because that was an area we had a little bit of resistance earlier, so I would like to have some shares, a scintilla of shares prepared. Should we reach that area? I think that's really interesting as well. Elon as well tagging me and saying, just to share among us, regarding pullbacks, I feel paying attention on is if there's any inverse head and shoulder or cup and handle will be very useful. I agree, and that was one thing I said too, why I wanted to include that reversal versus pullback part in the slideshow was because that's something I struggled with a lot, especially when I first started, because I am still a very new trader, and honestly, something I still struggle with sometimes. You want to make sure that you're looking at the bigger picture, as Neil says, when in doubt, zoom out, and that's something I definitely struggle with, but you want to make sure you're seeing everything that the chart's doing. Are there any other volume issues at play? Are there any EMAs at play that are doing funky things? Are we seeing any balances or any different areas? Are there any technical indicators? If you look at the daily chart, are we in any key areas, right? So I think that's a really key moment as well, because I think, I think just something to keep in mind. So thank you very much, Elon, for adding that. And speaking of Elon, let's take a look at Tesla, because why not? What's life without whimsy? As someone who sits next to me sometimes says. But yeah, Tesla has been a weird one. Okay, also, I want to address this trade because this was an accidental short. So we had a fat finger moment, shocker. No, I'm joking. I am getting better about them. I had like a couple last week. This is the first one of the week today. Lost a couple pennies on this, not going to lie. But yeah, I mean, I was trying to get a dip buy long into that 173.30. Thank goodness I did not, because next time we got into 173.30, we had this wicked sell-off, and we actually haven't come back to that area since. Tesla was really, bless you, bamboozling here. We got to that. We've been kind of skirting below the 9 EMA. After a nice move above the 9 EMA earlier, we start skirting below. Then we see a little bit of a bounce off. Then we have a bit of trouble with that 173.50 area on a closing basis. Then we don't quadunk, but we fall a little bit below that 9 EMA. Now it looks like we're short off the 9 EMA. So To say that Tesla has been a bit of a tricky one to keep an eye on would be, I think, a bit of an understatement. But you know what other mega cap I've seen some whispers of in the chat that I have my eye on is Mr. Meta. So let's see if we want to dance with Zuckerberg here. We had, like I said, the topping tail at 494 is not something I want to scoff at. Then we have, I don't want to say we have a flat bottom break, but we certainly have some interesting karma happening around 492. If we continue to see these rejections off the 9 EMA at 492, I might have to dip my toe into this short. I will be very cautious doing so, though, because this is not at all my type of trade. Like I said, Meta and the spread does get me a little bit nervous, so I want to make sure that the spread right now about 4 pennies. So for Meta, that's not bad at all. That's like a 20 penny spread on Lilly.
Honestly.
Actually, very understandable. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I want to make sure we're keeping our heads below that 9 EMA, because if we pop above that, I'm probably going to have to exit that trade. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. I want to wait for proper profit-taking areas before I step inside the ring here, because as I said, I am very cognizant of this bounce that Meta seems to be wanting to do at VWAP. I don't want to mess with that at all, so it would have to be a bit of a scalpier move. Also, IWM taking her sweet time. She's just marching, continuing to march towards that 202. So I'm going to let her do her thing, 21. I have no reason to leave the trade in either direction, so we're going to have to wait and see if we get some things cooking.
I like it. Oleg, tell me to look at Rivian. So this one got a nice pump up midday as a result of they're going to be able to use the Tesla supercharging network. So it looks like it dipped down into that 1075, and it's been putting consecutively higher lows and higher highs, looking to try to take that 1150. But it's been tough, obviously, for Rivian as of late after the earnings, or not the earnings call. It was the earnings call that set this one reeling, and then it reclaimed a little bit of those levels after they had the launch event for the R2 and the R3. And yeah, we gave back some of those levels as well. So on the day, it's not looking bad here, up 2.8%, looking to go 3%, trying to break above that 1150 area. This is the 5-minute look on Rivian. Let's look at the 1 minute. So with respect to the 1 minute, I don't want to say a double top, but you definitely have resistance at that 1150 area. So you're making your way up through 11 1/3 right now, Oleg. I'm not sure exactly how you're going to take this trade, whether you're taking it here in anticipation of the curl back up into 11 1/3 anyway. It looks good for now, so we'll keep eyes on that. But the trade that I wanted to take was this 148 at Google, and the Katina Man has this one at 148.05, and it came right back into 148s, and now here we go again, breaking through that 148 2/3. So Google giving you nice ranges today. Typically, you don't get that kind of range on Google. We've had, since the opening print today on Google, we've had how much? About $5 worth of range. A lot more if you're starting from 4 a.m. because we came from that 144 level and then topped out at 152. So on the day, Google's got plenty of range. And here we go again. It looks like it's going to break through the 10 period and go through the 50 cent area. So kind of disappointed in myself for not punching in at that 148 low. I could have literally risked 5 or 6 pennies as it was at 148.05, and just get in that 148 general area and then look to get out on the other side if it breaks at 148. Here goes Google again as the future pumps back up here above the 50-point level. So it looks like we might be retracing on some of these Mag 7 names. Even you got NVIDIA coming back into 880 right now as it is finding that key area of resistance that we talked about on NVIDIA. So since it broke through that level, we were looking initially at 880 as a level of support. Well, it did hold it up for a little bit. I'd say the majority of the morning, then around 1250, right before that 1 o'clock, we gave up the ghost and aggressively moved down to 870. So NVIDIA back up to 880 here. Keep your eye on this level as it was definitely a support level earlier. It could flip to be resistance, not saying it will, but it's something to be on the lookout for in case it does. So it looks like I was just a little too early with my Apple trade here as we now hold that general 175 area and look to go into 175 1/4. So Apple looking to recoup. Oops, wrong one. Where's my Apple trade? Oh, I took it off. There we go. Looking to recoup off that 175 dip momentarily, but still putting in lower highs and lower lows. So I don't want to, sing Apple's praise too much here. Still a bit of a downtrend off that 177.71 HOD. So keeping eyes on this one. The future now moving into that 75-point area as well. So we'll have to keep eyes on that. And then I got a little bit disappointed with myself because Go EV broke above that 315 area after breaking down below $3. But there we go, right back down below 3. So I'm happy the fact that I got out of that trade because, well, now it's putting in a topping tail candle, and that's not what you want to see on these small cap gappers. So keep eyes on that. What else is going on? What else go, Mr. Lib? NVIDIA on a rising wedge on the hourly. Yeah, the way that I see NVIDIA is key areas of resistance and support. So if it breaks and holds above that 880, maybe we'll look to get in on the NVDL or NVDS. In case you're wondering what those are NVIDIA derivatives. So if you don't want to trade the $880 name, you can trade NVDS, NVDL, NVDX, NVDX being the most expensive of the three in that 90 some odd dollar range. At least it was on Friday. I didn't look at it today. So yeah, we're getting a curl up on all these Mag 7 names. None are accepted. Even Tesla now back into that 172 2/3. We'll have to see if NVIDIA, which I think is probably leading the market today and has been for a while, takes us back to the high side. And again, there's a little bit of overlap between the chart on the NQ and on NVIDIA. And a little bit less than there was on Friday, on Thursday, and Wednesday. It's been very, very close in chart shape and chart look between the NQ and NVIDIA. And today we have that down into the right move, a bit of a consolidation sideways here, as you can see at 880, just like we did with the future at 18.3. And then to reclaim 880 is kind of like almost the reclaim of 18.3 here. So, you know, not exactly that way, but something to look at here if you're looking for some, some confluence between the NVIDIA chart and the NQ chart. So keep eyes here on all these Mag 7 names. One thing I haven't talked about, I know Adair talked about it a little bit, was Meta. So Meta's been awfully rangy. And I know Adair she said she didn't want to get into it unless the spread tightened up. And she was very confident in the levels, and I couldn't agree more with her. But we have that 494 top here that we've been, ranging to or thereabouts. Technically on the day, it's 494 1/3, which is a high day. But the closing prints all at that general 494 area. So we're close right now on Meta, back into close to 494, 493.5. So decisions to be made. Do we take that short on META at 494 and play the range? I mean, it's up 1.9% today. Nothing to disrespect, right? Still south of $500, right? We gave up the ghost on that level last week when the market sell-off. So Meta, presenting us with another opportunity here. So are many other Mag 7 names. Let's keep an eye, I would say, on NVIDIA and that 880, whether it's able to hold above it, and 18.3 on the future, whether it's able to reclaim that level, Adira.
Yeah, no, NVIDIA was interesting. I watched this fail 880 a couple times. I did get involved with teeny tiny position size. Didn't work out. We got above 881. I gave it $1. I left. Boring trade, as Neil said once, is something I'm really taking to heart, is your losing trades should be boring. This is boring. So I have to say I'm pretty proud of that. Also proud of, right now, my only positive name on the day, Mr. IWM. Whew. We're going to get, we already took some of this position out as we kind of skirted with that 201.90 area. We took out some of the position. Like I said, was always looking also to take out around that 202 area. Now we're saving a piece for the dream, and that dream will be eclipsing or traipsing, dancing with that 202.30 area. I don't know if we'll get above because we have had slightly lower highs here. The dark pools are making it kind of hard to see. There was a vaguely lower high here. We also struggled with 202, which is something I have to be a little bit cognizant of as well. But I'm ready to, get some of it out at 202 if we come back into that area. I would be very happy indeed. Happy with this trade, though, honestly. Just also happy I was patient because it took us a little while to get going. We were sitting there, and then we got moving, got a little nice giddy up to the upside there. So nice look. That is, my only positive name today. It's been kind of a weaker day. As I mentioned, NVIDIA and I had some battles, had some positive AMD trades, but they didn't really work out. We fat fingered some Tesla. It's okay. It's a Monday, really. And, the only way that this day and week can go is up. So I want to stay positive. And we are positive on IWM is that one. Although IWM is ironically negative on the day, this trade is positive, and we're continuing to inch to the upside. Joanna Brewster saying, is Google getting ready to rip? Let's see if we can search, Google search for some levels here on Alphabet. Let's pull this up. Yeah, that AI news was really interesting. And Neil was mentioning this on the show, and also Neil and I were talking about this off camera this morning. This does seem to be a little bit more of a positive story for Google. Because, Apple, we've been waiting. Apple, when's your AI story going to come out? When's it going to come out? We did have that news of it buying out Darwin last week, which gave it a huge intraday pop. But now, the talks that Apple might not be doing this on their own, they're going to be getting a little bit of help from their mega cap friend. That was an interesting move. Ponzi saying rip down. Okay, here's my thing is I think that, like I said, I'm always very interested in what we do with the 9 EMA. We were rejecting off the 9 EMA for a while. Now it looks like we could be curling up. I would probably wait for a candle of confirmation. I'm also incredibly eager to see what we do at 148.67. And let me zoom out to explain why. Look at this 148.67 level. It's a bit of support earlier in the day. We have that massive bounce that opened. Then we come back and look where we kind of bounce off yet again before rejecting off it. 148.67. I know it's a highly specific number, but I think what we do here could be incredibly key for Google. So I think what we do here is going to depend if we reject yet again, we're about 30 pennies away from that 148.67, or do we use it as a trampoline, as a literal, jumping off point to continue to move to the upside, because I think that would be pretty key. I agree, Joanna Brewster. I think Google's certainly at some kind of decision point, and I think once it makes that choice, it could be a very spicy one indeed. Also, IWM, if you want to go back to 202, I'd be pleased as punch. Do your thing, 21.
Go IWM.
Do it.
You know what's not going today, Adara? Lee Auto. Wow. 12% to the downside on Lee Auto today. You want to know why? Look at this. Lee Auto shares trading lower. The stock may be down on reports XPeng plans to launch a cheaper EV models. This is just on news that they're going to be making this cheaper EV. We haven't even seen designs. We haven't seen any production plans. We have nothing. And I'm really surprised by this, because if XPeng is to be trusted as, following through with all their promises, well, then we'd be in a way different position on XPeng now than we currently are. So anyway, the market really letting Lee Auto hear it today, or see it today, baby. And we actually broke 33 bucks. We got to 32.94. So that is really, really ugly on the Lee Auto chart. Look at this. This takes us, this is an ugly, ugly chart. This is as sideways and, is undiscernible a word?
Undiscernible, yeah.
Yeah,
or
this is indiscernible. Yeah, I have no idea, to be honest with you. But what all I can tell you is I cannot see a trend, and this is a 4-year look here, right here on Lee Auto. A little bit of up, a little bit of down, and you try to find higher lows and higher highs, but good luck with that. But anyway, Lee Auto down aggressively on the day. I did not expect this. I saw it red in the pre-market. I looked over to Brendo. I'm like, oh, well, Lee Auto's down. But that was like 3-4% at that point. Now we're talking almost 12%. It was lower. It was lower. And that 33 break, it's recovered a little bit into 33.25. But what a great move, for the Bears right now on Lee Auto. Not involved in this name anymore, but thought I'd point it out for anybody that was interested in a possible short. Anyway, AAPL now coming back into that 175.5 frame RAM as it does that little bit of a bounce off, let's say 174.75, still putting in lower highs and lower lows though on that trend. So we haven't broken above that key crest that we made earlier. That was 173 2/3. If we get above 173 2/3, not only will you be above the 10, the 20, and the 50, but you'll also have price action confirmation that we're making a higher high. So no longer will the trend of lower highs and lower lows be intact. So we'll wait to see if we get that 2/3 of a dollar break. But then I'd say to you that if you're going to go long there, you should be looking to de-risk in front of volume weighted average price, which is at generally 176.25 right now on Apple. So we'll see what this one can do on the day. Let's look at NVIDIA, because we were talking about that 880 area being a possible resistance level on NVIDIA. And NVIDIA, it doesn't play by your rules, baby. It plays by its own rules, because breaking through 880 like it doesn't even care. Let's look at this top end consolidation area over here at 888s. That's where the Katina man originally got short, baby. 888s. It's the top area of the consolidation range that we range to. It was the Neil. It was the Neil was jamming. There he is, baby.
Listening to Mambo number 5 because of you, he says in the chat.
Why? Oh, what did I say about Mumbo number 5?
I don't know. Maybe you said something that sounded like a little bit
Maybe. Anyway, the 888s area is this is where the Catena got short, and I like this area as a top-end consolidation range. If the NVIDIA makes its way up there, look for a possible short. I'm not saying to stand in front of this monster, but definitely be on the lookout there. Meta just printed above 494. We were talking about this one not too long ago as an interesting area for rejecting of that 494 area. I know Big Kyle Burdett also tried to take a Meta short earlier. I'm not sure how that all worked out for Big Kyle, but right now, Meta possibly in that 494 territory again. So this could be an interesting short, especially if the future holds up on its ascent here. Decisions to be made. Let's pull up META and see what the look is here. Yeah, it's rejecting off 494 quite aggressively here. 494.5 was the print. Now we're printed 493.60. So already $1 off that top. That range trade on META continues to print. The what's his name? Big Kyle Burdett is short at exactly 494. Shout out to you, Kyle. I happen to love that level as well. I hope you print on it. Let's see if it can make it back down to that 492 area or thereabouts. That's where we kind of had a consolidation bottom the last time we trended around there. Volume weighted average price should be noted on Meta is at 491 1/3. Had one good one earlier off of here doing it again. I like it because we did ram up here at 494. We did reject that top, so could possibly be a double top here on Meta. What's Oleg looking at? Rivian at high day. We can go big according to Oleg. Let's have a look at what Oleg is looking at right now. I think we have Rivian up on another chart over here. No, I think it's a Tesla chart. Yeah, let's go Rivian. Let's see what this one's up to. So where do we get to Rivian on here? What's the high day? Right now, 1152. Double top-ish area on Rivian, but with a higher low. So yeah, we're close, Oleg. I mean, let's see what it does at that 50 penny level, because that's where we had trouble twice, right? Once time we rejected off it exactly. The other time we got into 52s or 53s, right back there right now. But Oleg, I happen to like this for you here. Maybe this is a flat top break.
Oh yeah.
Right? Because well, then you have all these ascending lows where we make higher low. With that 1150 still coming into play. So Rivian, 3.5% to the good. Nothing to disrespect off that level, that's for sure, but we'll keep eyes on this.
Also, I think too, because you have those pseudo topping tail candles showing that we have a lot of resistance at that level. I think
Well
if we break
said.
above it, it could be significant indeed.
Yes, ma'am.
But yeah, we'll have to see. I still think it's really funny as well that Elon was tweeting that they should be sleeping in the factory like he did with, was it the Model 3? Or they're not committed. So I thought, yeah, that certainly some interesting thoughts on that company have been shared by our pal Elon. But yeah, AMD, I'm trying to get out of this at one. Yeah, we got out. I was initially going to save for a little bit lower around that, not because it's VWAP, but because we had some chop and churn earlier area. That was one of my earlier areas. That 190, 130 was kind of interesting, but it looks like we have a bit of that jump off that 9 EMA, so I got out of Dodge. I did not have enough shares for pieces for the dream, so it was good. We were going to wake up, get the cold water on our face, all at one level. I'm happy I chose the level I did. We could be curling up a little bit here, and honestly, if we continue to see some confluence here, I'm going to take like a little baby teeny tiny long at this 9 EMA, taking it to 192s, but it looks like we could be dipping lower, so I'm going to stay out of that for now. IWM has been like just mildly IW maddening here. We are now back below 201.80s. I am still 10 cents in the money. I'm very sad I could not get my shares extricated, or at least part of my shares, part of my position extricated around that 202 area, because it seems like that was a bit of an area of resistance for IWM. And we were talking about the Jacobin and the resistance on Friday. Yeah, good discussion. But I think certainly IWM's Jacobin, if you will, is this 201.80. I do not know why. But like I said, I knew that 202 area was going to be a bit of a sticking point. Should have gotten some of the position out there. Unfortunately, we didn't. But we're recovering back into this 201.90 area quite nicely indeed. I can't say I'm displeased. I'm not pleased as punch, but I'm not displeased as punch either. Vaguely tickled pink that we do have a third of the position safely secured. Like I said, this is my only positive name because, honesty is the best policy here. Although AMD is approaching positive land. We're like just barely, we're basically flat in AMD. Tesla, we're also sort of flat on thanks to a fat finger trade, and that was the only trade I had on that. So we're gonna have to wait and see what occurs. Tesla, because I did mention Elon and didn't look at Tesla, and honestly, how dare I? Let's look at the Cybertruck. This is, like I said, really interesting because it keeps acting like it's going to continue to go down, pops up above the 90 MA, then is like, actually, wait, I prefer hibernating, and moves back down. We are seeing a little bit of something though at that 172.20, and I say something because I don't really know what it is yet. We had, I want to say double bottom because it's on the 3-minute, but we did have that move down here into 172 that then we had some buyers overwhelming sellers. We close around 172.20. Then we continue to the upside. So yeah, Tesla continuing to be bamboozling here. Not Quaduk Nation, maybe bamboozling nation. I don't know, but Tesla's certainly a little bit hard to read. Still up about 5 1/3% though. So I'm sure those Gigafactory peeps are very excited. How are you doing over here?
Looking at NVDL, because look, NVIDIA is holding up in the face of a market descent. So there is divergence now between how NVIDIA is trading and how the future's trading. And I don't want to say that's the first time today. It's not. But, it's quite, unless it's foreshadowing something, because I'm seeing topping tail candles now show up on NVIDIA, where we're getting these tops being put in, and we got a lower high on the next one. So let's go ahead here and see if we're going to get short on that level, because we're coming back into 18,250 as well. So this could be an interesting short here on NVDA. Let's go ahead and punch short. And we're going on NVDL. We're putting in these topping tail candles, and it's a bit of an inverse hammer candle, so not too much size. Looks like we're going to get maybe some support off that 18,250 on the future. If we do, then NVIDIA probably pops up here. So we'll have to look and see what we get. I'm looking at, and I saw some people talking about this earlier in the chat, the 10-year up to 1%, the 2 years up 0.5%, the 30-year though up 1 1/3. They're all very much near local highs here. I'm talking about the yields, and the yields obviously are going to be important this week because we have the FOMC meeting that starts tomorrow with Papa Powell coming on the mic on Wednesday at 2:30, so we'll have to see exactly what he talks about there and what the committee there decides the interest rates are going to be. Widely speculated that we're going to hold. Even Brendo this morning told me something to the effect that there's a body of analysts now that are looking at possibly increasing rates, which I kind of find to be a little bit unbelievable, to be honest with you. So we'll see what we get here on NVDA. Right now, a little bit out of the money on this one, but I'm still seeing topping tail candles, and I'm seeing the dance happen at 18,250, albeit from the top side. So if we get that continuation on NVDA, I'm going to have to cut it.
Yeah, I mean, I added a little bit IW more to this trade. I need to stop coming up with new ways to say this ticker, but add a little bit more to this here because we are holding that 201.70 area quite nicely. I will be scalping some out at 201.80 should we get there. We'll have to find out. If we break below that 201.60 decisively, I'm outie. Au revoir. Bye, WM, is what I'll be saying to that. Shout out to Hurricane Ditka, who was basically expressing, similar to myself, some frustrations at the indecision in this name, also saying, how dare you? And yeah, honestly, how dare IWM? Okay? That's what I have to say to that. But that's a pun I've always kind of, I've heard that one before, and it's always kind of amuses me. So there we go, tickled pink at that one. Let's go IWM. I feel like a football coach. You're speaking of Hurricane Ditka, I believe a coach there, right? And I think I'm trying to coach IWM to keep going to the upside. Let's see what's happening here. Lots of different discussion about rates. We're going to have to see. I think either way, we will hear some interesting words from Papa Powell. Also, I still think I think it was last Friday or something. At one point, I remember Sharif was talking and says completely in a straight face, Papa Powell will be dropping some hot lines. And I mean, just like the commitment to that delivery is always.
I don't even think I tried with that. That's just like what I'd regularly say.
No, I know, but you said it like
you know what I mean?
Face.
Like
I was like,
I always say Neil's dropping hot lines. Yeah. You're dropping hot lines.
Powell.
Papa. Well, if you're dropping hot lines, I'm sure Papa's dropping.
Right? No, of course. Yeah. I mean, how dare my lines be more warm? then that was a pop of that one.
Right.
All jokes aside, I just thought that I enjoyed the straight face delivery of that. And IWM, if you want to get to 180, I'd be okay with that. NVIDIA trend still bullish says, I do not know. Oh, I've heard of Mike Dick, Neil Roberts. Honestly, as embarrassing as I can't believe I said Neil Roberts, the full name there. I actually know from Kicking and Screaming, the Will Ferrell movie, because he makes a cameo in that. Yes, that's how I know it. I'm going to be really, really honest. It's from my childhood. That is how I know that movie. Or that's how I know who Mike Dick is. We got some of IWM out, so we're IW moving to the upside. Let's look at NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is certainly interesting indeed. Okay, this is interesting. We're trying to like top and turn here at that 880. Honestly, I'm still happy I tried to take this short, because even though it wasn't successful, we did see a failure a couple times. I waited. We got out with some of our dignity intact. So you know what? I'm not going to sit here and complain about that. I will be watching to see what we do at 887 or 888, because we know Sean was 880. He 888 that short. That was a nice short there on that one. That pun worked better in my head. But yeah, this really nice move there. If we have that 888 rejection, I could be dipping my toe in there.
Sounds good. I had to get out of the NVIDIA short as it broke above 40. So we'll wait and see what this one does. Kind of consolidative, a little bit below 885. But I think if it gets above that general 890 level, we have an interesting trade on this one. Keeping my eye. Oh, I got to shout out Oleg, because Rivian is on its way into that 1150 area. So shout out to you, Oleg. That held 11 1/4 quite well. Still below 1145, though. I guess it's really looking for that 1150 area, because a couple of rejections off that 1150 area right now. The Future also trying to stay a little bit above 18250. So we'll see exactly what we get on that. Let's see if we get that long. Looking for a move back up into the Future as it put that higher low in there. So yeah, that's a look there. Let's see what else is moving. We didn't look at these small cappers, I don't think, the last little while. So let's have a look at that. Just see something real quick here. Yeah, it's fine. All right. So Go EV, this is classic. It looks like a VWAP hold high of daybreak, a little bit above the volume weighted average price, a little bit below. This one looks like it might be setting up for that 350, maybe even that 385 take. I think what really is going to give up, kind of indicate what this one's going to do in the afternoon is if it gets above that 350 before 2 o'clock. I don't know if we do that, because usually it's 2:30 to 4 that we have that VWAP hold high of daybreak kind of trade. So Go EV looking good right now. Everything else except Aurora Cannabis is below the volume weighted average price. So ACB rejecting $4 or thereabouts, 395 high, coming down into that 370 area. That is kind of, well, that's where VWAP is, but it's also the consolidation area top that we put in the pre-market. So this might be a good a hold here at this level. We'll have to watch and see if it gets that bounce. So nice little move there. All right, let's wet our beak here on some NVIDIA longs. We'll see if we can get the print there. So we get that nice one on NVDA. Let's see if we can get that move up into that 450-ish area, 40-50-ish area. I'm talking about NVDL, sorry, not NVDA. Trading NVDL, long 21s, just wet my beak there through the break of 40. But yeah, we're going to have to watch for this one, because it's putting in higher highs and higher lows off that 870 bottom, but we have that 890 area with which to contend on the actual NVDA stock. And the reason I care about that level is because it was a consolidation area top in the morning, right? So if it ends up being that, that key resistance level comes into play again, we could see this one absolutely tanking to the downside. So we'll have to see how this does it there.
Yeah, no, that's, there's already a little peak wetter there, nice. But yeah, so this is NVIDIA, I also have my eyes on. Someone, Fault Tolerant was saying that 880 to 890 area is a messy area for NVIDIA. I agree. I think, if we fail 888 decisively, I might dip like a couple toes in there, not the whole foot, because NVIDIA has definitely chopped me up today. I mean, case in point, all these little triangles on my chart. So I don't want to stay away from it just because I had some bad experiences earlier, but I also want to be incredibly cautious should I re-enter. So that's honestly, my honest take. And I think the biggest issue was having the right idea, but having bad points of entry. 888 was a short area here, so why did I enter 884? Do you know what I mean? Just looking at that, being cognizant of the mistakes and trying to do better in the future. Also, I did unmoor myself from IWM. We have IW moved on, although it's still on my side chart. If we get back to 201.70, I will probably get back in. But I noticed we were really struggling with 201.90. I decided to get everything out there, scalp it all out in front of that around 201.85. And I have to say, I'm really proud of myself for this trade because it didn't go as high as I wanted to. I wanted 202s and then eventually 202.30s. But I'm proud because even though this trade moved a little bit slowly, as Hurricane Ditka in the short or in the chat can attest, I'm happy I stuck with it because honestly, me from a couple months ago would have bailed the second this thing took more than 10 seconds to get going. So pretty proud of this. And also happy I added a little piece here when we got back to 201.70. So I think sometimes you have to be happy with the small victories. To me, this was a small victory.
Nice.
And it's the only name I'm positive on the day. And you gotta be happy with that. Also, AMD is continuing to AM dance with that 191, 192 area. I haven't called it AMD in a while, so how dare I? Let's look at AMD. Yeah, this was, I mean, honestly, compression city. We have lower highs, we have slightly higher lows. AMD's like, you think you know where I want to go? You do not. You do not assume. I want to see what we do at VWAP because VWAP, look at this move here with this like bottoming tail candle. And then we continue to the upside, like, ooh. AMD has been a really spicy one to look at. And I think, honestly, if we bounce at VWAP, I think it could be a decent long. If we fail at VWAP, that's where things get interesting because AMD has obviously not held up every time at VWAP, but AMD, since we got over that 190 bottom, has been incredibly spicy at VWAP, that 190, 140 area. So, I mean, if you look, every time we get there, we see some kind of something. So I think this could be interesting if we come back to that area. Some mentions of Mara to see.
What is that up to today?
Amara is at 70%. I said it again, 0.7% to the upside for MARA. A little bit of this area is interesting. This bounce at 1870. We get it twice, although, this one does answer more sometimes to other Bitcoin than it does to other things. So keep that in mind with regards to chart analysis. This is always my disclaimer on any crypto related stock I will look at. Zoom out for range, says Mr. Memes. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. This is also interesting too, what we kind of do around that area that became VWAP, the 1920 area interesting. We pop to the upside. It's a good chart. I might need to give Mara some respect because like I said, I'm always very cognizant trading these crypto names because of their relationship to Bitcoin, but I have traded them in the past and I have no qualms about trading them again if something sets up. Also, now IWM decides to go to 202, but you know what? We brush that off our shoulders and we keep going.
Yep. Keeping my eye on NVIDIA here, looking for that 890 move. We're long NVDL at 21s. Let's see if we can we already wet our beak there at 40s. Now we're printing 35s. Let's see if we can get a move on NVDL into around 41 or thereabouts. It's going to really obviously, not really, it's going to obviously depend on what NVIDIA does. But again, I'm concerned about that 8-9 area on NVDA because of the resistance level that it presented us earlier in the morning. The other one I'm looking at, and it goes by the name TSLA. This one really holding up well above the 50-period moving average today, even though the future absolutely sold off. You didn't get that kind of sell-off on Tesla. Sure, you got lower highs and lower lows, but they were manageable. I mean, it was not a big drop like Tesla typically does, right? And you're also getting 50-period EMA support. All the dips into that 50-period moving average after essentially 10:15 this morning has been printing favorably for the longs. Here we go. We're breaking above 173 yet again. What I would be looking at here for Tesla, if you're looking at getting quite aggressive, is that 173 3/4 break. Now, we had several attempts at that 173 3/4, initially at around 11:55 to 12 before Neil started dropping hot lines, and then 12:45 to 12:50 again. We couldn't break through that level. Now we're above 173, and what I'm looking at is that 173 3/4. So questions to be asked about Tesla, like we always ask about it in general, because it's a great day trading stock. There's no question about that. Volatility always on this name. But as I talk about that, let me tell you about this. We're getting a topping tail candle right now on the future, and that's precipitating a drop on NVDA, which is not good for NVDL. So keeping an eye on this one to see if the trend is reversing. Definitely, we still have lower lows on the NQ. We haven't printed anything above a previous high. The high that I'm looking at printing above is above 18,292. So we're not even close to that. We're at 6.5 right now. We tried to make it up into 7.5, that 3/4 point area, but what was met with a wall of sellers. And that has precipitated more down moves right now on some of these Mag 7 names. That is, unless your name is Tesla, because it's still curling up above 173 for a reason here. Tesla looking really good off that 50 period. At 172, you could make the argument for a 172 defend as well, but it's been the 50 period here as I see it on my charts. Liking this Tesla look right now. Could really be a good trade if it breaks above that $0.75 area. Tesla on the way back up, baby. Looks good. Let's see what else we're doing here with 148s. We saw the Catena Man involved in 148 on GOOGL earlier, and that's presenting you multiple opportunities. Look at that. Every time it dips below 148, it's met with buyers, right? I mean, it can't really hang out below 148 for all that long. I think the lowest it's been there in this consolidation low is like 147.89. So for whatever reason, people stepping in there big on Google at 148, there is a bit of a price action level to support that 148, and that takes us into the pre-market. That was a consolidation area low. I didn't really put too much stock into that level earlier, but maybe we have to now, as it's really presenting you with an interesting level off which buyers are getting in. So right now, it's the Fuchs dancing sideways a little bit here at the 2/3, 8262 area, and that's precipitating a bit of a down move on NVIDIA.
Yeah, that Tesla curl up. I mean, Tesla does not care about your feelings. Tesla's like, I will do what I want to do when I want to do it, where I want to do it. I think it was Joanna Brewster earlier in the chat as well, saying something to the effect of Tesla is casually extremely strong. And I mean, yeah, absolutely it is. We did have that nice catalyst on it. And even as the rest of the futures are taking a little bit of a breather, Tesla's like, not me. I still have charge in my tank. Weird analogy, but yeah, keeping going here. What a move up to the upside for this Tesla. Also, Papa Powell, speaking before Wednesday, thank you very much to Papa Powell for the 199 super chat. Is the Catena Man long on Tilray portfolio-wise?
Catena Man, you holding Tilray in the private? Yeah, he's holding it.
Yeah, he says, oh yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a yes from Sean.
That's not true. He said long from $500. I know for a fact it topped out at 70 something. he's trolling us.
But yeah, no, so that is a yes to your question, Papa Powell, and very excited to hear from you on Wednesday. No, I'm joking. But yeah, this is a nice move. Also, just in time, saying Tesla runs on its own terms, and I mean, yeah, that's a very fair point. AMD, as we get to near the end of the midday, I think there's an opportunity for like a 20-cent scalp here. If I can get involved 190-160 to 190-170 to 190-150, 199-140. I'd be really happy. We're having a hard time getting to that area I want, but I do not want to compromise because that was my issue with the NVIDIA, as I kept having really weak and shaky plans, and that's why they didn't work out. AMD, myself, Mike. AMD, if we don't get to that 190, 167 or whatever, I'm not getting involved. So there we go. That's the look. Yeah, Tesla is almost autonomous. Honestly, I don't disagree. And they could have autonomous self-driving. So a nice pun there from Hurricane Ditka.
Brendo telling me they took a bit of a different angle to the FSD. It's a completely different look. I'm not sure. Brendo was explaining something to me about that. Look into it, guys, if you're going to invest in this name, obviously. Apparently, some sort of different twist into how they approach full self-drive. But Big Kyle making me chuckle there in the chat, man. We're talking about Tilray, weed stocks, this, that, and the other, and then Big Kyle's got to drop out lines. I've spent more money on the product than on stocks. Hashtag weed. Shout out to Big Kyle. Ram likes what she hears there, Kyle. So yeah, you never know. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Great short there, Kyle, off 494. Got to commend you on that trade again. All right, we're going to wet our beak here on this, what's it called, NVDL trade at the $0.25. See if we can get that print. There we go. We get the print there on NVDL, as we did defend that $40 level. So looking to rinse and repeat on this trade. 2 profitable trades on it. So, well, no, more than that. We had that earlier trade on it as well. So we'll see exactly what we get here. But I'm worried about that 890 being a key area of resistance. So maybe I'll get out everything of NVIDIA soon. OLEG, Rivian testing, high of day, next level. I didn't look at the next level Oleg, but about 4 minutes left on the show. I'll look at it for you real quick here. Let's see where the next level in the line is. So you got to get above that 850 Oleg. Then we can really start celebrating here because we have a bit of a double top off that level. So definitely some sellers coming in at that 50 penny area. Oleg, I got to tell you, I mean, look at this. You hate when you see this, right? So many different price levels. Depending on the day, let's just go ahead and say that $12 area is going to be an interesting area owing to this consolidation area here in March 13th. You know, there's just so many levels off which to work on Rivian, especially lately after that big move down from earnings. Then we popped up on the Rivian event with the R2 and R3 announcement. So a lot of different price action levels that could act as support and resistance. So we'll see, Kyle. I mean, Oleg. It's a good trade for you on the day. Good calling that out there. I just, you know, when there's just so much price action, support and resistance stuff there, it's hard to figure out which one is going to get respected. So that's it. I'm holding my NVDL trade. We'll see if we can get a move back into that top area at 890 on the actual name itself, NVDA. We're in an NVDL. I'm going to repeat this again for anybody who's joining us. If you want to trade NVIDIA and you don't want to drop $883.43 per share, but yet you want to get involved in the price action, there's a few names that you can trade here. NVDL, which is the long, NVDS, which is the short, and then there's NVDX. It's the more expensive of the three. I think there's more, to be honest with you. I just don't happen to know them. Make sure you're apprising yourself of the liquidity, the float, etc., and anything that you need to be worried about there because they're ETFs, so there could be decay if you want to hold it for a while. So make sure you're apprising yourself of every instrument before you trade it, but those are another way, another avenue to get into the NVIDIA madness if you don't want to trade options, obviously, and you don't want to hold the actual equity name itself. That is, oh, by the way, Adobe is ripping, so shout out to Benton because he mentioned that right at the top of the show. Shout out to him. I'm seeing their I can't even pronounce your name, but somebody's mentioning Adobe popping up in the chat there. So whoever's trading Adobe on the day, good for you guys.
Yeah, good for you indeed. Also, yeah, I think honestly, thank you for shouting out those NVDA, NVDL. Congrats on the beak wetters on NVDA or NVDL, sorry.
Yeah.
Because honestly, as someone who got very top and turned in NVIDIA, I should have been using those. So thank you for reminding us of those. Yeah, it's been quite a day. My other chip-related trade, AMD, we just got out for a bit of a loss here. We broke above that 192 area. Didn't work out. The plan wasn't maybe the greatest, but you know what is always the greatest is hearing what we have to say on the afternoon show. And of course, please check us out tomorrow with more pullback-related lessons of the day. You'll get Neil's lesson of the day as well. All these fun things that we get in the midday hour. For now, though, we'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Brendan's at the big desk.
On Monday afternoon here as we trickle to the downside for the overall market still this afternoon. Just watching yields higher across the board once again this afternoon. It's been that kind of a day. It's not a huge move, but across the board, all of them very, very positive on the session, including the USD back to the upside here 3 days in a row for the dollar back above that 103.5 area and holding firmly for the US dollar. So that's putting a little bit of pressure on the overall market. It's putting a lot of pressure on small caps once again. Go up and look at the Russell right now, down significantly. Some of these high-flying AI-related names, I just brought up SoundHound here, but 7.5%, and that's on a 25-cent bounce off 8. It was down about 9% at the bottom there for SoundHound. Otherwise, big tech still leading the way as far as strength is concerned. 175 holding here as far as Apple goes. 1.4% again off the highs, but pretty green board right across the entire thing. Everything that isn't green basically flat on the session, so really no significant negativity coming through this afternoon. There are a few red names here in the pharmaceutical area. I mean, J&J is only down 0.5%. It looks like a lot more compared to the rest of this board. Apple, NVIDIA, Google, Microsoft, all positive. That's about all you need to know as far as the S&P is concerned. We were talking about both Apple and Google to start things off this morning. We were also talking about NVIDIA to start things off this morning. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll get the keynote speech at, I saw one note during lunchtime that I was reading that was essentially Oh, this was it. Yeah, AI Woodstock. This GTC 2024, NVIDIA's AI conference, is now known as AI Woodstock. That didn't take long. But a lot of analysts talking very positively as to what to expect coming up this afternoon. Then remember, it's 3 days in a row going into the rest of the week here. So a lot of announcements, a lot of positivity around this, including from, yeah, you guessed it, Dan Ives writing this note that I was just finishing up here. But back to basically where we ended on Friday for NVIDIA right now, trying to hold on to positive territory. Google and this one, Apple, were top of the list this morning on the rundown. If you're with us in the pre-market, Google talking to Apple and Apple talking to Google on maybe incorporating Gemini as their AI feature into iPhones going forward. I was reading a little bit about how much they pay for search, and it's in the billions, how much Google pays Apple for search to make Google their default search engine on iPhones, and it's billions. So this would be on top of that, obviously, but still pretty good day here, guys, for Apple.
Oh man, we're just like trading everything right now. I've been hitting keys like crazy here with AMD as we go short. 192 as it's coming in. We're $3 in the money right now on NVIDIA as well. We did get stopped out there when it broke through 885, but we take the short again right there at the 200 period. We switched up our plan, as you guys know, in the midday show to go short, and it's paying off right now as we come back into 882, a $3 winner right now on this name. But yeah, all right, so we actually just got stopped out on Google, which was a little bit silly. Broke through 148. It finally hits that bottom. We were buying longs all day, and it was pretty good, right? So, of course, you're buying longs, but nice move up. Now we'll wait till Google to hold that. I have not been into Apple, but Apple's super strong, man. They're going to have those AR glasses and everything. I'm excited for what's to come with Apple. So, yeah, I think those are the two good names here, long, but I'm in AMD and NVIDIA short right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Google as well, so I'm not going to rehash that. But Apple 175 might be a thing. It was pretty solid off of VWAP earlier.
Down.
You know, what if yeah, whatever. 176.5 was VWAP, and it was pulling right into that high multiple times. So we grabbed those longs, was in the 75 long once, and got out, but you're seeing it just hold on like an absolute charm. I could see us back at VWAP. If the market's making a base here and gets back to 18.3, Apple can do something about it and get off this 175 level into VWAP. So the longer we hold this consolidation, the more I'll like it. You'll see I am actually the only long position I have right now is IBIT, and we'll get to that one a little bit later when we rock through the list there. But Apple barcoding right now off 175, up 1.5%. I do think this makes some sense if this market is trying to bottom out. Apple is very slightly better than the NASDAQ, so despite being underneath VWAP, it is having a good day. And I like that consolidation that we're seeing right now. Is apparently GoEV still going. If you just went long in the weed stocks, not that I would have started going long weed stocks and GoEV, but if you had
a weed stock,
no, just if you had taken GoEV and the weed stocks, like after like that opening rush of everything was done, if you bought the dips on those instead of buying the dips on all the stuff that seemed like it was good, you'd have made more money. Because in buying the dip pretty much everywhere else after the opening rush wasn't that great. But if you did it on GoEV, perfectly fine. If you did it on any cannabis name, look at that, you buy the dip after the opening rush, you're absolutely laughing. Meanwhile, like other things like Alphabet, which actually had great news, I mean, it's been trending down the whole way. Like I'm just being tongue-in-cheek about it because it's the quality names that didn't end up holding up when they gapped up today.
All right, thoughts on NVIDIA here. We're back to, as I mentioned, basically where we ended the day. On Friday, we give back the nice gap, the nice move through to 920. It's been downside ever since. Again, ahead of, I don't know if you were around for this, but AI Woodstock.
Huh?
This conference is now called AI Woodstock, coming up over the next few days.
I can believe that, right? I mean, NVIDIA is the king, and while AI is the focus, so we'll have to watch. But guys, today, less than 2 hours till Jensen Huang takes the mic at the NVIDIA conference. He's got the keynote there. I'll be listening for two things. I want to know the successor to the H100. It's widely anticipated they're going to be releasing something called the B100. So keep your eye out for that. and the updates to the CUA, the CUDA software, which comes with the H100. Very important as well. It's an ecosystem, and updates expected on both, Brendo.
Yeah, I was reading on the weekend, there was a couple of people, rumblings anyways, that was like 2026 for the B series. So yeah, we'll see if we hear anything about that coming up today.
So in
NVIDIA.
all last week, I said basically the same thing. Like every single time I've taken like a flat top break on NVIDIA or a, some double or triple top breakout into higher lows, like some kind of an obvious breakout setup, it has not lost. It hasn't lost in a week and a half. And today, if I just only done that, it would have been absolutely fine because it gave you another clean break. It was a 905 break. It got all the way to 14 and a half. I got out, I took some out in front of 909 and then took the rest out in front of like 914. It was like very, very quick, $9. It goes further than that, but fair enough. And then I proceeded to do a bunch of things that are not that, like buying dips and then playing like reversal trades. And then my all-time favorite, which to me, I never want to be doing this, where it's like short, get out, short again kind of thing. Not on NVIDIA. I want to do that in stock. Like in Intel, sometimes that'll make some sense, but not happy with it. So give back what we made today, not all last week, half of what we made on Friday. And it's frustrating because if I just stick to the plan, I make one trade and then do nothing else in this stock. All that said, NVIDIA, if you look at it on a 15-minute, let's zoom it out here. That's zooming out too far. If you look at it, it's still got that double bottom higher low from last week underneath it at 860. Even with this downward push, it does have some support under it. The things that I'm short right now, actually we'll get to Micron specifically, so I'll leave that one till the end. But Intel got to the top of the range, had some shorts on it, had been shorting it ever since, including this lower high at 42.80. So just went into the trend short in Intel. After like a messy morning with it, it got a lot cleaner once it broke 43 even. So I'll be staying short this one as long as it holds this lower high at about 43.85 on Intel.
Oh man.
But frustrating. If I just stuck to the breakout trades, like they're there all the time on NVIDIA. It is what it is. The conference is on, but we don't hear anything until 4 o'clock. So, I don't think we said this in the morning. Be able to tune into the market recap show. It might not be a massive earnings week. We do get a couple of interest, Micron, of course, this week. But you're going to see some possible price movement on NVIDIA, not because of earnings, but because of this, what are they calling it, a GT something?
GTC.
GTC conference.
Yeah,
there you go.
GTC.
So Jensen will come out. Sean will give it to you live, and we'll see some price action for sure.
we will.
Oh, before I finish, one last thing. SMCI crapped all over itself today. There, just so we talk about SMCI too, people. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we will. We'll talk.
Well, that's
about
all I was gonna say. It died today.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We just had NVIDIA drop all the way to 879 for us, so we were in the money like $6, and then it just ripped up. This is a small piece, or else we would have got out of it. We were, well, very small. We were in AMD as well. Like, look at some of these outs when AMD dropped down into the 200 period for eventually breaking out. So now we're starting to get going on some of these chip names back up to the upside. So we're in the money still $1, trying to get a little bit more short, but again, you're just back to the 200 period. Let's see what happens here with NVIDIA back at these levels. So here we go. Nice little move back up to the upside. We're going to have to get stopped out if it breaks too much higher than where we are right now. Back into the 200 period on what looks like it wants to get going here again for NVIDIA. We were long first and then short. That's 890 maybe. There, is that too high up? 886 right now? Yeah, we're coming right into 890 here. Watch out. We last went short here at 888. So starting to get a little spicy here to the upside. We are short 885.75.
Upside, Tesla upside right now as well, trying to get back to day highs here, testing, or trying to test anyways. 174 coming back into play if you missed it this morning. Price hikes coming through for the Model Y in a couple of instances. We didn't even get into this gap really this morning on that sell-off initially. Here we are right back to day high 6.25%. I mean, if you zoom out a little bit, much needed bounce on the daily chart coming in for Tesla.
Yeah, the market likes price increases, Breno. Not necessarily price cuts, but price increases. So Model Y in the United States going to go up by $1,000 come April 1st in Europe. Much the same thing, but €2,000 price increase on the Model Y starting March 22nd. It's a good look for them here as margins have been getting squeezed. A lot of capex as well as they build out those new gigafactories, Brendo.
I feel like AI Woodstock is more an Elon thing than an NVIDIA thing.
A little bit.
I want to hear more about Grok from Elon, but yeah, great day here, guys.
We were just sort of saying,
Elon's releasing Grok something, I thought now.
yeah, right?
I don't know, we'll find out when that is.
No, but it was more along the lines like April 1st. I guess it's not a big deal in Europe, but like if you're in North America, like I know it's a Europe thing, but like if you're doing something in North America which is big, and there's gonna be press releases and they're legitimate, actual changes, like a big price raise, it's like you wouldn't do it on April 1st because then all of the, like is it a joke? Are you serious? All that stuff. I guess they don't care in Europe, probably. We'll probably mess around with you guys on April 1st. I don't have anything planned, but we'll get you somehow.
We'll figure that
I promise
out.
that. So the April Fool's joke came early for me on Tesla, and this is an important lesson here. I was already going to do the whole like contrarian sort of play, like when everyone zigs, zag is the lesson of the day. However, I was very close to doing it on Tesla because there's something to be said about having a direction and a price area correct and an execution plan being wrong. Like to make a trade, you need every aspect of it to work. You need to have a reason you're looking at the stock, you need to have a direction, you need to have an entry and an exit. So I had the price that I was interested correct in some ways at 172 on Tesla. I had the direction right in terms of looking for a long off of that level. But my execution plan, to be honest with you, like my execution plan was basically like the Dallas Cowboys plan going into the offseason this year, which is to say it stunk. And I was only really looking for breakouts off of 172. I wasn't willing to kind of make any other nuanced trade, which would have been take a consolidation long off that level, which would have worked nicely, take a consolidation above it, take a dip buy back into it, which I'm going to do now, off the 172. And you say, why 172 on Tesla? Okay, well, we're not making this one up. There is support to resistance, and then right back, barely like resistance right there, and then back into a support level. So I like that in terms of finding a reversal trade, but just didn't do it right today on Tesla. So I'll slap the fail on myself. Again, a trading plan requires not just saying long 172, you also have to have a plan of action for a setup that works for you. The dip buy looks fantastic now, but it also might just be a clean breakout above 175. So shout out to you, Tesla, 6%, loving it. And if this is the bottom, it never actually got to 150. So if we have a temporary bottom, this never made it to the bottom of the channel on Tesla, which has been a trend line for a while now. That would be a good thing for the bulls, but I thought we were getting into the 150s for a dip buy.
Oh, man. All right, finally. We just get 884. 880. No, we got 883. 883.60 there. Came right into the 200 period. So a couple good shorts here after getting hit on that take right there. A couple good shorts coming through now for NVIDIA as we'll wait to hold it all the way back down and see if we can get this name to go one more time here with NVIDIA. So nice move downside. We are now $2 in the money. It's the only position we have on. We'll see if we can get NVIDIA lower than this 878 level. I think our next bid should be in and around here, 878. So let's just put a bid there. That little wick down is 879 and change. Let's see if we take that, then get back into 878. Let's bid 878. Right now we're $3. Like we're $3 in the money right now. So we could take this. This is a reloaded position. Let's just see what happens here for NVIDIA. Let's see about some downside push. Our stop is still up here, 888. So we'll have to see if that comes through or not. But for right now, it's a nice downside move, and we just take some money back there on NVIDIA. So, oh man, this is, I might not even be in the right chat here. But shout out to everybody as we go. 883.30 here to the downside.
Yeah, you're in the right one.
Am I okay? Tesla. I didn't trade it today, but I'm just focusing right now on some of these chip names.
All day long in some of these Chinese EV makers, including XPeng. On a positive note, this morning was up big time, almost 1050 coming into play here. It's been straight down ever since. We're trying to hold below 990 right now. Yeah, it's still positive on the day. Didn't give it all back, but it's been pretty negative. You were just mentioning your favorite stock. Li Auto down, what was it, 12% today?
12.25%, Brendo, on this maybe they build a cheaper curve, maybe they don't. We haven't gotten any details. Yeah, in case you're wondering, XPEG up because they promised a new type of EV, one in the range between 100,000 to 150,000 yuan. That's about $14,000 to $21,000. No time, no details, but you know, the market liking what they hear and the other EV selling off.
That's crazy cheap if they can actually do that. Like, what was it, 14 to 21,000 US?
Yeah, US.
Won't be allowed.
I mean, look, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, the bad news there, I think, was for their competition, and I think that was what you saw borne out with Li Auto. Like, Li Auto got absolutely smashed. The only thing that would have been interesting for me on XPeng would have been, could it hold the $10 level, which it flat out didn't. And we've been talking about this, I feel like at least for the last couple of years, when the Chinese EV names gap up, I don't know why we're not, usually I'll be like, oh, if I'm gonna go with the news, it's gotta show me a dip buy off a level that I like, where's your bounce to 10? If anything, it was like a reversal to a short off of the 10 level, and it just doesn't hold those highs. Probably just worth shorting these, to be honest with you. But I think the easier play would have been, okay, well, Li Auto was down on it. So if you, whoops, why is that still XPeng? Like, Li Auto was already down on that news. And then when it opened up, it just flushed and just continued to flush. Like, look at the consolidation, then flat bottom break here at 34 on Li Auto. And if you see what happens when it broke the flat bottom, it then turns right into immediate resistance at a breakdown zone. So I think that was probably the play, was to just ignore everything that happened in XPeng, see the direction in Li Auto, and roll with it to the downside. Now you're at the 50 period, so
What is
I mean,
all
I
those
guess
fails?
It's for Li Auto, down 12.
Oh, okay.
Down 12%. Right? Because XPeng, if XPeng couldn't hold on to the gains and Li Auto was down when Neo and XPeng were up, you really could have just shorted every reasonable opportunity. When I look at this chart, like, any reasonable shorting opportunity was actually good. Short to the pre-market high, short the breakdown, short the first available pop, short this consolidation area, short the breakdown, yada, 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 so on and so forth. Like, that's what a trending stock looks like. Should have been trading Li Auto today, apparently.
Oh, man. Yeah, love trending stocks. We could look at NIO. I mean, I haven't looked at any of these names today. I'm not even going to lie.
I should have mentioned something about Fisker, but
I haven't looked at Li Auto, Fisker. Well, Fisker we had and it broke 15, so we're out of that one. But that was nothing.
maybe you should still be in it.
Was just doing nothing.
Just very quickly, I'm only because I probably will not say anything. I was short Fisker in the pre-market and lost, and that was a wick high. I was shorted again in the pre-market and wicked the high, and then that was the only good short. It flat bottom broke 15 after 4 hours of 15 at the bottom. I shorted the break at 15, and it's done literally nothing. It's still at like 15.05. So at some point, maybe it does flush, but look at that support at the 15-cent level for Fisker. You would expect if something holds a level all day long and then breaks it in the afternoon, it would at least go a cent, but not you, Fisker.
No, Fisker's not doing too much there. Let's see what happens with that name. Just another degen name down there, obviously. But NIO here, as I learned that from the podcast, we call Redditors degens, right, Fabian? Okay, good. He says yes, so I don't get in trouble on that one. They call themselves that, apparently. That's what he said. But right here, 520 break on Neo. That's what we're going to look for to the downside. I want to thank everybody for watching the podcast. Make sure you go check it out if you have not. All right, so we got some out of NVIDIA here. Obviously, as it just bounced right there, we talked about getting out at 883.50 off of the short that we have now, 886. So that's $2.50, but now it's starting to come back up to the upside. So watch out now. We're above everything right now in the market. The only real level is VWAP, which is still a ways to go. So we're just going to play off some of these tops that we've seen here. That's like 890. So I feel like 890 is cool, man. If this goes back upside, we'll short in front of 890, but we're not going to give it too much more love after that. So for right now, this is what we're doing with NVIDIA. My bid is 875. So
let's go to Micron trying to bounce here as well, along with most of these. 94 was big time level on Friday. On the other side of things, the resistance side of things over here. So we're trying to bounce off that. Right now, a couple of positive notes this morning from analysts, still up 1% here.
Yeah, and with the AI conference for NVIDIA being on tap for today and tomorrow until Thursday, I want to hear anything that they have to say with respect to Micron. We know Micron's been including their DRAM chips with the NVIDIA H100 and H800 as well. So as Brenda was saying, we got a couple of price target increases today, both from Barclays and Cantor Fitzgerald, both with a $120 price target. But Midday, Rosenblatt want to get on the action too. They increased their price target on Micron to $140.
One that we will talk with, I'm sure, Danielle Shea is coming up here in about 40 minutes. We'll get her opinion on earnings, guys, coming up on Wednesday for MU.
Bye-bye, NVIDIA.
They're the big one.
Yeah, they're this week.
They're the only, well, maybe there's something else.
I only traded Micron to the long side. It was a sticky no name. I thought it was going to be good news for them with all the upgrades today, but it's only gone down. Really, there's been no bump. We were able to get out of this long when we bumped through there, but then we tried it one more time at 94 before eventually slipping through 94 and getting out. That bottom is 93.75. I'm flipping over to short now.
Oh, Lulu.
So I'm going to short here, 94.40. Right there. If we can get that short, we're down with that. $2 in the money, NVIDIA. But yeah, losing trade right there for sure on Micron for me. My biggest loser of the day is that. It was NVIDIA because we kept on getting, destroyed. Again, I'll talk about all that later. But right now, we're going to go short Micron. We are short NVIDIA. I really like this here. In the 200 and that bottom right there. So that's 94.50. We'll wait for that to come through for Micron. But I don't know, man. Maybe NVIDIA doesn't want to go down. We're just sitting here. I feel like I want to trade names that are like moving around and doing a lot. 50 million shares on a $900 name is quite a lot. So we'll wait to see here what happens with the rest of the day and NVIDIA. I'm going to hold short until it breaks above 890.
Yeah, I'm thinking short on Micron as well. I was actually just in a short off of the 94 level. The longs didn't work off 95, that previous support. Went 2 for 4 there. Actually, 2 for 5 going long. And then the last one, that should have been a signal to reverse because look at it pull back off VWAP and reject that same 95 level. Now lower highs in the previous support, that'd be 94.5. There was a great consolidation down here at 94. While the futures were trying to bounce. That's sort of the key. Like it was just going sideways off that 94 level while the futures were trying to bounce. It got into the lows at 75 and then came back in for a reload. I'm thinking short here. Like if it gets back into the mids, that would be an entry. Or maybe it's just back down underneath 94. The way I see it, when you get a rejection like that on positive news, it doesn't want to continue. It gaps up and then only falls. At some point you give up. Like that's to me selling on good news. Like I know it's still up 1%, but for all intents and purposes, like Micron sold on the news today, and I never want to see that happening. Like you want to see a stock go up when it has positive news, and you can't convince me. We got the upgrade. It's been on a great upward trend. It just bounced off the $90 level after a bit of a reversal. It looked like it could have been the start of something. Unfortunately, the other direction, Micron, and I'm already in Intel, so I think I probably already talked about this. Probably doubling up here. But Intel off this 42.85. We're shorting it all morning. And then the better shorts was, just wait for it to actually break down and then short the pop, which was a safer way to go about it. So we're getting some back here on Intel. Oh, we should talk about Bitcoin. Because remember how I've been saying on IBIT, Neil, IBTC. That's what I'm thinking GBTC in my head.
Yeah.
As I'm typing IBIT, I just put IB. Oh, goodness. IBIT. Waited for one setup and one setup alone. Wick the bottom, go long. And I would have done it if it was wick the top, go short. We've done this trade a couple of times on IBIT. Wick the bottom, go long. I've been holding out for a break of VWAP to get up here. And I'm now trailing this to 38.20. And I don't know if we get a similar setup like this afternoon because like it would be the same wick bottom. But if I see that happen on IBIT where it goes trend down, big move down or big move up into a double bottom or a triple bottom or a double top or a triple top, and there's that reversal, it's like punch back long through 38 and then just go stop at the local bottom. And then hold it at least to VWAP, try to hold some for the dream. Probably missed a reload in there. But I'm liking this setup, and the fact that we can trade this now on the ETF is great because it just looks like a regular stock. Like I'm not even paying too much attention. I'll pay more attention if it's a key level, like a 70,000, but I'm more concerned with it just being the high of the day or the low of the day, and then look for the trend reversal. But it has to show me that wick and then quick reverse. jump into it. I've seen that work multiple times, only taken it twice in the last week, even though we've seen it 5 or 6 times.
We started the discussion today on pullbacks, guys, and we're going to continue that all week long. Tomorrow is my favorite, support and resistance pullbacks. Make sure to hang out with Adair and I tomorrow on How to Trade at 11.
Is my favorite as well. All right, so make sure you join Sharif there tomorrow as he's going over all that stuff with Adair. Learn to trade in the midday. All right, so I need to learn to trade a little bit here too because we're just shorting here. Got out for nice little profit, but then we spike right back to the upside. The thing is, we may have to change our tune a little bit here because the NASDAQ is now breaking back above VWAP. The reason why we're short right now is we talked about 18.3 being a pretty key level. We talked about that earlier this morning. Look what happened when we broke it and then held it. Nice move to the downside, almost 60, 70 handles before bouncing. Now you're starting to get back up to the upside. So we'll try NVIDIA one more time up here. You know, remember, Jensen's not speaking until 8. I'm looking at the price here. I was going to say till 8.90, until 4 o'clock.
Imagine he did that.
So we'll have to wait. But, I mean, as you get closer and closer, only an hour and a half away now, maybe we're starting to go. I mean, he's going to preach the Bible of NVIDIA. So, and that's one that is highly followed.
It is.
So we'll have to wait to see if it can get going here, back into the downside a little bit before he comes up. But we're gonna watch out for 891. We talked about that this will kind of be the last straw right here at 889 and change. So if that breaks, obviously run to 890. Then we'll play it a little bit higher than that. You got to give yourselves a couple stops here, and you know, I think $4. We've been taking enough winners on this to sort of justify that. But this last winner that we had was just right here, 886, and our best out is 883.50. So about 250. So here we come, right back in. Hey, I'm bidding 880. What's up with that? All right, well, I thought I was bidding down here, but we're not. Okay, so we did not get an 889 short. I thought we were waiting there. We were waiting for 889.50, so it actually did not get that high. So my bad. All right, we'll wait for more.
This is going to be a little bit off topic.
Maybe AMD.
But remember when you were like, oh, is there any questions for Brennan in the podcast? I thought of a format for a question.
Yeah.
So it would be along the lines of this. So you pick like a number, like say, we always talk about like, if you had to invest like 10 grand, because 10 grand seems to be a number. So then you take that as the base. And then I say, okay, I'm gonna give you have to invest either 10,000 in, let's just say,
something like that, didn't I?
No, in NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, no, it should be 10,000 in SMCI.
Okay.
It's got to be the risky one at these prices. Yeah. Or 50,000 in NVIDIA, and then I'm supposed to then pick something where it's like ridiculous and something else. So the notion being like the bigger and safer play, you got to be able to put more in, or are you willing to roll the dice on a name which you know less about, like an SMCI?
Okay, yeah.
And so like I was thinking of this in terms of NVIDIA and SMCI, but the more interesting one would be, would you rather do it's like if you had to put an amount into BTC on the next dip, let's call it like, would you be willing to put, I don't know, like 100,000 in Bitcoin, or you've got to roll 20,000 in MSTR, and you got to believe in it for 1 month, let's just say. So I'm talking about a short-term play, and you have to either put a small amount in the most ridiculously volatile. Obviously, MSTR in a pullback is not going to pull back anywhere near what Bitcoin is going to do. It's down 13% today. The stock is a triple up if you just look at it from like February. But would you be willing to leverage on MSTR for a month, or would you just put the safe money on Bitcoin?
Yeah, we talked about. Yeah, I think those are good. Those are good questions. I forget the one that I asked him. I asked him something around there about leverage or something like that.
No, it was.
But anyways, okay, yeah, those are good questions. We are going to take more suggestions from the podcast. So if you guys have anything you want to talk to us about, lay it down for us. Make the comments or all that. There it is. Here, I'll do it right
SMCI.
here. SMCI. Yeah, what was about it?
That got smoked, by the way, today.
How about asking who's more afraid in NVIDIA, Bears or Bulls? Yeah, that's not a bad.
Always.
I thought you were talking about Bears versus Bulls.
I think always the Bears.
Bulls.
In a long-term sense?
I guess so. I was saying Clean Daddy was talking about. That's a good question. Though we could always do more and more of that. So we will. All right. So 885. We just went short again. Our average price here is, I don't mean to switch topics, but we will do all that kind of
It's
stuff.
still on the same topic.
886, yeah. We still are on the same topic. I'm just trying to get out right now of some of this. So if this drops back down into 886, let's take a little bit out. But you can see you are really starting to bounce higher now on NVIDIA. We've talked about our stopping spot would be pretty close to where we are right now. But here's a nice little pullback down. We're only short at 887. So if you are, like someone just said, if you're a bear or a bull and you are nervous about what's happening here, we have Jensen coming at 4. So an hour and a half from now, 1 p.m. Pacific. So we did clarify that. Thanks to Sharif for clarifying that earlier. So it is 4 p.m. Eastern time. We'll have it on the recap show, but here we go. If this can get down in, now we are now in the money now on NVIDIA. So good little reload up there. It's not a reload, sorry. These are averages in. They're worse. Generally, you want to reload because that means your clip is empty, or at least partially empty, and you're going to reload it to get to battle. Right now, the only thing that's having a battle right now is NVIDIA punching me in my face for this short temporarily. We will see, man. We'll get those brass knuckles out and fight back, and we're doing that right now, but we still have some bids out. Let's sort of see if we can recover after this, and we'll figure out if we can get this 886 bid. That's where we're bidding right now. Then after that, I'm sitting right here at the 50 period. We're just going to follow our rules. Like, I'm not trying to trade out of this for any reason. It's just, we got to take some profits. We're short at 887. Our out's going to be 891. We talked about $4. Most of my bids are here, are lower than this. But if we can get a quick dollar on that spot, let's do that. Take away some risk. That way, if we do fall back in, then we'll be able to ring that register. It's similar stuff that we were doing up here, like when we had these trades before. So we were short 890. I mean, that's right there is an 877 out. We have $13. We talked about that in the midday show. So it was a good trade for us. It did go $16 or $17 in the money. Then we reloaded and took it out there. Short again, and now we're back short. But I'm not really loving this trade. I mean, we're too much in the danger zone now. Like, I need this to fall
Everything's
down.
in the danger zone.
Yeah, I feel like
I don't know. I just went short Coinbase. That's why I feel.
Coinbase is a danger zone trade too, because
Look at the reversal on
it's
it.
been super spicy today.
So here's the thing. I like the level. There's no question about that. Like, if you look at 240, and we were even saying this morning, like short above 240 was absolute gold. So the resistance is on point with Coinbase. And then, I'm like, oh, the round off top, shorted in front of 240 and a half or 241, give it $1 or whatever it is. But then you look at the rejection that this thing just made. Like, it rejected this 234 bottom. I know it's down 1%. That's a kind of, it either works, and this is the curl down, retesting 236. But if it breaks out the top, don't do anything till 245 is what I'm telling myself. Like, I don't want to be shorting this a second time unless it's back underneath 240 or it's at that 245 level. And apparently Klingvatty was talking about the intraday and not the long term. Because I feel as if that's always too easy of a question. Like, which direction are people most afraid, like long or short? But if you're looking at a long-term chart like this, like, it's hard to say anything except for the shorts are more concerned up here because they're the ones that are under more pressure. It's a little more fun when you look at it from the intraday. So NVIDIA is moving. Fisker is the most ridiculous flat bottom break that I've ever seen because it's doing absolutely nothing. Apple, all of a sudden, oh, no, it wasn't Apple. It was Amazon at 175 I wanted to talk about. Yeah, it wasn't Apple. Amazon, load. Amazon hasn't really looked very good today. I mean, I know a lot of things have fallen, but okay, drop, nowhere near VWAP, lower high still being put in, now a double top-ish at 175. I think,
right,
as I
here
say
we
that,
go.
it's like, why not just be in it? See, if I had just taken the 90s and then started talking about it, it's already down at 80s. I'm just going to see if I can't get filled up in the high 80s or the 90s here on Amazon, as this, while making a bottom, looks a little bit weak.
Oh,
Whatever. Don't chase. And someone wanted you to do the reloaded and saying, because they love Godfather, but I had to make the correction. It is Carlito's Way. It's still Al Pacino. It's still just an absolutely fantastic gangster film. But it is.
Film.
Carlito's Way is maybe one of the 3 most underrated gangster films ever made, including the original Scarface. The original Scarface I would include in that as well. It's like an old black and white.
Scarface, yeah.
Like, it's obviously not the
down
same
now,
as
you
Al Pacino, but yeah, it was pretty good.
Oh, man. Did you guys see Al Pacino at the Oscars? That guy gave 2 Fs about anything that anybody wanted
awesome,
there.
man.
The guy just walks on stage,
awesome.
says his little speech. He doesn't, did you see it or no?
No, not live. I don't watch it live.
But did you watch
I watched like the
YouTube
YouTube.
thing?
I basically watched like
He just goes out there and he goes, all right, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I'm Al Pacino. This is great, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's see what we see here when we open this up. All right, Oppenheimer. Yeah. He didn't even, it was just like, all right, I have the envelope here. Hey, what's up? I'm Al Pacino.
But how many guys can even get away with that right now? 4 or 5?
I don't think they're going to let these guys do that anymore.
But him, De Niro could get away with that.
No, lots of guys can get away with it. I just mean, it's like anybody, I just feel it's
without
so
hate.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's some people were hating on that, but yeah, you're right. De Niro, but Al Pacino does not look good. I mean, I don't know,
He's not a young
he's old.
guy.
These guys are old, but
he's not a young guy.
I was watching it and I was just like, all right, here we go. And he just goes, oh, and I'm going to open up this envelope and see what I see. I see Oppenheimer. And then that was it. And then they played the music. The people from Oppenheimer looked around and then they walked on stage and they're like, great. All right. But anyways, all right. So we did get one little move down here. So we just got an 888.30 fill right there. Believe it or not. I mean, that's a believe it or not. George isn't at home. I think it was a Darrow. Was it? Oh no, it wasn't these guys. It was something else. I was listening to that.
Up the phone.
Oh no, I think it was us that we're talking about. Were we talking about this last week? Anyways.
Believe it or not, I'm not home.
Yeah, believe it or not, George is not short NVIDIA right now, because if he was, he'd be probably screaming right now. But
George would be the worst trader of all time because he'd get out of every trade the second he got into it.
I was just gonna say, be like Sharif there. He's panicking. I'm panicking. What happened?
You know who would actually has a temperament to be a good trader? This is Kramer. Weird. No, I was gonna say Kramer.
Yeah, because he's more like off the wall. Yeah.
No, but if you look at his endeavors and his schemes and his plans, okay, fine, they're all ridiculous, but he actually has hey, this is what I'm gonna try.
You need that.
And this is, there's an actual method behind it, and he just kind of goes for it, right? So it's this is the plan, and I'm just gonna do it, and logic be damned, this is the entry and this is the exit. I think he'd be a good trader. The rest of the cast, I don't know about Jerry. Jerry's really tough to figure out there, but
as a trader, yeah, we
think about that. But it's easy to say George would not work, and that Kramer temperamentally makes a lot of sense for a positive trader. Putty. That's Ty just asking what about Putty.
Yeah, I think Putty would be shut down immediately.
But there's no in between for him. I think it's he's so he'd either just be okay, everything would be fine, and it would work for him, or he'd just sit there and never get out of trades that are going against him and all that kind of stuff as well. So, I don't know. It's easy to read the others. Newman, just no.
Newman.
He's a fail.
Newman.
They basically wrote the character as, he's not supposed to succeed at anything. I think it's difficult to...
Well, when that's your character, yeah, you may not succeed. Okay, so here we go right now. Okay, here we go. Come on, NVIDIA. Just print lower for once in your life. It's been lower for the last 5 days, by the way, to end the day. We'll see if we can do that again today. Look at this. We just reloaded it and got out again. But all I'm doing is fighting the good fight, but it's it's not going to end well. I don't know how to properly word that, but it's just it's just going up. We just keep getting out little by little here, saving some of the bad decisions of shorting. So we can really get paid off. I mean, if this comes down, we will. And we will get paid pretty nicely here if it does flush. But I hate saying, there it goes, okay? I do hate saying ifs and buts because, like many of us know, those are often candies and nuts. But okay, we'll take another bid here. This is the problem when I look at stuff. It's okay, where am I getting out when I should probably be holding on for a much bigger winner? So we'll see if it can come out here. We're bidding 888.20s. There it is, flush down. Let's go. Hopefully we can get out of this one. It just flushed to 887. So now we have another $2 winner on. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Honestly, I don't know what else I can do other than try to wait for this thing to flush down, try to take good bids. That last bid at 887.50 or 888.50, bad bid, because it just flushed into 887.20. We'll see if we could bid that and get that out if we get one more little flush down here on NVIDIA. I have, there it is. Did we just get that, Phil? Bang. That's the kind of $2 that we're talking about right now on NVIDIA. So let's go, man. Let's put this back into our pocket, and now let's go. Here it is, 885. That's the 50-period moving average. We'll see if we could take $5 all the way down there on NVIDIA, then hold the rest for it was a dream, but we'll see what happens right now. 885.50. You guys might seem, this might be some little bit of reckless trading. You might find out. And after this trade, this might not be true. But this month has been like such a crazy roller coaster. We talked about some black swans to the guy on my right here. And then even for me, it's a lot differently. Is it still on the right on the screen? Yeah, I think it is, right? I always screw that up. But to the left, to my right, but their left.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the reason why, okay, here we go. Come on, come down here. The reason why I want to talk about this is like, for me, this month, I've only been trading 10 days. I just looked at it today. Today's the 11th. I don't know if that means every day. I think I had 1 day off this month. So I have 6 positives and 4 negatives. That's not generally the way that I operate. Normally, it's much closer, like higher, like 15 and 5 or something like that. But we're taking bigger swings. So the thing is that hopefully, I mean, we never want to, celebrate losing trades. But month over month, we're still there and we're still where we need to be. It's just, it's been a violent month. So a lot of winners, a lot of losers, but at the end of the day, still a trophy month temporarily. Let's see if we can continue to raise it. Maybe if we break 890, we may give some of that back. But here we go. Nice downside move here for NVIDIA. I'm going to go grab a coffee. We do have, okay, here we go. $4 now in the money on NVIDIA. We are bidding $885.50 right now on this name. So like I said, man, this might look like chaos in the mind, but right now, we're all over this. And let's see if we can get $5 now on NVIDIA to the downside. Derek, kill him with kindness.
It's still me, but that's okay. Get as much as 50 to 1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commission trading. Using a Forex account at IG for a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to a $10,000 funding bonus. Terms and conditions apply.
There you go. And trying to be a little bit patient. We mentioned that Amazon was at 175. So there's your level. There's your one entry in front of it at 87. It's already headed back down into the lows. The other thing that was happening, remember GBT? I said I was trailing GBT. IBIT, that's now the second time I said it. IBIT was trailing it out here to 38.20. Well, that pulled down, so what is going to happen? Coinbase off of 240 starting to work its way to the downside. So I got a bid out in front of VWAP, and then we'll see how far that can go. So just kind of be patient, wait for a level to establish itself, then start to roll it over. Like, that's been a heck of a lot more consistent for me. I just don't want to be fighting stocks. Like, that's what's worked for myself. Like, black swan or not. The reason I called, what happened last week, the reason I called it a black swan is, without getting too long-winded about it, I took a position that actually was at no point wrong and had a gigantic loss on it, but it's a bit complicated to explain what happened, but suffice to say that the entire move was essentially me getting liquidated and nothing else happened on the stock. And then it was right back to what it was normally. So that was more along the lines of a timing issue and using a different gateway, and a lot of other things that could have worked out differently. But momentum's been great this month. I can't complain about it. Like, I don't, on a momentum basis, like today, because I gave back NVIDIA, like that'll probably be the first negative day. Momentum trading. But doing things like this, like Coinbase gives you a level. Just take it, hold it to there, and then look for the next level down. That's what's worked out for me. Tesla was strong, is still strong. So even in that pullback, it's holding around 174. I'm not trying to be short Tesla, but if the market recovers from this to take out the highs, I think Tesla probably is the long to be had. Until then, we're staying short. Fisker is still somehow magically, I mean, are you kidding me? So it's now breaking 15 again, but I'm expecting after this kind of a breakdown, okay, so here's the reason I'm thinking it's gonna go. Like, look at, okay, Quadunk, 15, failed once, got to 14, now tries to hold it, then a long consolidation. Like, why isn't this at least dropping into Thursday's low? And if not, further than that. So I'm in it. I was gonna give it a full cent. Because nothing's happening, I've actually tightened that up to half a cent, because it's now 2:45 and there's less time for it to make a move. So Amazon short working, Coinbase short working. Watch out for IBIT if it makes a fresh low. I'm not playing a reversal if this breaks the bottom again.
$7. All right, here we go. Nice move to the downside here on NVIDIA, $7. Just touched the 200 period. No, not good enough. Let's go lower on this one. Let's go NVIDIA. Get down into this 881. We're bidding 881.25. Let's see if we could spin this, man. We're short at 890 right now. I mean, down into this level, I'm fine with that. We are bouncing off the 200. Normally, we would take something out there, but let's just get greedy with it. I mean, if it comes back, we've already done some damage here on this pull. I want to thank everybody in the chat for all the words because, yeah, it does sort of, you know, when we're sitting here exposing the trades to everybody, there's no, I mean, I don't know if there's other channels that would do this or not, but I mean, this is, you know, when we lose, we talk about it and it sucks, you know. But these are the positions that I'm putting on live trading, real money, all of that kind of stuff. So, I mean, if you're seeing these trades, this is what we're doing. Look at all these shorts up here to 890. I mean, it's honestly not a fluke. Like I said, we're doing this all month. And it's led to great results. So like, look at this, 890. There it goes, man. When we lose, we're getting cut up. You know, small little cuts. But when we're winning, man, this is the kind of damage that we're doing. So it just dropped down into 883 there. Are we getting too greedy, man? 881.20, 881.25, something like that. I don't know, but we're going to wait. Thank you so much, Caesar, and for everybody else. I mean, this is just how the trades are floating down, you know, for me today. The only mistake that we've made today, I feel like, and it wasn't a good one, and I'm here to admit that, right, is that this Micron. I thought, you know what, I'm almost done trusting upgrades and downgrades now. I'm just going to play catalysts that are actually material to the stock, you know, because that to me is a better strategy. We had to wait on Monday for Micron to get, like, we had written down the same levels on Monday, man, 93, 92s, and then even lower. We had to wait for this, you know, to come in, and then finally it went back to the upside. So we did lose early on Micron, and the same thing happened today. Look, upgrades, you know what, upgrades. Double upgraded today, yeah, that looks like that. No, so anyways, there goes NVIDIA just bouncing again off of the 200 period moving average. I don't know, man. Do we just take this $5 and then leave a little piece? I'm debating doing that. 884. Let's just put a bid at 884. We still have shares on board, so we don't have to worry about it. If it does come back down in lower, then we'll take that bid even lower. So we'll get out at 884 right now. We did not go get our coffee. I want to hear what Miss Shea has to say now, but Miss Danielle was on
Still in the bit.
The recap show. Oh yeah, 3 o'clock. Oh yeah.
She's on at 3.
Oh yeah, I might go then. I want to hear what she has to say. All right, so here we go. Nice little move to the downside here. Hopefully we'll get something out at 885, then we'll work on it after that. But so far so good here on those reloaded positions of NVIDIA. And just so everybody knows, like, we're out now of like pretty much 65% of the trade. So wish we would have held a little bit more, but again, when we come into the 50 period and we've really been bleeding to that level, we're going to take it out, man. Because we hadn't made the best decisions on NVIDIA today. So we'll wait for it. Conference in an hour and 10 minutes. And then I feel like NVIDIA is going to go crazy at that point. So at 4 o'clock, it's going to be nuts. Let's see what we can get out of it. NVIDIA right now trying to head back up to that 890 area.
Yeah, and if you're looking at SMCI, by the way, it's flirting with this $1,000 level, like back and forth and round and round. I actually traded the 1,000, and I had this conversation with Max that I think the way that I was approaching it was probably wrong, because I did this, I was in it at 1,000, and when I had it 1,000 short that essentially, like, right away I took the break, it didn't work, so I just got out of it right away. And I said, I'm going to take the re-break of 1,000 and just give it a wide berth. So I did take it the second time, went to give it a wide berth, but the problem is it went down to 991, and the second I got like a profit take out there, I then moved my stop to break even. And when I did that, instead of stopping it out here, I'm like, oh, it's going down, let's stop it out at break even, and we'll play the continuation play. But SMCI doesn't play like that. Like, you had to, like, if you're gonna play that move, you've got to give it to $10, take some out at 1-to-1, but I didn't give it to $10. I didn't go back into it. And I think if you're trading this stock and you're not using options, that's something you have to wrap your head around. On NVIDIA, you will find opportunities where, I know one's $900 and one's $1,000, but they don't trade the same. You'll find opportunities on NVIDIA where you can reasonably risk a couple of dollars, maybe even like $2 to $5, even less sometimes. I've taken breakout trades where I'm risking like 50, like essentially 50 cents plus slippage. You can find that on NVIDIA. You will not find those trades on SMCI, I don't think. I think you just got to be able to give it the wide berth. And me moving the stop was a mistake. And I know that it was a mistake at that time. And if I'm going to trade it, I have to find an entry that I like for $10 worth of risk. And then just pretend it's a, would you trade a $100 stock on a breakout with $1 worth of risk? Yeah, you'd probably do that. So I think you got to have that kind of a mentality when you're trading SMCI. And because I didn't, it ended up being a mistake for me. That said, the next thing I'm about to do is look at Coinbase bounce off VWAP. Bouncing off VWAP, I don't love that. See that? I was about to reload it. So you hold a higher low on IBIT, which is Bitcoin obviously for everybody, and you hold VWAP. I don't need to mess around with that. If it breaks the high, getting out. If I see it put in a lower high, maybe I find a way back into it, but there's no need to reload that trade the way it's screaming into that top. If anything, I see something like an Amazon here, which is trending down and trying to put in lower highs. So like this is trending down. I'm seeing reasons to add back into this one if we get that opportunity. So I like to step out of the way of things that are going absolutely ham to the upside. If the trend is that strong, coin, just let it be. Shout out to you, Ian Rispetto. What are thoughts on Lulu? Earnings on Thursday. Was thinking of going long on these levels. I don't like going long into earnings. Unless the only circumstance in which I'm going long into earnings personally in my long-term account is if it's a stock that I was already going to buy that quarter and I feel like I'm dollar cost averaging and I'm going to hold it long enough that I don't give a darn what they're going to report. I don't care what they're going to report that quarter. I feel as if just taking a shot on something, like I have to have like decent fundamental reasons as to why it's going to go. I guess from a risk to reward standpoint, you're probably, even I marked off 450 here. So I must have liked 450 for some reason at some point on this stock. But you're probably just thinking, okay, 50 period, give it to that recent support. Even if it goes 10% down, you're probably reasonably getting out underneath the 430. That's not even 10%. So you've got yourself a decent risk to reward shot. I'm not a huge fan of those types of plays. I like to react after earnings as opposed to make those bets before, especially in the retail space. Retail names have been under a little bit of pressure. I like a close above the 50 period. That's good. I don't know where my 200 period is. I guess I didn't zoom out far enough for you guys. There, I don't know, it's still not loading. I can just go to trade ideas for the 200 period. I don't like looking. Let's do it right here. There it is. Yeah, the 200 period's all the way down at 420. I'm not a huge fan of that. Yeah, but it just loaded up on the chart there. I'm not a huge fan all the way up here. I like playing high quality names for buys when they're looking like they're in a bit of a reversal channel. I like it either off, if it's really good off the 50 period or just off the 200 period. So if it goes under pressure, this thing drops 10%, it's gifting you the 200 period moving average. That's my jam for stocks like this. And I'm not hoping it goes down there, but I mean, it's usually pretty appealing catching dips off those levels. That's why I got Pan W, was off that exact same play. But I'm gonna go back over to Amazon, see if we can't get that lower high. This one looking like it's gonna be a good trend back in. If 18.3 holds in the NASDAQ, we got a relatively weak name. It's only 0.1 to the upside. Market's up 1.2.
Ooh, Amazon. Yeah, the other name that I liked was Google at the bottoms there a little bit. Let's have a quick.
Where's Google?
Yeah, no, it's way lower now. 140.
Oh, come on, Alphabet.
Oh, shoot, back to 888s now. Okay. Nice little run up there. Ooh, we did touch that 883 there. Yeah, okay, we knew about that. All right, 883, nice downside move. We'll, for NVIDIA, I don't have any more averages in. This thing is loud in my ear. 890, we could go one more time at 890. Let's just put something up there, like 889.75 or something like that. Again, I just think the risk to reward is here. We're going to get out at 891 anyways, like up near this top. So if it breaks higher than this, I mean, anything around 890 is basically free money because you're going to, what I mean by that is if you lose on it. But if you're going to lose $1.50 on NVIDIA, that's a win, you know, because we're not taking $1.50. So let's see if it gets back into the downside right now on NVIDIA. I think it's well worth the risk, needless to say, as I keep saying the same thing. So we'll wait for that. Thoughts on NVIDIA at close, says Kurt Hoffman, up, which is what's bothering me right now, because I honestly think that at 4 o'clock, this name could go nuts. But the thing about it is, you know, I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe Adair, you could find out for this. Like, maybe does he have a prepared speech or not? Because, like, I know it's just a conference, so it's not a speech, so it's probably not prepared. But if he doesn't drop any huge, Like, I don't know what, I mean,
If they don't get anything exciting, could it not tank $10?
I don't know though, because there's no way a CEO, he's not coming without fire.
No, that's what I'm
There's
saying.
No way.
Yeah, but if it is disappointing,
That's
remember
the risk.
was it Apple or Meta, or was it both? They like the Apple had, sometimes you see these events. I know Rivian was the last time there was an
forget
event,
about Rivian.
and Rivian that's a squeeze name. I just feel like the expectations are always so high. I don't know. I'm sort of talking about.
There's no way. What I'm saying is like, there's just no way he's coming without anything.
Oh yeah, they have. Of course, they're going to have fantastic products.
yeah.
If anything, if you're looking for like a sympathy, well, I don't want to trade NVIDIA. I think that'll be too crazy. I mean, if anything that helps NVIDIA with market share, probably put some pressure on some AMD stock, which we've seen that kind of go different directions from time to time. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at least a little bit at that. AMD. Ooh, I got a bad wick here. But AMD, not as strong today. It's basically flatlining. Like, look at, why isn't AMD a short at 193? That's the first question.
That's what I've been shorting. I've been trying to. I was shorting this 192 area, but
Friday's
you
high.
said 193? Yeah. Yes, it
Friday's
is a short.
How come I have the wick in?
What am I supposed to do? Like, I'm already short here at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's coming in right now. Get me that 884. We're short at 889 right now. Let's see. Okay, here we go. We're at 884.15. Let's see if it bottom ticks down to that area, which it's not. So I'm just going to take an 885 now. Cancel. There it is. Cancel my 884. And then ring the damn register again. Like, I'm going to spin this for everybody who's watching. Because honestly, if you're watching me do this, it's what I do best. It's try to find levels and try to get them out. And then what else I do best is revenge trade, so I don't want to do that. So we're going to wait to see. Now hopefully it can fall. The only problem that I have is we don't have as many shares now, but that's okay. We just got out at 885.12 off of an 890. We're short at 889.95. So right there, that's 885.12. No matter where it goes right now, that's $5. So you put that in the bank over and over and over again, as if we were Tim Duncan over here. Let's just keep hitting that bank shot and put that in our pocket. So right now this allows me to. We're already waiting at 889 again to get the reload on that one. So wow, what a difference a day makes. And we tweeted that out. Have the ability to switch up your game. Like, we were long NVIDIA, long NVIDIA, long NVIDIA. And down a couple $100, which wasn't that much, but still, down there. Then we switched it up to go positive on the name, back into the shorts. So it's like, if I just kept on being stubborn, trying to get the long, sure, there's great longs down here as well. It's just sometimes you got to flip up your game just a little bit. NVIDIA was up 4%, I want to say, off the open. We got to that level again that we keep talking about. That at 925 or so area. The next time we're up here, we had a monster short that one time. We had $20-something off of 920 into 900. But, that happened again today. So I feel like that up here, I should have a red mark up there, but we don't. So, all right, nice downside move there. We'll take a little piece out as we get lighter and lighter on NVIDIA. And we'll just wait. I'm waiting for Ms. Shea to come through. We did have DocuSign today. There's the trade that I had earlier on. We had it on the news break of potential. Not potential, it's the same stuff where they broke it. So another buyer, I guess, trying to come in there. It looks like we had a good price, got out 60%, then got out 40% and wind up positive on the name. So, yeah.
Shout out in the chat. It was
go ahead.
PayPal is what I was thinking of. Remember, we're going to change the world. Basically, they're going to shock. They're going to shock that's who it was. It was PayPal CEO. We're going to shock the entire payments world. We're going to change. Blah blah blah. And then the event happened, and it was like the biggest dump. Move on the stock that that you'd ever seen, but it was that's the one. I knew there was something very recently where the expectations were really high, and then they just absolutely dumped it. Speaking of, I don't want to say dump it, but I said I'll get the next lower high on Amazon. That seems like it's right here at 174.80 ish. So 175 now, 174.80. Coinbase is looking a little bit better, but you look at it; it's now holding VWAP twice. I did eventually pull back off 240, and I was going to get that reload, but I'll need to see it curl again and try and catch it on the way down, not on the way up. However, it's not all bad in this space. Mara's kind of doing the opposite of, like, Coinbase. I feel like Coinbase was weak, but Mara, because of its short float and what it's now doing off of the one level I traded today, which is 1920, it broke 1920, I shorted under. It broke back above. I'm like, I want to get out of Dodge. I feel like this can be a long off 1925. I just want to see some strength in Bitcoin And if I see that start to rally, I might start looking for some longs over there. But until then, I mean, short coin off 240. Amazon just got the reload down here, 174.80. Let us know what else you guys are watching here. I know Danielle's going to be coming through just very shortly. And the boring man saying PayPal to 90 on the next earnings.
I wonder if that person is long.
Okay, that would be very impressive. If PayPal gets to 90 before or on next earnings, I guess you said on next earnings. I mean, that would be hella impressive. I mean, it's $25 from here. You're talking about a 40% move-ish to the upside. But
gotta break 70 first.
yeah, like there's a lot in the way here. Like, look at how big the 75 to 78 level is on PayPal. That seems unlikely. I mean, getting to there, that makes some sense. But I don't know.
Back to $6 again. Last time we were $7 in the money, we're like $7. And then it ripped back up 4 more. So we'll let this one settle down as it was just $6, now $5. You see? This is how violent these names are. And that's kind of what I was getting at. It's like, this is a fun time to trade, but at the same time, you got to trade with stops. Like, you cannot, like, if we don't get stopped, like, if we don't, well, I mean, sometimes it looks bad when you look back at it, but it's like, for example, right here, if we don't stop ourselves out when NVIDIA is tanking, then all of a sudden we have, even if you have 100, like, it depends on your own stop, or your own risk tolerance, but even if you have 100 shares, 200 shares, something like that, I mean, this name goes down from this breaker at 890 all the way down to literally 870 right there. So that's $20 straight down from when we got out of our wrong long. So if you stay in there, sure, it came all the way back. And if you have a longer time frame than Neil and I, then you're able to trade this. And maybe we're going to have Danielle Shea come on very soon. And then when she comes through, that's options. That's going to be different, right? So options basically have a 0 or 1. You're going to make money or they're going to expire. Now, there are obviously you can get in and out of them as well. Scalping in through options, 0 day to trade options. All right, anyways, we're going to wait for this move down. I don't even have any bids out yet. I'm still waiting for 875. So well, whatever. I'll put the bid out right now then. 875.65. And I put 66. So let's wait to see if this comes back into the downside right now. $10 from here. I know, wishful thinking, right? Let's see if it comes in. If not, fine. We'll wait for 890 and then we'll deal with this when it comes out. If we have to get out, like, honestly, at 880, I mean, boo-hoo, we'll take $10, but hopefully we have that choice. We may not. We did talk about it. You're not in it. Oh, you are in it. So you are in Coinbase. Okay, so we can wait on that. There's just Coinbase has this great top, and I saw someone in the chat, so I know you're already in it. So right there, 240. Really like that. I really like this break potential to the downside. We talked about iBit and all that into 67,000. My long was 34 and change on iBit. Like I said, I actually wind up having more Solana. But, we'll just keep averaging this in. But that was a nice high of $42. I'm getting...
Just another question on that.
Yeah.
Is that including, your, you and the purpose stuff?
Yeah, no, it's including everything. We have a lot. But so I just looked
Solana.
at that. No, it's good.
So hold on a second.
I looked at my account and realized that...
If Solana... Where is it right now? What's the exact price?
204.
Okay, so if Solana goes to, let's just say, 10,000...
Yeah.
Are you taking everybody in the high school group to Vegas?
No.
No, but it's an inside joke because
we're going to Macau.
No, this actually happened. We had a friend who basically said if Ethereum goes to price X, I'm taking the entire crew, and this is like our boys group in high school. Is a lot of guys.
Yeah, it went like 10x that price.
And it basically, it didn't just beat that price, like not 10x, but maybe 3 or 4 times past that price. And I'm just saying, like, obviously, I've still never been to Vegas.
That was at 198.
He did take us to a nice steakhouse though, which was.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, before he left, that was nice of him.
That's a good time.
Yeah, make a couple $100 million, spend a couple $100. That's good. Okay, here goes Cardano to the. Was it that much?
Yeah, it was more than a couple. There was like a dozen dudes at the steakhouse. He dropped.
There wasn't a dozen.
Okay, it was at least 10 of us, wasn't it? He dropped a few grand. I mean, come on.
Grand? No.
It wasn't a Vegas trip though.
I'm saying less than $1,000. Okay, right here, Cardano.
He knows.
So here, just come over here. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Super nice guy.
He's a great. Oh, I love him.
Doesn't have to do anything.
I love him to death. We're good friends.
Fun.
It's fine.
But look, Ethereum is pulling back down at 3,500. So is Bitcoin 67. Look at Ethereum. You want to talk about potentially, if you do believe in some of these crypto names, getting out of, potentially names that have really gone made that run. We talked about unstaking a little bit of them again, maybe dropping them into something else like in Ethereum. But again, it's been such a huge run for so many names, including Dogecoin, like all of the names. But right here in the last week, you're down quite violently, over 20% in many names. But you know what? 99 problems. Crypto, trust me when I tell you, ain't one. Neither is NVIDIA right now, because now we're trying to break down through 884. So we're finally starting to hold a little bit lower on NVIDIA. We have a $7, $6 winner, and we're going to try to hold on to see if we can get a little bit better than that as this name continues to push lower. So we'll wait for that. And yeah, man, it would be my pleasure to take many people to Vegas if that does come through. But I don't think that's what's going to happen.
I was only making the joke. Like,
no, but I would love to do that. I mean,
if it's
hey man, if it gets it 10 grand from 200 bucks.
No, of course. Like if
but
like,
knowing me, man, I'll probably get it all out. Like I'll get it all out at like 400, 500.
Still fine.
10 grand. I hope that's the case.
No, it's only
all right.
It is what it is. But
yep.
Oh, I just got into Intel VWAP, pulling back into VWAP. So retracement into VWAP. I'm going short because why go long anything apparently. But it is time. Let's get some ideas on options trading from our favorite guest on a Monday, or just every day.
Hey, there she is. Yeah, Danielle Shea joining us on a Monday to tee up what's going to be a pretty busy week. Ms. Shea, good to see you as always.
Good to see you too.
A lot to discuss. Let's kick things off maybe with this NVIDIA theme, because everyone focused on NVIDIA coming up tonight. Again, we get the keynote speech from the CEO at this conference, but it's going to run the next 3 days. And I wanted to bring this up in the sense that when you get a multi-day type of event instead of just like a one-off like earnings or something like that, do you approach that differently? And if so, what's your play there when it comes to like a 2 or 3 or even in this case 4-day type of trade?
Well, so when you look at NVIDIA and you think about the news related event, I mean, I do have a slight concern that it's going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news. But at the end of the day, I always go back and look at the charts, right? And so when you look at NVIDIA, I mean, the main thing that I'm seeing is that we still have a gorgeous trend. We're holding up above the 21 EMA on the daily chart. And I think because of this event, we're seeing consolidation. So if you look at my lower time frame charts, you can see that I have a signal which is called the squeeze. And the squeeze is my favorite signal that I use to get into trades. We've got consolidation and the squeeze on a 195 and a 78-minute chart. When you have that plus the bullish trend on the daily chart, I mean, I think it's pretty likely to break out to the upside. So like I said, I am a little cautious on it just because of the news related potential buy the rumor, sell the news event. But I mean, I've got a bullish setup on this one and I have price targets at 950 and 1,000. So I think that if we can just consolidate for a few days while we have that ongoing news, there's a potential that this continues to break out. Obviously, what you'd want to do is you just want to use your lower time frame charts to kind of follow along with that trend. There are instances where that squeeze will break to the downside, but you'd see that on the lower time frame charts if that was the case. And as of now, it's holding on just fine.
Sense that typically when you get like a multi-day, 2 or 3 day type of event, you get everything's front loaded. You get all the announcements, all the exciting stuff happens day one, and then it kind of it's nothing for the next few days. So great stuff. We'll see how that plays out over the next couple of days here. I mean, you had a great list of tickers that you wanted to talk about. I want to focus on Google here because pretty good day right now, anyways, for Google going into the last hour and change here left coming off this. I mean, they've already gone to Apple and, they're paying them billions a year. I was reading at lunchtime for search. Now we might get Gemini on iPhones as well.
So when you look at Google, I mean, Google is just an amazing catalyst for today. I mean, that's exactly what we needed. We needed something to cause the NASDAQ and to cause these tech stocks to continue going. And that's what Google gave us today. So when you look at Google, I mean, I think that, the gap up was great. I think it was a great catalyst. But I struggle with what I can do with it here because, for me, the entry point was last week on the breakout above the 50 simple. With the recovery off of the 200 down here, plus the breakout of the 50, those would have been great entry spots. At this point, it's kind of like, well, I don't like the profit taking that's coming in. I don't like the big wick here. Overall, great company, great stock, but I just don't think I can suggest an entry on it.
You had an interesting one on here in Crowd, CRWD. Correct me if I'm wrong. We're beyond earnings here for Crowd. What are you seeing in that one?
So, this is more of the type of ticker that, I'll look at and I'll say, this is at a great spot for an entry because we already had earnings. It had a great earnings report. When it reported earnings, it had this big gap up. And, yes, it did pull back after that, but it's consolidating and it's back at the mean. And so when I'm looking for swing entries, I really want to find tickers that have pulled back and they're at either the 34 EMA on the daily chart, which we're not quite there, but we are at the 21 EMA on the daily chart. That's a really good spot for swing entries. And as you can see, it has this consolidation, the squeeze. And so typically that squeeze is going to break out in the direction of the trend, which is up. So that would bring you up into a resistance target around 350. And then if it could break through there, and if it could break through the previous high, your new all-time high would be up here at about 380.
Still a few interesting names coming up this week, in fact, for earnings. Why don't we do this? Why don't we go, I mean, you had Netflix, Meta, and Amazon. Give me your favorite one out of those three.
So between those, I really like Netflix because Netflix is starting the run into earnings. So it might seem a little bit early to be talking about earnings season, but I'm generally going to look at stocks about 21 bars ahead of their earnings report. And Netflix's earnings report is going to come in on April 18th. And so that means that it's entering that 21 bar timeframe tomorrow. So when you look at Netflix and you see that the last 2 quarters, it's had these major breakaway gaps, what that typically leads to is it typically leads to a really nice bullish run into earnings the next quarter. So, I know people say like, that's crazy. This thing has already been on fire. It needs to take a break. All of those things are true, but we also have a setup here. We have 2 breakaway gaps in a row. We have a stock that's within a stone's throw of the previous all-time high at 700, and the expected move is aligned in which it could actually make that in April. So this is an aggressive trade for sure, but I've got the setup on it, and I'm going to be working on trading this one up to a new high.
Yeah, that daily chart is just incredible. The move off the lows for Netflix nonstop. There's still more in the chip group coming up this week. We touched on Micron to kick things off here at 2 o'clock. What are you doing with MU for earnings this week?
So, Micron has just been so all over the place. There's a lot of these semiconductor stocks that all, hands down go long. But when you look at Micron, half of the time it's up, half the time it's down after earnings. You can see that it has been a little bit more up than down. And certainly it's been recovering really well off of the lows. But with this stock in general, I would just say that it's not consistent enough for me to get too long going into this earnings report. If you look at the way that they reported last quarter, they were losing money last quarter. The quarter before that, they were losing money. The quarter before that, they were losing money. Yes, they did. They were able to get an 8% gap up. But this one's pretty shaky for me. So generally, when I have a situation like this, I will go into it and I'll see if I can sell the at-the-money calls and the at-the-money puts with protection on each side, because that way I can create a neutral trade in the options market where it doesn't matter if it goes up or down, but I'm just able to sell premium and buy it back the next day.
Busy week, as I mentioned, to kick things off. I mean, hey, we get the Fed on Wednesday as well coming up. Lulu, Nike, I mean, both, more or less in the same space here. Nike with more exposure over in China. But what are you thinking here as far as Lululemon and Nike are concerned?
So for both of these, they also fall into my completely inconsistent pre-earnings trade checklist. So whenever I'm looking for something that I want to trade before the report, I have to have a regular pattern. With Lululemon, it is a little bit more up than down, but you can see, last quarter you had this gap lower that people came in and bought. So it still strikes me as bullish, but the moves are a little bit all over the place. You've got a 1% move, you got an 8% move, you got a 14% move. So typically in the situation where you have stocks like this, that the pattern isn't in a strong trend either up or down, and you have just these major moves, the best thing to do is generally to wait and trade them after the fact, because it's really hard to have an edge on an earnings trade pre-earnings when the stock is just so inconsistent. So with both of these, Nike in particular, I would look out for a downside trade. With Lulu, I'd look out for an upside trade, but I think they're best to be done after earnings.
Great stuff as always. Lots to look forward to coming up this week. Danielle Shea, check her out on X at Trader TV Danielle on YouTube as well. We'll catch you later on in the week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danielle, as always, dropping some science. And we have us afternoon guests, and everyone's happier when the market goes up in a general sense, right? Because you're long stocks in your long-term account. But if you're short a bunch of stuff, then here's the reload on Amazon, and there's it breaking 175. The good news is I did not reload coin because, as I was mentioning, it just felt like no need to do it. It bounced off VWAP a second time. Maybe it would have worked there, but I'm not going to get trapped into that. So we stopped that one out without making more of a mess and at least go green on it. Wish I had reversed it. However, there is this thing being called Mara, if you're not looking at my screen right now, with a triple top-ish. It's like a lower high VWAP bounce, and then once, twice, thrice off 1960 and change. So if we're going to continue this rally on crypto adjacent things, they're the ones with the, I don't know, I want to say 20% short float. Let's just double check. I haven't checked this in a while. 23% short still on Mara. Yep. So you have a nice consolidation breakout. It's 315. So this is where you want to keep things tight to the vest. So like a breakout here with a stop underneath 50 is about 15 to 20 cents worth of risk. And you got 40, 50 cents to the high of the day. So I like that look. It's probably a 63 break if you're just looking at that flat top in there. To sum up what is happening on Fisker is it is going up and down 1/10 of a cent, which I find hilarious for a stock down 13%, which could be going bankrupt, to flat bottom break, and then do absolutely nothing. But hey, if it doesn't do anything, I'm just not going to get, there's no reason for me to get out. I have my stop on it at about 15 and just underneath 15 and a half. It either goes or it doesn't. It's pretty binary at this point for me. So I'm getting my stop on Mara here. There we go. Using an Edge A1. So you'll see, like, actually my limit order will fire to like 68. I don't expect any slippage on this. I'm only crossing 5 cents higher because there's plenty of liquidity there on Mara.
All right. Funny tweets happening right now, so thank you so much for all of that. Meanwhile, while you guys were gone, this happened. We shorted again. So there's the reload rare. Oh, here, you guys want that? Remember we were talking about where this is from Carlito's Way? All right, we are reloaded right now. Another $3 winner, but we took some out for $1 immediately. Same minute. Short here, 888.95 out, 887.75. So $1.20 on the board, yes. And now let's see if we can get a nice downside push into this one. Still more, no, I still have that bid at 875 and change. Now, obviously, I wish we didn't do that, but that was the same minute, a real quick trade there on NVDA to come back in. So yeah, we'll wait. Apple, wow, okay. I might just get out of this name. Honestly, we've been, we put in some cash. It was for a swing trade, so it was a little more than like I was comfortable with. Generally when well, not more than I'm comfortable with, I would never do that, but more than like averaging in, because I didn't put it into my long-term account. We already have Apple. I really thought that we could have seen a bottom down there on Apple. We actually got long at 169, like 05 or something. I'll double check it, but nice move to the upside right there. And I'm thinking about like, I don't think we're not out of Apple today or anything like that, but if we can get into like this 178, 179 before the imminent market flush, then I think that might be something to come through. You know what else could happen today? And I'm not just saying this because I'm short NVIDIA. I was telling you, I think NVIDIA could probably pop here into the close. But often, this kind of reminds me of like, so NVIDIA right here has been down 4 of the last 5 days. We've talked about that, right? Now today, it would probably be down again today, if not for this conference. So I just wonder if kind of like the Bitcoin ETFs and everything like that, now it hasn't happened this time around because the Bitcoin ETFs, You know, we just made new highs up to 73,000. But I just wonder if it's kind of like if they don't deliver something overly special, and they'll deliver something special, but if the market doesn't like it and this name is down tomorrow, watch out, because it could really get clubbed back in. I've been calling 700, like I'm not buying any more NVIDIA till 7 something. It's gonna have to have a 7 handle in it, and I think we can get down here into 720. Obviously the 50 period, by the time we do that, unless it's tomorrow, we'll be up here somewhere around 720, 7 something. But see this little gap that we have right here in NVIDIA? Like, I think we could fill this. So that right there is 722. So watch out for that possible gap fill on NVIDIA. Still a very successful trade, man. Anybody that's been long NVIDIA, but you know, we could pull back, and I hope it doesn't, to be honest with you. But if it does, that's something that wouldn't surprise me. And it wouldn't be the first time that NVIDIA went down 20%. 20% is like a cough. This name could go down 35%. Then you lose $300 on 900. Then you're into 600. Then you'd see some buyers probably step in a lot into NVIDIA.
I'd imagine, yeah.
I would think so. 67 still has to hold here on Bitcoin before we see IBIT at a possible 38 buy level. I mean, we talked about this level buying at 38 a lot of times. Today it came in again. You bought 38, so you could have got out 38.80. Feel like pretty confident maybe sitting there, watching out for Bitcoin. I'm gonna hope though that this market gets to the downside right now. Are we getting too greedy with NVIDIA? Answer yes, because I keep seeing the net just bouncing around here. Like we're now $2 in the money and we just keep on getting down here into 886, which would be 325 in the money, but it's not breaking it. Let's wait for a break and then, I don't know guys, we may have to get out at 883. I really wanna see a flush. So let's wait to see what's going on. People talking about Tesla, though.
Well, Pixie's halted to the upside here. 97% to the upside. It's halted at $6.70. Just very quickly, if you're not aware of the different types of halts, you can always just go to the trade halt page. If you want to confirm, it is not news-based. It's just a volatility halt there on Shift Pixie. The tap is $6.70, and that's exactly where it closed. That said, I feel like on NASDAQ ones, we're not always getting a true tap. It's telling us where it's going to open up after. Maybe a little bit closer to when it is expected to open in 2 minutes. We'll get an idea there. It's 500,000 float on Pixie and 8.4% short float. So this is kind of like a squeeze, obviously. If there's no specific news I didn't see. Joel Frenston, I was about to go to Intel, but your question was, didn't you like Mara at 1960? I believe I said the local high up here was like 1963. It's not a big difference, but I mean, every time it's gotten to 60, it has not broken that top. So it'll break 60 and go 1 or 2 cents and not actually break the high. So it needs to break that local high, and then I would punch long above. That's the thing about a breakout trade. Like a breakout trade, if I put the level in, like I want it breaking above that top somewhere. Like I'm not trying to get in a center two underneath it. To me, if you're gonna dip buy into this long, I'd be doing that around here at 1930. Up at the top, it's gotta actually go. It hasn't happened just yet. So Intel's starting to work back down off of VWAP. I am not bidding 80, which at 3, it says 42, 80, 81 I'm gonna bid. At 323, it makes sense to get something in front of the 20 level, then the 80 level, the 70 level, and then the 60 level on the way back in. Seeing Dandelions in the chat asking about Roblox. I haven't traded Roblox since earnings, probably. I know you're in this one from time to time, obviously in the long term, but also into it from time to time. Down 7% and going sideways.
Down 7%?
So if you're looking for, like, the problem with trading, like if you're in a stock like Fisker, like I'm in it and it's not doing anything, well, it's fine. There's no reason for me to get out of it because it's not moving. But I don't think you ever want to get into something when this is happening. You know, like there's not much of a trade there for us as day traders, but on the higher time frame, I don't know what's going on today specifically, why it's down 7.5%. I'll put my hands up in the air and I won't wave them like I just don't care. But look at the flat bottom break if this can't hold 36. I mean today, if not tomorrow. That looks bad. And you're now underneath the 200 period moving average, that's 37. A break of 36 tomorrow on Roblox, and I'm just writing that down on my iPad actually. And probably not what anybody wants to hear, but that looks like a pretty decent short if it breaks 36 tomorrow. And that might even have already broken, so that might be like 35.90 something it looks like. Yeah, it's more like 35.95, but you see what we're getting at here. Not sure what's going on there. I don't know if you've checked the news.
Oh, I was going to look it up right now.
7.5% is not. It's nothing to sniff at for Roblox if there's no catalyst. I mean, the market's up today, so I can't even imagine. Like, there's got to be something there, I would assume. It's not going to be down 7.5% on an up market.
Monday, March 4th. No, that's no news here. Why? Science is here on a second here. All right, Roblox. So we talked about Nuvea earlier right there. Company said it was evaluating offers.
We're supposed to get an offer today.
Here we go. RB. There it is, Roblox. Yeah, it doesn't say anything here, actually. Roblox Corporation fell 6.5%. So we could look it up, but there is nothing on here right now for Roblox.
Well, then I'm wrong.
So we'll wait. No, it doesn't mean you're wrong.
No, it does. No,
is news.
I felt like there had to be news.
It's 325 right now, by the way.
It's getting a little late in the
We are starting to tank right now, so let's go, man. Let's see if we can ride the most craziest animation that we have. We'll do this one. There we go. All right, so here we go. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Now we're starting to cook it up. It's another one right now for NVIDIA. Starting to get into the downside right now. So we're down into 885, so that's going to be a good trade. Finally breaking lower here on NVIDIA. Again, I'm waiting down here. I want to see a flush. I just don't want to get out and just be like at the end, oh man, why did we get out? Let's see something into here. Like, I was bidding 875. Look at all these shorts. Wow, this is nuts. Okay, these levels, this is 880. I feel like 880. Okay, let's do an 880 bid. If we get something out at 880, then we'll hold the rest for that 875. I just won't be able to be super happy if we don't do something like that. So we'll bid out at 880. We'll see if we can take a dime piece on that one. Normally it's 10 cents. We'll see if we can take 10 bucks on this, and then here it comes back in. So we'll wait for that. Taking out the 200 period. Normally that's the target there, but I want to get a little more greedy. Like we said, it's working for us this month, waiting for bigger winners. So let's just try to wait for it again. So 880 right there. Nice wick down to 879. Obviously, if we take the 200, we'll probably flush, and then we should get that. So I'm pretty comfortable with that. It's already 830. It's already 330.
It's at that time where you ride usually at about 3:30. You're typically riding with what you have unless something really specific happens. And there's no you might see some sympathy imbalances today because you had the witching on Friday. So you might see like some names that had big imbalances on Friday might also have them today. But I'm not expecting any massive ones. We'll keep an eye out for anything there. I did get one leg out on Intel there. It got the 80s. It can't seem to bust through this 75 area. But if we're going to go stair step down, next spot is here, 4270s. I was wicked out of Amazon. We went 1 for 2 on that long. But if a wick like that happens to clear me out, I'm generally speaking going to jump right back into the short because it's still valid to me. Like, you just ran stops. And then if you like it, you should be jumping, or I should be jumping back into it. We're going to work this back into the low of the day. So Amazon, still going. Mara's not breaking that level. I'll probably cancel that order for the breakout if it gets too close to the end of the day there. I don't want to take a breakout too late. Tesla still hasn't taken out the top. So no dip into 172. No breakout of the high of the day. Those are the two trades I was kind of looking for on Tesla. So I'm not really doing anything with Tesla here. I thought we'd get another test off 72s or maybe catch a breakout trade. And you're running out of time for a break of the high of the day at this point.
All right, Ramin says for me to retweet this, so let's retweet this immediately. First of all, we did have an 884 bid there. We could have taken it. I have to not look at this or else I'm going to drive myself crazy because the more I see these little things like that, the more I'm like, I should just get out. But here it is right here. I want everyone to join me tonight with the market recap show. We're going to have Michael Noss on tonight. We're going to talk about everything. We don't have weed in here, but we are going to talk about get off the weed and find out what cannabis stocks he thinks we should be trading right now. So tonight's market recap show, like it, retweet it, and join me and Mr. Noss there tonight. There he is, a handsome gentleman coming through. Go follow him. 9,000 followers. We get him a little more than that, although I think he's gotten a lot since coming with us. But there it is. Michael Noss on tonight. We'll talk all about that. And do we have the earnings board tonight, or is that possible?
It really isn't much.
She's going to look. So the reason why I talk about it is because I have written down AMC for tonight. So are they tonight?
Hold on a second.
I wrote it down. It shows it on earnings.com right here. Sorry, on Market Chameleon.
That would seem
AMC
soon.
Entertainment Holdings. It does seem a little bit early, but there it is. After market close, expected move right here, 7.7% for AMC.
Didn't they just?
I don't know if they just reported or they reported something else, but there it is.
Maybe they did like prelim numbers or something.
The only other one was Stone Co.
Stone Co. Yeah.
So that's another 12% mover on that one.
And then
so.
10 cents tomorrow. But tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow
pre-market,
morning
right?
there's probably a few better ones. I didn't really look at tomorrow morning, but we'll
think
look
it's just
tonight.
10 cents.
And then realistically, I just put it out. What we're going to be looking at tonight is the NVIDIA conference. So that's what all that matters. Look at this, right back to the upside. I'm still going to hold it, honestly. I mean, there's not much for me to do here other than hold this. So we'll wait to see if it does come back in for NVIDIA. We already have our stop up there at 891. We'll give it back if it breaks it. I'm fine with doing that. Let's hold on to it and see if it works. Oh, man, it's only 3:30. Do we have that? We don't have that number. That's right.
No, we don't have the early look, but we mean at the end of the day, we can always look at individual names on the New York specifically. So those do hit nowish. Okay, BAC is an early 7.8 million buy, but again, some of this is like holdover the day after any kind of event. When you have a rebalance day, usually the Monday has bigger imbalances. So BMY is 3 million to sell. Early looks here doesn't mean they'll come out this way. MO there 2.3, nothing big. The names that we probably care about, you're not seeing there. XOM, bit of a sell. But BAC, I suppose, would be the big one. Now we got the earnings board. Yeah, you mentioned Stone Co.
You see AMC?
I don't see AMC there. And then tomorrow morning, oh, wait a minute, XPeng, it's XPeng and 10 cent tomorrow morning. Okay, so it's not just 10 cent in the morning. You're going to get XPeng as well. Yeah, I don't know. Usually when that gap's up, you want to short the pop. But it feels a bit digital. I suppose that's usually a mover sometimes. But I mean, if AMC was, it seems like they just reported last month, but I could be wrong about that. I tried to find anything on it as well. Like, I mean, my trade ideas
NASDAQ.com
said last month. But if they were reporting, obviously that would be a big deal.
Oh, that's AMCX.
It's not really moving.
I wanted to go to NASDAQ.com here to find out.
Usually, that's a good resource for earnings dates. Except for NEO, they never seem to have that right.
I'll find it. I don't. If anybody could confirm that, yeah, May 3rd. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it shouldn't be now. March doesn't make any sense.
It's too early.
Too early. I think it's too early as well. Okay, so we'll wait. And look at that, man. Talk about making a mistake. Look at where NVIDIA is. We talked about this name getting ramped up here into the close. Let's just try it one more time here. If it goes up, it goes up. I'm not even, like, fourth quarter earnings was, February 28th. Yeah.
That's what trade ideas had.
That's what
So then they shouldn't be.
When I looked at that at Trade Ideas, that's what I found too. So May 8th was Roblox. Those are people that said May 8th for Roblox. So I'll take AMC off the board. I wrote it down there, but I didn't see. There it is right there. Post-market Feb 28th. So good call on that one, whoever was mentioning that. But, you know. All right, we'll take it off the board. So no AMC tonight. So pretty light.
But you know, what else do you need when NVIDIA's got the event?
Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day, like, let's be real. I'm looking at this. Let's just say it. I mean, AMC, like Carvana. If you've been trading squeeze names, then you're much more interested in Carvana than you are AMC. As a trading vehicle, like what have people made more money trading on the last year? Carvana or AMC? It's not even close. But like Carvana that's your squeeze play. What else? I mean, there's been a bunch of other ones like. Affirm is a better squeeze name at times than AMC. So, and then NVIDIA is NVIDIA. So let's be real. I think we're more excited to see, have you talk about. I'd rather see you spend 30 minutes on NVIDIA than 25 minutes on NVIDIA and 5 minutes on AMC. But that's just me. On earnings,
we'll be all
fine, there can be something, but that's more interesting when it's actually trading. I'm going to get some more out here Intel because it's 3:30 and it's bouncing off of the 75 area. So I'm just going to get a 76
This is going to be silly, guys.
XPeng, they're reporting as well, but that gave up almost everything today on that gap up. So the good news is it puts it right back at the 50-period moving average for tomorrow morning. Could have been a breakout into earnings, but now all of a sudden it's like clinging to life at the 50 period. But that's worth a look. They'll report usually like really, really early in the morning.
All right, before we get absolutely blasted here, we're not talking about St. Patrick's Day blasted. We're talking about NVIDIA getting blasted here. We just took more profit there. Like, again, it's missing it because it's that quick. Like, we just got 889.96. There's an out at 889 flat. There's an out at 888.50. So like we just made $1.50 there, like you didn't even see it. So we'll just go bang on that one, and then hopefully we can get some more downside push here into the name. And here we go. So we are starting to get excited a little bit here with NVIDIA, hopefully pushing back down into the downside. Remember, if we break higher, then we're out. But there it is, man. Nice, honestly, guys. Well, I don't know what else to do. Like that. Bang. I mean, we're just reloading these things downside. So there it is right there. Another reloaded $2. Good trading there. I still feel like it's going to blast up. Let's hold on now. We've gotten in and out so many times now on this name for NVIDIA that it's really irrelevant now. I'd hope that we don't break the top. But it's free money. It's house money. Let's just keep on seeing where it goes. No money is free money. We have to work really hard to get winning trades. This is not something for the late or the light or the vague or the something at heart is what I'm looking for.
The faint at heart.
Not the vague at heart.
Look out for Meta here.
Okay, look out for Meta. There it is again. It's another dollar club as we push in. Now we're breaking through 888. We just went short again. So it's like, damn, Daniel, we're doing it again here on NVIDIA. If it breaks higher, we'll give it back. But we just got out of half of the reload. So it is what it is. What's up, Miss A?
We're brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
Have we been directed?
I feel like Meta's getting.
First of all, yeah, we could. I just want to. What's up with universal codes here? Is your senior management, okay, so that would be basically us, short on Tesla or something? Have you been directed to put? I'm long on Tesla. Have I been directed to put any?
I'm long in my personal account.
Missed the long hype on Tesla. No, so I mean the market's done great today. We've talked about Tesla. I wanted to buy that 1.6. Wow, up 7%. Well, hey,
I've said like 3 times I wanted the high of the day break on Tesla and a dip into 172 this afternoon. Just neither has happened.
The high of the day break? Oh yeah, right here. Okay, you might get it. So we might still get this.
It has to happen before 340. I don't like breaks too tight to the imbalances coming out because I usually think reversal plays at 350 are the way to go. So this has to break the high to give you a breakout in the next few minutes.
I am short
to make it worth it. I was Meta. I was going to get to in a quick second, but Meta. They have this bad wick in here. So it was a high at 495. It's kind of trying to break out above 495 here. I'd like to see that make a fresh top, but again, you're running out of time for that to be the case. I'm only in 2 shorts. One of them is coming right back in here on Intel. I've moved the bid up into the mid 70s, and I'm going to drop the other one back down into the low 60s as that has been fading off of VWAP. Amazon I got back into off of 174.90, got some out 70s, going to get the rest out off of the low of the day. And then we'll see where that bad boy goes. Fisker is still not moving, but at this point, I'll probably just flat. I mean, obviously it's going to be a flat trade because it's still at 15 cents. But I'll probably take this again tomorrow if it looks like it's going to do the same flat bottom setup, breaking down off of the lows.
All right. Oh, man. All right. The wife is starting to do a summer schedule with me here. So much hockey still in the summer. It's crazy. All right, here we go. $2 in the money. Fire off the hot dog cannon. There's not much else for us to do. I'm just going to wait. I just put a bid right here at 885. If we get to 885, that little bottom right there, we'll take another piece out. It's a completely reloaded position again here. So, you know, I wish there was more for us to trade. What's up, Hamptons Trader? Hamptons Trader, is that real? The guy just won 15,000 points. That might be the most I've ever seen. Oh, no, it's Streamlabs. So people are just winning back and forth here. Is that real? Because I know you can edit that, but good job, man, if that is true. Oh, Streamlabs said it. Okay.
I've lost like 15 times in a row on that.
Nice job. So now we'll go
16 times.
There you go. Neil just lost again. 500 more. Let's go and see who's in the highest points right now. Has to be Hamptons Trader.
I've been bleeding it.
That's for sure. Right there. Okay, everyone's getting killed now on that. All right. We'll figure out the points after, and who cares, really? All right, so there it is. NVIDIA, I have 7,000 points only. Oh, yeah, that's right. I keep logging in with different accounts. I have this one and another one. Oh, man, that's loud in my ear. Okay, get rid of that. All right, let's see if NVIDIA can really come in. So we do have their conference. Jensen's going to hit the stage very, very soon at 4 o'clock. Sharif's going to be really, really wondering what clothing he's wearing for that one. So shout out to Sharif. How's it going, my guy over there? But we'll wait to hear about what Jensen's doing today and what he's wearing, because I'm sure that's going to be not important for
Sue.
Not important for me. but definitely important for Sharif. Coming back in, 889.50. Come on down. Let's go. Maybe we should just take $2 on this and worry about it afterwards. See, like, this is what I'm talking about. There's my other account. I got to log in as this account. 25,000 points. That's the one I need to log in as right now. But okay.
I need a burner account.
Yeah, we need a burner account for that one. All right, nice move in. Let's go, NVIDIA. Remember where we're bidding, 885 and change. So let's go, man. Let's get to the downside right now as we get in. So here we go. Nice move to the downside for NVIDIA. Maybe we should just get out at 887. Nah, let's wait for 885 and see if we can get lower on this one. NVIDIA, hopefully to the basement right here as we await keynote speech.
Yeah, and guess what's rolling back over? Coin is kind of coming right back into the downside. Bitcoin wicked a level as well, 38.5. But this just broke back down underneath 240. We're running, look, it's a little bit tight, but since it reclaimed that level, any pop back up into 240, I want to take one last shot at this. I am bearish in this name. Obviously, Mara did not break that high. That's the thing about a breakout trade. I don't have to take it if it doesn't break the level. Is this loaded now? No, it's not loaded. So it's gonna be tough to see. And trust me, VWAP was here. We shorted there. We stopped there. Looking to short back under 340.
Oh my God.
Mara's not gonna break out. So I'm going to already cancel that order. There you go. That's gonna load up. I've canceled the order where I'm going long on a breakout of Mara. It never broke out that top. Maybe it has a chance to hold this at VWAP. But if anything, this feels like a flat bottom break this late in the day. Breaking 19.2 to the downside, I'd much rather be short back underneath that support level if I can. We're going to hold on to Amazon and Intel. I feel as if I have a better chance of the breakdown happening in Mara than getting a pop back in Coinbase. So look for 19.20 for a quick break on Mara that just turned red.
All right. Yeah, what's up, Matt Carnes? Me too. Yeah, hearing Miss V saying Tesla's ripping. Nice little move right there. Look what we just got, man. I took 886. I'm not feeling any ways about it either. 886 right there. Nice take for me on NVIDIA. So there it is right there, man. Just came in. We got out at 886.11 for another $4. Like what we're doing right now, this is the most appropriate GIF of all time for what's happening on NVIDIA right now. It's just stacks on stacks. That's all we're trying to do, is we're just trying to put a little bit of money in our pocket here on NVIDIA and see if it will just fall in or not. I'm done reloading everything. We are done this trade. If it breaks 891, then fine. It doesn't even matter anymore if it does that. I mean, it does. We want to make money, but let's see if we do get this dip in. For the rest of the day, this is NVIDIA. It's been a good move, that's for sure. All right, so not much in as far as earnings are concerned. Let's check out on ARM today, another mover that we've been shorting into that sort of dump that SoftBank is supposedly wanting to do, but it doesn't look like SoftBank's doing anything right now. It's been kind of hovering around.
You know what's worked on ARM?
You know, nice move fading this 135. I think it's worked. But.
I have a new setup for ARM, and that is it breaks out in the morning, and then the first pullback under VWAP, short the very first, it's like the first time it gets under VWAP, just short into VWAP on that play. And that's been working almost every single time. So there's your breakout 2 days ago on Thursday. It broke VWAP there and was a short to the bottom. You do it the second time, it works as well. It doesn't break VWAP till late after the breakout in the morning. So there's your breakout in the morning. It goes underneath VWAP here, then you short it late. This morning, it was the same thing. I did have it, but I didn't get back into it, so there was no point going into it in the afternoon show. There's the breakout early in the day. To me, it has to break a top first. So it broke out. Once that happens, let it fail the breakout underneath VWAP and get it a couple times in there. Nobody's dumping any. SoftBank's not dumping shares. If SoftBank was dumping shares, this stock would be underneath $100. But that doesn't mean they won't at some point. So I tend to think I want to be looking for shorts, and at some point, the day the shoe drops, whether it's a flat bottom break or a short to pop or like a 100 even or a 110 or something along those lines, I just want to be ready if and when it does happen. Until then, you just look for easier setups. Back through 130 happened to be VWAP there. Still just holding on to Intel. That just printed 75s again. So let's continue to work off of VWAP. Once again, that is a level to look for. Watch Geek saying, prediction for Alphabet tomorrow. Alphabet was frustrating today. I mean, you never want to see a stock give up gains on positive news. They got positive news, gapped it up, and really spent most of the day failing the 151 level. Going to end up closing green, 4.5%. That's a good sign. I like the fact that it eventually held this 147 area. If it gets to 145, that was actually the buy that I liked a little bit better. So I'll probably be a long in front of 45 tomorrow on Google, but not the reaction I was looking to see for Alphabet after how good a bounce this has been. Like buying this off the 200 period was a gift, and then you get positive news, and then nothing, absolutely nothing today, other than selling off the open.
Yeah, nice move up. XLE, we heard some people talking about crude oil starting to go upside as well. So USO, you guys know that we've been well diversified into XLE here. As I thought energy, like we've been selling some, buying some XLE and stuff like that, but not a whole bunch. Anyways, we've been in this day forever. I haven't sold anything. Even last time we were up here, remember it was at 94 and I was giving Michael kind of a hard time and saying that we've already topped out there and then this happened. Well, we bought more down here. So I feel like we should be getting some out. So let's get some out. We did get some out last time, but it wasn't until like 90, like we started to break down a little bit. So right now we'll stay in the energy trade. I really like the energy trade.
You know what's good
moving
news?
forward here? Energy and materials I really like.
XOM announced so after CVX lost that deal, XOM announced that they might not be stepping in themselves, and XOM still went up today.
Okay, yeah, XOM is a.
So they're not getting Permian Basin expansion potentially, and they're going to go up anyways. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So if Randy's in this one, I'm in the other one. So it is. When I say the other one, I mean Chevron. They're both looking okay, but I feel as if my charts are like having a case of the Mondays today, which is fine. I guess they're just being a little bit tired. But Chevron has not been as strong as XOM now as it loads up. It's been good off the 140 level. I just feel like Exxon has had a little bit more oomph, and this bad boy can't seem to break 158. I'll say the same thing about Oxy because Warren Buffett's not buying enough Occidental to my liking. So you know what? To be honest, I'm getting out of this trade. I was already going to get out of Oxy in front of 65. I might just get out of it soon because I want to put that money somewhere else. Like I just bought it because it always bounces off 55, 56. So why doesn't it get to 65, 66? And now it's so slow. I'd just rather put that money somewhere that I can not think about it, which would be like either the future or like a dip buy, and whichever one of the Mag 7 gives me the first opportunity to. But I don't know. This has been taking some time.
I like that. No, this is just nothing. Adara said this to me, but it's pretty obvious. I did retweet it.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's just since 2024 here, options are already passing here 2024. Is already passing 2023. So you can see a nice little move upside right now. And again, a lot of that is 0-day expiry and things like that. I think that's included here. It's March and equity options volume is already at record highs. So again, you've seen a little bit of an increase in the last. And that's because of places like Robinhood and things like that just made it cheaper, more affordable, and easier to do by an app, right? And so we've all seen those stories, but I just think that that's something important to understand that as we get, and that's why we talk about the success of more volatile strategies recently, right? Because you are getting huge moves. When stocks start to move, people hop in there, pick up these options, and you can create some crazy movements due to delta, gamma chasing, and so on and so forth with a lot of these. So we're going to get Gunjan on to talk all about retail sales and whatnot coming through from the Wall Street Journal. So we'll work on that as we go. But here's NVIDIA, just bottomed out there at 884. We'll see if there's going to be a trade there. I don't know. DocuSign, when there's smoke, there's fire, but not right now. As DocuSign, this is the price I was in at, 58.05. So it's right there right now again. But it's 8:30. Okay, here comes NVIDIA. So I'm so glad, honestly. We have, what would you say? We had 25% out. We got out of half of that. So now the percentages and all that talk is kind of useless because we've gone in and out so many different times. But anyways, if we take 891, we're out, and I'm not reloading this anymore. So at NVIDIA, man, we're free rolling with it. Hopefully it goes back up to the ups or to the downside. But for right now, a good couple outs, and really happy that we took that 886. So good out there. It bounces again off the 200 period. Maybe we get a flush, maybe we don't. As Jensen coming out very, very soon, man, 4 o'clock. We have 10 minutes. He'll come out with the black jacket. We'll see what happens there. And then a lot of market recap stuff happening. We have Michael Noss coming out as well to talk all about some marijuana names. That's what he told us this morning. So Tilray up 11%, but it's faded, right? All afternoon, I feel like. No, not really. Just made that trade at $2 and then back down. The bigger name, we only have 20 seconds though before the imbalances, was Aurora. That was moving around a little bit more. Yeah, still 17%. So,
BGC had a huge move too.
okay, so a couple names there that we'll talk to Michael about.
Yeah, there's plenty to watch. So for anyone
Here we go.
following along, obviously, the imbalances are coming in about 10 seconds. I've tightened up the stops in both Intel and Amazon. We're going to hang on through the close. 10 minutes, not just till the close, but till the monster event of NVIDIA's GTC conference. Wow, okay, Amazon must have come out of sell because I just got hit on the bid very quickly there. I thought I had already sorted this. I don't see it. Microsoft, 1.8 million to sell. Microsoft, Cisco's a 1.1 million to the sell side. Those are the two big ones. I mean, Penn, who cares? 900,000 to the sell side. I guess somebody cares about
Yeah,
Penn.
someone probably does.
But I'm not seeing Apple. I'm not seeing NVIDIA. AMD, 600,000 to sell. I'm not going to scan forever. Yeah, so it looks as if, Microsoft was the big one there, up at the top. I also saw Intel, but Intel always pairs off. 1.6 million to sell on Intel. It's always big and then pairs off. Oh, no, Apple wasn't there when I first came. Apple, 3 million to sell.
Yeah, it just got added.
Well, actually just maybe came in a little bit late. What is Apple doing? 50-cent drop-ish. No, sorry, more like a 25, 30-cent drop. So Amazon ended up working because the imbalance came out in my favor. Intel, it had a small one, but that's not really moving. I'm just going to get it all out here. Just get on the bid at 75, or I guess I'm on 74 there. Get on the bid at, let's go back to 74 if it's going to be on the bid. So we're just going to get out of that one. It was really Microsoft and Apple that came out with the big imbalances, and Apple's still falling. Up 1% on Apple. Apple and Google with that positive news this morning. And if you have the early break today, that was it. There was maybe a chance at a dip buy later, and since then, these stocks have been sells.
Despite being tired, join me in 5 minutes for the market recap show. We'll put down another 40 minutes of, trust me, it'll be a lot of energy, trust me. As we get ready to rock and roll, we'll talk about not too many names, as AMC does not report, but we'll have StoneCo. But look what's happening right now. This is how you get it back right now, by looking at the P&L, as here goes NVIDIA. Nice move back down to the downside. $350 in the money now for NVIDIA on a small sell. 5.6 billion, Adara says. That was greater than
To the sell side? That's as big as
that's
Friday.
greater than the sell side that happened on Rebalance Friday.
Go figure.
So there it is, a nice move down. Remember you said 6 billion, I said north of that, and we were both wrong. It was like 4.8, something like that. So nice move down. I'm gonna put a bid here at 884 again, and then honestly, if we get it, man, down there. So here it comes, nice move back in. We are really putting some damage here in the afternoon on NVIDIA. Like, man, that was a good one. Thank you so much, Jay Lee. There it is right there. Man, tweet this at me and I'll retweet you right there. Sean played NVIDIA like a fiddle today. Thank you so much for that. Definitely in the afternoon. I told you already, we could take credit for these plays all day because we're showing you guys these trades and they were great. But we were long early and you guys saw all this. So we messed up long in front of 900. But have the ability, we talk about this all the time, have the ability to change your opinion on a stock, right? If something starts trading a little different than you thought, make sure you flip it over. Thank you so much, Kevin Mendoza. Thank you so much for everything in the chat, right? So again, we're just here trying to put everything together for everybody, and more happy than not today, that is for sure. Come on, maybe NVIDIA's just 885. Let's just put an 885 bid. Honestly, if we can get out of this, I got to go run the show coming through. So if we could take 450 at the end right here and get out at 885.50, we will put that on the board and then just celebrate here as here it comes back in. Because we don't need this dude to take the mic early and start talking blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, this thing rips up, which might be happening right in front of our face as we speak right now. At 855, we may get some more dancing here. So let's see what happens with NVIDIA. Should never be in something, as I heard Neil mention this too, and I say it all the time, as, oh, I thought we just got it there. Oh my God, we are 10 cents away from this another $4 winner. Just flush, just one more push down. Somebody hit market sell and we will get this. You don't have to hit anything because there it is right there. The money trade comes to an end right there with a $4 winner at the end of the day. Man, we put that on the board, Adara. What's up?
MSOS Cannabis ETF getting its largest volume candle of the day heading into close. We did have a lot of circulation of social media of potential rescheduling, and also some comments from U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris regarding urging the DEA to reschedule marijuana. So nice look for cannabis stocks heading into the end of the day. MSOS strong volume candle, guys.
All right.
Well, there's actually continuation in the crypto names. I think it's hilarious. We always joke about how it never happens, but it has today. Amazon went red. The NASDAQ is about to break the lows, but be up 1%. Wrap your head around that one. It's because we gapped up and then spent most of the day falling to the downside. So there's a bit of a flush. We already showed you guys what's going on with Apple. Meta is the standout today. Excusing this little, Meta didn't halt. I'm just missing some data on my chart. High of the day on Meta, up 2.5%.
Boom.
So as the market is weak-ish today, and especially at the end of the day, Meta basically said, okay, so the news is with Apple and Google. Who cares? Meta's going to set upside. Maybe we see a 500 tomorrow. I don't know. But I see something like this, and you always want to mark off what's relatively strong and what's relatively weak. And I think Meta has kind of shown us some surprise action today. I'm disappointed because I had one long in Meta on the way back in and then stopped trading it at noon. And if you just stuck with it at 492, but I couldn't figure out a reason it was up. And sometimes you get wrapped up with trying to logic something out as opposed to just saying, no, the stock's strong today. Who cares if it doesn't have a specific catalyst? You should just join and then go to the upside.
I hope we did. I hope we put on a master class of scalping there on NVIDIA during the afternoon. I mean, this is the whole reason why we do the show, right? So try to show you that there's possibilities, in all kinds of different trading. NVIDIA just flushed down to 883 right there, so that was good. I mean, we're just short. That, at the end of the day, as long as you're short, you printed. Where you got out is hopefully advantageous, especially if you're just holding, getting out right now with only 3 or 4 minutes to go. These are the trades, man. These are the trades that we're here for, and it's like good move. Too bad it was happening a little bit into the close here, but again, really well scalped there on the top side. Thank you so much about everything there. You stopped, what did I say about changing direction? Yeah, so what I was just saying there about NVIDIA was just that once we broke 900, we started to test it again, and then every time we tried to get that, we missed. Like the longs were just so hard to stay in. Eventually we had to flip it up. So we started switching our game up at 890. We see right here, 890, all these shorts, all these shorts, all these shorts. So we'll wind up, flushing down on NVIDIA because, really happy, obviously, with that trading at the end of the day. And I just want to thank everybody again for supporting the show and supporting all of us here as Netflix continues to run upside. There's lots of stuff happening. You can find us on Twitter. You can find us on Twitch. You can find us on Instagram Shorts Live. You can find us on, it's Instagram Live. You can find us on YouTube. Where else, man? You can find us, I said Twitch, soon to be hopefully Rumble. Anything that basically has a live, faction with it, we're there right now. So again, thank you so much, and we will talk to you very, very soon. Good day here. I'm going to go over and get ready for the recap show, Neil. So good trading there.
And remember, that event is going to be live ongoing. So normally you wouldn't expect to see any price action on an NVIDIA outside of earnings or some event, but I would suspect you were going to see big moves because of the lack of liquidity. Right, like in the aftermarket, there's clearly going to be less liquidity, so every single word is going to get hung off of when Jensen and when the event starts at 4 o'clock. Who knows exactly what's going to happen? But if you look at the range today, the stock had a $55 range on the day, top to bottom. So it could do a small fraction of that and still just go absolutely haywire. Like it did put in a $5 range here at the end of the day, but that is basically. It's actually tiny compared to what happened off the open and then the close. The reversal on this was nasty. I would say for sympathy plays, keep an eye on AMD because AMD never broke out at any point today and is also flushing. And any good news for NVIDIA could be bad in terms of competition for AMD, especially if the technology, again, they're already ahead in terms of AI technology. But if there's anything that widens that gap, I think that could be a little bit negative for AMD. So I would keep an eye on them. SMCI is a sympathy play because it's a high flyer in the space. But I think the two things you're going to want to watch are going to be AMD and NVIDIA, which is the big daddy up there. Meta is not a standout. You still forget Tesla. The only reason I said Meta, and we mentioned Tesla multiple times, I only said Meta because I was talking about like the Magnificent Six or whatever the heck they're calling now because they keep dropping Tesla out of it. Tesla had a great day today as well, and I acknowledged I had the price and direction right at 172 on Tesla, but the execution plan wasn't that good. I'm going to possibly ring the bell myself. Actually, no, it's okay. There we go. No, it's fine. Derry, you're at the desk. It's okay. So there's the bell. Oh, no, it's all good. It's all good, man. I actually, one time I did that when we had the bell hanging off of that stage, and I basically jumped and did like the Thor's hammer with it, and that was a heck of a lot of fun. So I enjoy ringing the bell. Like, I have no issues doing that. So we had some fun there. Shout out to everyone that enjoyed the show. The NASDAQ might have ended by breaking the low of the day, but it actually ends up 0.9%, and the ES up 0.5%. The event has started, so let's not dilly too long. Thank you to Fabian and Ramin, as always, on the ones and twos, doing a fantastic job. You were learning today about pullbacks, like buying pullbacks in volatile markets, which I think is fantastic because you want to be with the trend. So shout out to Adara and Sharif doing a great job as always, and Brendan kicking butt with the afternoon interview. I mean, we had Daniel Shea on, then we had Michael Noss, who's joining tonight with Sean on NVIDIA Day, where they change the world, or maybe change the world, at the BTC event, which is starting live right about now. There's a few names in terms of earnings, but everyone's eyes and ears are locked and loaded to see what's going to come out of NVIDIA. So without further ado, you know who I am, you know where you're going to the desk. It's a market recap show and the NVIDIA event. Strap in.
All right, guys, traders stay late. This is the Market Recap Show. Thank you so much, and what a bang-up day it was for us again today, man, on a lot of fronts. We will be going over the sector recap here. We do have Michael Noss coming through again later on today, and I just want to thank everybody for the continued support, man. I mean, we have over 4,000 going to join us here, and then you'll hold on, and we'll go until 4:30, okay? So we'll sit here, we'll talk till 4:30, we'll go over some recaps, we'll talk about some cannabis names, because really, cannabis has been on fire as of late. And I want to thank everybody for staying late with us right now, man. There it is right here. What's up, Kevin Mendoza? What's up to everybody? We will have a quick look at NVIDIA when they come through. We have it in our ears still. Anything important discussed right there on NVIDIA. But wow, what a day it was for us on NVIDIA as well. We will talk about that when we do the recap. But you know what? The recap's not a thing unless we take a drink. So you guys ready for Hydration Nation? I guess I should put that probably on my board so I don't force these guys to get it. But here we go. Let's go, Hydration Nation. They quick with it. Yo, what's up, Future Eddie? Yeah, if you guys have the NVIDIA feed, you can find a spot to put that on. I could care less if you guys can find that. Let's throw it on right there. Because you know what? We do what the people want. There's nobody, who am I going to ask? Myself? Hey, self, you want to put on the NVIDIA conference? Yeah, so there it is. So we'll get that up right now. Thank you so much for the talk there in the chat. I want to say a big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls and everybody coming through today as well. All right, it looks like, hey, what's up? Now you got two of me, guys. That's not bad, unless you're, not blind. You don't want two of me, that's for sure. Okay, here we go. What do you want to talk about here today? XLC. Right now, communication services upside today. We had a nice move, of course, with Meta. We talked about that at the end of the day. A nice move with Google. Back up to the upside, two constituents of this XLC. But it was really the QQQs today that kind of led the way. The NASDAQ, again, you see a nice push right now. So maybe NVIDIA is coming out right now. Yo, shout out to Bears vs. Bulls as well. We do have STNE that's out right now. Look at Stone. Maybe it's out right now. STNE pushing back down into the downside. STNE, Stone Co. coming back in right now into 1650. As soon as I get those reports, I will bring them to you ASAP. So I have the news feed right here from Benzinga. As soon as it comes out, we got it. I do have, oh, here it is, National Cinema today. So it's not AMC, it's somebody else. National Cinemedia. We talked about that today. I don't know why they have AMC written on here for that, but right now, Stone is out, but I do not see, oh no, MDGL, you're seeing it live right here. Proposed public offering, NEPA, we do not like that, MDGL. There it is. Nice move down in, but they've done really well. So I'm not too worried about it, but there's a share offering on MDGL happening right in front of our face. So again, I have to wait for Benzinga. I'm not going to report anything that I don't see on there. There's too many Twitter people reporting out fake numbers and stuff like that. We're not going to do that here on the closing show. So what's up right now? Thank you so much, Hans. It's never too much to have too many Seans. Well, don't tell that to my wife. She might want to have -1 right now. Thank you so much to Racer. Thank you so much to everybody, man. Today was a hell of a day because of this. At the end of the day, we nailed NVIDIA a bunch of times, man. I'm taking this from people in the chat. This masterclass of this shorting in here, 890s back into 885. Take $4 or $5 as much as you can there. As we'll wait. Here we go. Is he up? Is Mr. Jensen Wang up on the stage right now? Starting to move around a little bit here. 885. I just hear that it is a yes answer to that. So we'll wait out for NVIDIA. I think it's going to be a nothing burger. There it is right there. If Sharif was here, he'd be looking and saying, hey, what jacket is he wearing? But it is that black leather jacket. So there it is right now. Big shout out to everybody obsessed for some reason with Jensen Huang and that coat. So there it is, stone cold to the downside. I don't have any more earnings plays for you. Did we ever find out what's up with Roblox? Roblox, a nice move in today, down 8%. I feel like this is a level. You know what? Hey, Mr. Noss, I know he's watching, I can see him right now. I know we're going to talk about some cannabis names, but maybe as a guy that's not too, he actually said this today, not looking too much at macro news, but what about Roblox? I like this name back into where we are right now. We are actually waiting for something like this. We have not bought Roblox recently. This could be a buy, Roblox. So I wouldn't mind getting Michael's opinion on Roblox if and when. So I do have NVIDIA in my ear. So I don't have what they're talking about, but I have Benzinga in my ear. If anything happens with NVIDIA, we will get that to you ASAP. So on a minute chart, and by the way, we have Michael Noss coming through, but what I'm using is trade ideas. We have Trader TV 20. You can get that immediately. It's going to be Michael Noss talking about some cannabis names when we come through. And I want to say a big thanks to Michael Noss. Look what we have up here. All this information. So he's listening to the traders, man. Whatever is appropriate, we can get here on Trade Ideas, Trader TV 20. Go get it right now. But anyways, there's NVIDIA. We'll watch out for that. Looks like it's going upside right now. 890. Here we go. What's up, Jensen? Here we go. This is the move that we're talking about. A nice move back up into 890, 891. All right. We talked a little bit about nat gas and oil and all that today. Look at this nice move up for USO. It really started pumping, man. We really like gas in the, energy. Shouldn't say nat gas because we don't like UNG. Your hair's getting too long, man. I think you gotta cut some of that there, my guy Fabian. I'm just jealous. Yeah, donate it, glue it onto my head. I'll take that all day. But there we go, United States Oil Fund. If we're gonna look at a daily chart, look at it breaking out, man. I like USO here, and I really like XLE. Me and my friend Michael Noss again went back about XLE, and I remember talking about this top right there. We're getting back to a nice top here on XLE. So I like this. We will be trimming some in and around $94, $95 as it comes back up to the top. That is XLE starting to go. All right, I'm getting too much news in my ear, and it's not really that viable about anything that we're doing right now. We did have Google to the upside today. This sort of helped lift the NASDAQ early and really kept it going, honestly, as we get going into 150. Nice day for Google, but not a great, fantastic fall down. I mean, it came into the close. We'll look tomorrow at 148. We traded Google. I mean, we liked it today. It was one of the #1 names there on the sticky note. Let me actually put this back to a 3-minute chart. I'm seeing NVIDIA starting to go here. Nice little move up. We just touched 894 upside there for NVIDIA. Now, I will find out on Benzinga if there's any news about NVIDIA. Try to scream in the chat, and I'll try to do my best to get a hold of it, as I do have the chat coming through right now. So we'll wait to see. I think NVIDIA goes. I mean, there's no way. This is a big conference for them. They've been hyping it up on their Twitter. They've been hyping it up on their website. Obviously, we'll hear about the next idea that Jensen has, what some of the applications for some of these chips are. Where's the new chip coming in at? Is it going to be north of 40 grand? If it is that too high, or is that just about right? We'll have Jensen. There's nothing happening. If there's anything, we will come to that. So I want to give a big shout out to anybody here. And see what I'm saying? And this is the problem with what people are saying. Asif right here. NVIDIA will drop. Odyssey, NVIDIA to the moon. I mean, someone's going to be right, or is it going to be a non-event and we just hang out? I think NVIDIA is maybe a little overdone to the upside. What's red today? Okay, real estate. You know, if we're not going to lower the rates, then I can see real estate being in trouble for a minute. Lennar was down on earnings. Maybe home builders also coming back in. Again, we get the Fed later on this week, and we did hear about it. Hydration Nation. It's 99% chance that the Fed does nothing. So if the Fed does nothing, I feel like, and again, another one that we've talked about Michael with, I feel like TAN gets hit lower. You know, when you're talking about high expensive units like solar units are, whether or not you're a corporation or an individual household, when you got that car note to pay or a mortgage to pay or something like that, you're probably not, oh wow, I almost nailed this to the downside. See what I talk, I can't get stock talk out of my head. If I almost nailed this to the downside, was my mic falling down, that would have been a problem. But anyways, TAN right there. If this breaks 40 to the downside, watch out for TAN. Although up today, I feel like this is going to be in trouble. Watch out for some dip buy opportunities, maybe down near 40, and we'll see if we can respect that level. XLE was down today, so services, but look how high up it's been lately. FXI, a couple bad numbers. We saw Li Auto to the downside on XPeng. XPeng talking about giving a $14,000 car. That's not going to happen. I feel like there's going to be tariffs applied to this. No matter who your president is come in November, I don't think the China story is over with by any stretch of the imagination. So I look to pick up some more FXI if we drop in. But what about XPEV down here near $8? Again, XPeng today upside, but we must have faded at the end of the day. Yeah, because we're down near $10. Nice, or 1040, sorry. Now down near 980 to the end of the day. Sharice's favorite automotive name, Li Auto, got cranked today on that news. So a nice move down for Li Auto today as well. TLT, the Treasury, trying to hold out. Again, on the daily, I'd rather buy down here. We've seen blood in the streets before. Let's wait to see if those rates kind of jump back upside there. And of course, these rates bottom out when the equity market also bottoms out. So we'll find out. Again, maybe get some TLT in your life down here near $82. But for me, I'm going to stay away. I don't really buy anything fixed income. I don't know. And again, not financial advice, but with my age being around low 30s, I feel like you want to buy some growth names. No, look, it doesn't really matter how old you are. It's how you feel, right, Ramin? For sure. All right. I like asking younger people this, you know. It makes me feel better. But no, and if you don't have kids, I mean, that might be a reason right there to have some. You know what's been a hot minute has been GLD. Man, gold continues to win. Bang. And again, Michael Nosh is going to have to owe me something. I mean, how many times am I going to drop this guy's name? But this is another one that we've talked about on our show a couple of times. Oh, I flipped it the wrong one. Here's GLD. So the daily chart still trying to break out. This looks really nice also. Sorry, oops, the wrong one there. Looks really nice on the weekly chart. We've had some nice breakouts in GLD as well. Look at this. There's a smiley face going all the way back upside. Starting to take some stuff out. I feel like you want to hold gold until you get back below at least this 193 area here on the weekly chart. So maybe have some dip buy opportunities coming through here for GLD. If he's ready, I am, because we're not getting too much out here. Did we get, hold on, before I go over to Michael quickly, I'm just gonna call this back to a daily chart because I wanna look at Stone Cold for a second because they did come out with earnings here this afternoon. I'm hitting flip it over. Am I on both daily charts here? Where's my other one? There it is over here. Yeah, oh, they're both daily charts, so I got to flip one of them over to a minute chart and see what's happening with Stone Co. So again, a nice move down to 1650, then up to 18. This is why I'm very hesitant to say Stone is out, because unless I see something honestly on Benzinga Pro, that I'm not going to report anything. So right now, STNE, I'm going to Google it. I mean, I'm sorry, going to search it. See what I mean? Like, I'm already talking about Googling it when it's on Benzinga Pro's platform. So here it is right now, are imminent. So I don't see anything out for STNE yet. So we'll hold out on that one. And I know he's ready, so let's call him. It's Michael Noss, it's Trader Talk. Hey, Michael, I know you don't get too fooled by earnings because I know you don't trade single stock events really, but has that ever happened to you? And I think it's happening right now on Stone, where we drop down like 10%, then rate up 10% and kind of last in the middle. I wonder if those are fat fingers.
Usually, well, not anymore. I think back maybe when we started trading, that was a lot of fat finger action. Now I think it's algos that are, one reads the top line and the other one reads the bottom line, and then they have a little fight and see what happens.
Is that your real backyard, by the way? Or you've imposed like is that a green screen with a camera of your backyard or what? Because that looks crisp, man. Great view.
Yes, it's both. That is my backyard, and it's a green screen. So I guess if you want like a good title for this, you could write like a Michael Noss exposed or something on your YouTube account.
No. I didn't mean to do that at all. I just think it looks fantastic and it should, because some days
it's the front yard.
Wow, man, congratulations. That's a great property over there. All right, I see you have Stone up. Any thoughts on this before maybe whether or not we're breaking out or not? Any opinions here on STNE?
Yeah, well, I was just, bringing this up because you were talking about when I was in the green room there, and it's a nice looking chart. We have what could be a nice rounded bottom here and a potential cup and handle. So I know nothing about this company at all, so I'd have to look into it somewhat. But I like these charts. It kind of fits with what I was talking about with you guys this morning about the phase one accumulation phase, maybe going into a phase two uptrend. That could be what's going on here. But as you mentioned, they just reported earnings. So this would be something that I'm going to add to my watch list and see what happens tomorrow.
All right, quickly, Michael, we got a question from somebody in the chat, and I know you're down for this, so I'm going to go to it immediately. All right, right here from Joe Schmo. Can we get Mr. Noss to look at Deere, DE? And they want to know if this is still considered a smiley face, your opinions on Deere. So we'll let Michael load this up. Stay here with me for a second, because I just want to say I've missed this now not once, but twice. I've waited for this 350 level to come into play. We did get hit back in, Michael, one more time, and I did not pick up anything down here. That's a miss for me on John Deere. Maybe some of these viewers are looking for it. We've taken the 50. We're bouncing up to the 200. What say you here on DE?
Personally, I don't see anything quite yet until we break one way or the other. So the way I look at this is you have a big, strong up move from 100 to about 400, and then you just have this mess that's going on right here. And unless you're going to do, I think what Sean was talking about there, where you're looking for support levels to buy against, for me personally as the trend trader, I need to see a breakout of that range and some sort of continuation to get excited about John Deere here. But generally speaking, these ranges, these congestion areas will resolve in the direction of the trend, which on John Deere is higher. So it's a nice looking chart. I just don't see anything in it for me right now.
Yeah, John Deere, Caterpillar, some of those industrials start to get going. Caterpillar is much, much cleaner to the break side. Just real quick right now, so we do have NVIDIA. Come over to my screen quickly if you can. Jensen, I guess, people saying in the chat he doesn't look that impressive today. Those must be bears talking like that. But there it is, man. I mean, and again, we talk about this all the time on the show, Michael, and that is trading events. Like, it's tough. if you're waiting for him to say something, maybe you go long on a break and then something cracks. You're all the way down to 877. And then just for some of you looking, this is what it looks like right now on a live level 2. This is the same platform that we use throughout the day. This is Prosper Pro, and you get $2.50 range right now. And what we show is the level 1 up here. That's where even 100 share lots are, either on one of the gateways that are printing. But again, a lot of volatility dries up here. Maybe, Michael, I mean, maybe we could talk about this. And this is why we have you on, because traders stay late. And we're looking for some information here on NVIDIA. For me, I actually said, and I'll give it back to you in a second, I honestly, you see this little gap right here that I think that we had from 680 up to 755? I actually wonder on their last earnings report, are we looking to get into that gap and potentially fill it? I don't think it's too outlandish to get that. We've had some pretty serious pullbacks now, not recently in NVIDIA, but we can fill this gap back down 25% into past earnings. Am I insane to think that?
No, NVIDIA is stretched on every single metric you can talk about. And at the very least, at some point, the rate of change needs to slow down or halt. It doesn't mean it needs to crash back down, but we're talking a $2.2 trillion company right now that's going at this clip. It can't keep going like this forever, or eventually it's going to be bigger than Apple. It's going to be bigger than every company in the world.
Right.
And, it's just so at some point it has to slow down. It doesn't have to crash, but it has to slow down. So that's why when I've been coming to you guys, I've been talking a lot about I'm looking for what's next, because my worry on something like NVIDIA is that it's a very common holding in mutual funds and ETFs. But when these rebalance, which they have to, right? If you're a hedge fund manager and you had 5% of your holdings in NVIDIA, and now that's 30% of your holdings of your fund, you have to sell that and to get into something else, because nobody's going to pay you your performance fee and your performance fee and your management fee just to hold 30% of NVIDIA. So when that happens, I think you're going to see at some point a rotation into other sectors and other names.
Yeah, you mentioned that before. I think that's an absolutely rock star point. I mean, look what's happening to NVIDIA right now. We are getting clobbered. I mean, we're getting back to where we were at 1 o'clock, down to 875. We'll see what's happening with NVIDIA. And this is why, Mr. Noss, why we don't report news when we don't have it, because it's out. So we're going to go breaking news right now and slap a fail on STNE, because here come the results. They're out right now. Fourth quarter fiscal 23 results coming out for STNE. That's the report here. So 132% year over year, 20% adjusted net income. But we are falling down. I'm going to wait for Benzinga to sort of summarize it right now. So I don't have exact numbers, but there's the move. Apparently it's out. Nice downside move. We'll wait for Benzinga to come with the truth on this one, but it's a nice move down for STNE. Okay, we talked about this earlier. Cannabis names. We did have a nice breakout today. Aurora started going up 16 or so percent. Tilray started going as well today, up another 11%. We keep talking about MSOS. You said you dig under the hood a little bit. So what do you have for us in the marijuana space?
Yeah, so for those who missed it this morning, before the market opened, I was talking about how this cannabis sector and this move looked interesting from a couple different time frames, not just chasing the news, because again, I never know the news, but that this breakout, especially from a weekly chart standpoint, it was the same kind of look that we were looking at STNE, where we had this big rounded bottom and then a potential breakout. And I was looking to see if maybe we could even get to 20. I would be a very happy man. And then we had a great continuation today. So I spent the time, and basically the layout that you see, this is something really cool we can do at Trade Ideas. Cool. All of these scans that you see me use right now are pointed to the cannabis space. I basically told Trade Ideas, hey, I want to build a layout and I want to watch all day what's going on. Problem is, there's a lot of junky names in the cannabis space, and it's a sector that I'm new to. It's not a sector that I trade in very often. So I did find some names, but I have to say a lot of these names still look really bad. And I think a lot of it is because there's many of these names that are still on the pink sheets, or they're still traded over the counter. And I think that's a regulatory thing that may get cleared up, but it makes the charts look a little bit ugly. But a couple of names that I did look at, if you're looking for a smaller company, this High Tide Inc. looked very interesting to me because this was actually up and holding really strong against, this $2 level. It kind of looks like the overall cannabis sector, but I liked that this one had about a 5% short float, which again for these junky stocks is pretty high, and holding against this high area. But the idea that I had as it started to come through these scanners was actually just MO. So Altria Group, or I think, yeah, Altria Group at some point. They do tobacco manufacturing, but I think they're in the space now, so they may be doing some farming related to the cannabis plant as well. And that to me is showing really, really strong. And now we're out of the junky kind of, this is a $79 billion market cap company. So I'm not worried about it going away overnight. So for me, I think personally, I'm either going to look at these more established names that could benefit from the sector, or just the ETF itself is really what I landed on.
So to each their own here, and I don't know what your answer is going to be. Some people will be like, you know what, I don't believe in cannabis, or, like I'm a pure, I don't, alcohol, we have some kind of stuff like that. There are missed opportunities often in that. As a CMT, I guess, like you said, you're just looking at price action, right? So is that something that goes through your head or not? I mean, for me, it doesn't, but I don't know if there's something there. I don't know.
No, the way I look at it is that my job in the market is to make money, and that's it. It's not to be right. It's not to hold an opinion. It's not to propagate opinion or politics or anything like that. If I want to complain about that stuff, I'll go to the pub and have a beer with a friend. So my job is to look solely at the price action and solely at the charts. So this idea came from looking at my Trade Ideas platform, and I think it's up there again today, where MSOS was the best performing sector. So from there, I want to look under the hood. I really sometimes think it'd be an interesting experience or experiment where I took the names of the companies off my chart and I simply traded solely based off the chart. I would bet I'd have about the same results or maybe even a little better.
Yeah, probably. I hate having some of those biases that are in there. But okay, so that's a little bit of talk right there. We've asked some people in the chat if they've had any questions. We got John Deere. We've talked about NVIDIA. I mean, we could come over to my screen right now, look at NVIDIA a little bit. For me, a trade would be right now, and I'm just going to say this. So Stone Cold Steve Austin, by the way. Yeah, hey, what's up to that? Stone Cold's out. You probably watch wrestling. I'll talk to you about that in a second. But right there, revenue was a miss. So this is what I'm seeing right now. I wonder about this. Look at this title. Jensen Huang, GTC keynote live on stage at the SAP Center San Jose, titled, Don't miss this transformative moment in AI. You know what, Michael? When I hear people talk like that, I think that's the top. I mean, don't miss the transformative moment. It's like you came, actually, shout out to you. You came the other day with that magazine cover. And I really think that the more we start to roll out different things, it's kind of like cannabis. Like, oh, look how great this tastes or something. That might be the top. And it's just, I get that feeling here. Bitcoin touched 73 so much over and over again. And if the guy in the middle of our screen right now, Jensen, can't convince people that we have more to come, then maybe we do see a top here in some of this, AI space, specifically NVIDIA. You talked about the froth that's in this name, but do you really believe in that? Some of those talk about, what was it, Forbes, that bull on the cover there, or Wall Street Journal. We get very carried away with headlines. Maybe we are at the top with names like this.
Yeah, so the idea for those who missed that with the magazine cover indicator is essentially by the time the Economist or Forbes or the New Yorker, one of these, giant magazines or paper comes out with a cover that says, okay, the bull run is on, or this one had, I think, bull horns poking through their page. Yeah. So they had to go through everyone had to already have noticed that it was a bull run, and then it had to go through someone to write it, and it had to go through editors, and it had to go through publishers, and by the time the magazine comes out, it could have been a month, 2 or 3 since that started. In this case, we're a year and a half into the bull market. So I never would take a trade based off of those, but
Right.
one thing that one of my mentors told me is that you always see articles like that at the top and you never see them at the bottom. You'll never see the economist
Right.
saying, "Oh, it's a bull market," anywhere near the bottom. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the top. But yeah, again, they'll never see stuff like that in the bottom.
All right, we got a nice move down here in Stone. So I want you to call it up one more time, because you know what we're doing? We're just bouncing right here. I have the weekly up, and again, I'm using also come to my screen. I'm also using the Trade Ideas platform. So we're just right now, like that 50 period, and again, I don't really look at 50 periods on the weekly, but it kind of just held that 1431. If we flip this over, the bottom right here, that's the daily chart. Let me put this over to a 1 minute chart quickly. We just got down into and held basically, Michael, that 1425 with on the weekly. I mean, that's the daily, but on the weekly, that looks fantastic down there for a hold. So we just held that bottom again. Is this a trade that's maybe interesting you now more, that we see the release and now we're bouncing in and around here? Where do you finally maybe step in on a name like this, down 11%, and looks like it's bouncing off a possible support level here?
Yeah, so for me, I'm looking at, I brought this up, I'm looking at about $16 a share right here on this STNE. That's just this prior low that happened a couple weeks ago here. So if we trade below that and then rally above it, it means there's some sort of buy program or institutional trader or something that was waiting for a dip to buy that. I also anchored a VWAP from the all-time lows, and those are always easy ones to draw in to see if we're going to hold as support there. That's sitting around 14 or 1560 or so there as well. So for a trend play or a snapback play, you would want to see that break, and then you'd want to see buy programs and heavy-handed buyers come in. So for me, what I would like to see on a name like this, because I did like that weekly chart, is if it can close tomorrow, and I'm a close-to-close trader, so I'm always focused on the closing price, above $16 a share, I think that's a place that you could take a shot. And then your stop would probably go under the low of all of the post-market action that we're seeing right now.
Okay, Mr. Nas, we'll double check that with you back on Friday. Well, you'll be back on the first show with us in and around 8:45. Thank you so much for coming through. You stayed late with us. It's past 4:30. Say hi to the family for me in a lovely property. That's Mr. Michael Nas. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. See you Friday.
Ciao, that's Trader Dog. I did forget to mention, you can go find Michael on Twitter. It was all at the bottom there. Just go rewind at Michael Nas CMT, also on YouTube. Thank you so much for coming out one more time. And you know what, man? We're staying a little bit late, so let's do a little roll call, because I know there's some people in the chat that want to see what's going on with the roll call. But before we do that, quickly, NVIDIA, just want to see what's going on right now. Does the Emperor have close? It looks like today they do. He's holding out pretty good, man. 885 right now. Just the funny thing is, he took the stage at 4 o'clock. We thought there would be, hey, what's going on right there? So he has, what different size there. Yeah, he does look like he's wondering where this pop in stock is right now. Okay, we get it. You're holding up two chips. One smaller than the other. Nah, I don't know. I have no idea what he's saying. We'll pay attention to that. But what the charts are saying, thanks Ramin for that, is that we're right where we closed. So, I mean, we closed here at 885. We're right at 885. You can see the price right now. So a nice move up, nice move down just to land in the middle. So we'll find out what's up with that. But who's here with me? Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, man. Shout out to Chips and Dip. What's up, Pillsbury? Yeah, Chips and Dip. Hey, I like the sour cream dip myself. I haven't had dip in a long time. What's up? Go Pack Go. You're damn right about that one. I think we have a chance this year to at least, although the NFC, our division, the NFC North, getting a little more spicy there. Let's see what the Bears do, man. They've locked their pick in, I think, with Caleb at number 1 after trading Justin Fields. All right, what's up, Hugh? You're not getting me to say it, but what's up, Hugh? He's here. What's up to Hurts Scrambler, Jalen Hurts? What's up to the Hayes Records, Benton C? Dewey's here, man. What's up? Yeah, okay, that's the chip that we're looking for, Hopper. Thank you so much, Jay Lee. We're looking for the price. We're looking for what kind of energy it takes. Hopper chip, good one. Thank you so much. Henry Chung is in there as well. Michael Ordonez, Igor's here, Jeremy's here, Sebastian is here. Watch, Wish, and Wash. Okay, good one. I like that one. Everybody's here, so shout out to that, and we'll go bang on that. You know what? We can't do this without looking quickly at our, oh no, that's not my Twitter. Okay, quickly, here it is right now. We're going to call up Twitter and just go over the sticky note. Oh, thanks for someone said this. if it bleeds, we can kill it. So thank you so much for that one on NVIDIA. I did want to talk about this. Some tweets that were pretty important today. I actually just tweeted this out. We've already broken 2023 option volume. It's mid-March. Pause for dramatic effect. Probably didn't work there. Okay, all right, now let's go back. Anyways, here it is right now. Shout out to whoever did this one. I might have some chewing tobacco in my cheek right there. But a big shout out here as me, Brendan, and Neil. Hey, you think we're running stuff now? We're running it back in the day as well. So shout out to that. Thanks to Fabian and Ramin for that. And then here we go. Here's the sticky note. We marked down watch NVIDIA. Man, did we nail that one. Bang out on NVIDIA. I want to thank everybody that's watching. We're not done yet. Over 2,400 of you. Micron long was wrong. Google long was right. Apple was right as well. Fisker wrong. Fisker didn't do anything today. But look what we did on NVIDIA. The reason why I want to talk about this is because it's very important to me because I was able to do something that I've really learned to do in the last little while, and that was flip up the game. You don't need to be married to an idea. Change your opinion. It's not going to cost you 50% of everything you own. You don't have to divorce the stock. You just need to flip it over. So what we did right there, we went long early off 900, right? Nice dip in. That was wrong. So as soon as we felt like that was wrong, we let it settle down. Then we let it come in. We did pretty good. We didn't get back in this till 11 o'clock where we went long off 900. The minute that was wrong, look, we got hit and then we were down. I think it was $400 or $500. We don't normally talk about P&L, but trust me, for others, that would be huge. For me, it's kind of a drop. Well, we don't talk about P&L. But then we started to short again, and we got it all back, baby. We went short off of 890, and again, boom to the downside. We're making it back. Little bit of a fail early. We brought it back on NVIDIA. Thank you so much for watching. Stay true to who you are. Whether or not you're Michael Noss, just watching price action, whether or not you want to do sort of like what we do, combine some catalysts with the price action, stay true to who you are. I give a big thank to my girl over there. Thank you so much, Ramin, for staying late. And thank you to everybody. I'm Sean Katina. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully my voice will be back at 8:30 in the morning at Trader TV Live.